What's up? How's everybody doing? Hope everybody's having a great morning, evening, afternoon, night, wherever you are. As always, Forza Milan. Welcome to Let's Talk Milan on a Wednesday. The War Edition. Um, who's here? We got Skillard. I can't believe we're up in the offer for Kessie after the shit he pulled. A lot of news about Milan right now. Of course, we're going to get a lot of news in these 2 weeks about the market, really, about renewals and all this crap. What's up, Neck Lord? How are you doing? So today's stream, the War Edition, you are welcome to join the live and say your piece about any regarding matter that you have. Now, for the for some of us, we are in a WhatsApp channel and a WhatsApp chat, and we have been talking a lot of shit. So if you have shit to say, come live right now and let's talk some shit. Otherwise, whoever does not do that loses, and he can be quiet. In the meantime, let me say hi to everybody. Red John, what's up? How you doing? Safe, what's going on? How are you going? One of the debates that we've been having in the WhatsApp chat was, for example, to give you guys an example, is Pioli doing a good job or not with the material that he has? Okay, is it fair to really criticize him? Is it fair to criticize his work based on the players that he has? Has he overachieved? Has he underachieved? Is he a shit coach? Is he a great coach? So that's one of the topics. Other topic is, if you are inexperienced youngster, what is expected out of you? Do you expect more out of a player that has, a substantial number of the club appearances and international caps for his national team, or a player that has just started first division football and is still playing for the under 21s? That is one of the topics for today. Other topic is Kessie. What's going on with Kessie? His 9 million, he wants 9 million, according to Di Marzio, a journalist that a lot of people, for some reason, think he's I don't know, the truth or whatever. But according to reports, Milan have upped the offer for Kessie to 6.5 million, and Kessie is saying no, I want 9. Obviously, if this is true, obviously someone else is offering him that money. That's the only reason why he can afford to ask, no, we want 9, because there's PSG, there's Man U, there's Man City, there's all these teams with the endless funds that can give their bench players 12 million to be on the bench. So imagine a player like Kessie, 9 million for a team like PSG, for Man City, Man U is peanuts. While for us, 9 million is a lot of money. And look, what does this mean for the future, by the way? What does this mean for the future? And this is something that we have discussed many times. What does this mean for Milan's future? I'm not on Pioli's case right now. He is on Salamaker's, Kessie, and Balotelli, not for behind. And Salamaker's, another topic is like still so much hate for Salamaker's, and this just a lack of understanding of how he is being used on that side of the pitch is like, it's just not coming through. Balotelli, I don't really have much to say about Balotelli, to be honest with you. I mean, Balotelli is my only beef that I had with Balotelli when he was first purchased by AC Milan during the transfer market was, look, if you're going to spend, 4 million for a left back, like, get an Italian, a Serie A guy, like give a, I mean, that was my only beef. But if you're going to spend, money, a lot of money, then spend it for the best players in the world, no matter where they're from. But if you're going to spend just like peanuts on a player, you have a lot of players in Italy that are very capable of being the backup to Theo Hernandez. But let's see how Balotelli develops. I mean, I have nothing against Balotelli. If he does well, then he does well. And so far, aside from that penalty against Darmian, he's still in a, let's say, a period of growth, adapting to the team. It takes a while. We waited for Benacer, we waited for Kessie, we waited for Tonali, we waited for Leao, we waited for Diaz, we waited for Theo Hernandez, we waited for Calabria, we waited for Donnarumma, we waited for a lot of players. I don't know why we shouldn't be waiting for Balotelli either. Roy, what's 4 million going to get you in Italy? Like realistically, probably worse than Balo. Well, I mean, there have to be. I don't know. I don't know because I don't have the list in front of me with all the players that are available. But regardless, I'm just saying, like for that kind of money, like why do we need to get other players from other countries? Let's just get players from the Serie A. But that was my opinion. But I'm not against it. I'm not against it. I think Balotelli technically is not very impressive, but I like his attitude. I like his work rate. I like that he is humble. I like that he is accepting his role. I've got nothing negative to say about him personally. That's the only thing that I thought about him. So I don't really have any beef with Balotelli. Salamakers made the difference in the derby. I proved right predicting Balotelli and Diaz are our weak point. Now, I don't think Diaz is a weak point. I totally disagree with that. Diaz is not a weak point. Diaz has been one of our strongest points that we've had in the team. And Balotelli, I can't argue that because Balotelli is too soon to really say what Balotelli is capable of doing. But Diaz has allowed Milan to win games. He's scored goals. He's got an assist. His way of play, it seems like he adapted to the Serie A. And now after that COVID break and then the 2 weeks, what he didn't play for almost a month, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, I don't know, something like that. Yeah, of course he's not going to come in right away and have immediate impact. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But Diaz is going to come back soon. When the Serie A kicks off again, we're going to need Diaz. We're going to need his skills. We're going to need his talent. We're going to need him. Hello, guys. How was everything doing? Yeah, all good. Roy, what players would you like Milan to get in January? In January, well, I don't know, to be honest with you. I think that the management will know who to get. What I hope is this, that the management clearly made mistakes last January and they learn from those mistakes and they don't commit the same mistakes this January. So don't get 36-year-olds that haven't played for a year that are probably not going to play for the next year either. Don't do that. Don't go and buy players that are going to be that have compromised issues. Go for players go for the youngsters at this point. Your whole team is full of youngsters, so just go for all youngsters. Don't go for another Mandzukic. That was a lesson. Whether it's in defense, midfield, or offense, don't go for another Mandzukic. Go for a youngster, a player that is between 20 and 30, right? 20 and 32. But don't go for the 36 years olds that have been playing outside of Europe that have not been playing. Yeah, I would definitely be happy with Andrea Belotti in January. That'd be a great addition to the team. Diaz was played in the wrong position. We were complaining how he played for it. Diaz was definitely played in the wrong position. I mean, Pioli tried that experiment. Right now, obviously, Krunic is in great form, and keeping Krunic out, obviously, according to Pioli, is a big no-no because he's producing a lot of a lot. He's a guarantee. His work rate is great. We all knew that Krunić's work rate is top notch because you see it by how much he runs. Of course, he's not a creator, so he's not going to create goals. He's not going to score goals. But his function in the team as a player that keeps possession, a player that covers the holds, a player that covers the channels, a player that runs with the team for the team, that's undeniable. So right now, when Pioli is weighing his options, he's putting all these things in consideration, and he, as we can see with our own eyes, he's putting Krunić in a favorable position in comparison to Diaz. Krunić should not be played in Diaz's position. Okay, so call Pioli, call him right now, get his number. I think the Milanello number is on their website. Call them and let him know. Technically, they made the same mistake in the summer. Messias, Igor Mandzukic. I mean, Messias is 30, though. Messias is 30, and he's never been injured. Like, he was playing for Crotone. There's no history of him being injured for a quarter of the season, and he's a 30-year-old. 30-year-olds are very different from 36-year-olds or 37 years old. You're 30, you're at the peak. You're at the peak of your career if you're 30. Like, that's literally the best form. Your best form is going to be when you're between 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Those are your best years. Those are your best years when you can combine your physical attributes and your brain, your experience. So 30, in theory, should not be a problem. That's why I'm concerned about, because some German players on international duty have been left out. Roy is not going easy tonight. I don't blame Diaz. He was played out of position because Salamakers is the new Krunić. What? Please no more COVID from international duty. Yeah. So, okay, let me put the link in the chat. I see that the people from WhatsApp are being are not coming. Guys, I do not have all freaking day to do this. So if you want to come and discuss with me, this is your opportunity. But I'm not going to be a fucking keyboard warrior on WhatsApp chat. If you have beef with me, if you want to talk to me, if you have issues that you want to hash out with me, this is your damn opportunity. Come on the live stream. Let's hash it out. Don't be a fucking coward. All right. In the meantime, I'm going to put the link on the stream. Share the link. The link is in the fucking WhatsApp chat, Red John. Where is it? Let me. Hey, what's up?
Hello, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Very good.
Okay. What's your beef?
I have no beef, man.
You have no beef? So why are you here? This is the war edition.
I know, but I'm here to be part of the beef when it starts. I just want to witness it.
Okay, gotcha. All right, let me put the link here. Give me 1 second. How's everything going? So tell me about Inter Milan in the meantime, or Milan Inter.
Well, it went as I said, didn't it? You can call me, I don't know, Nostradamus or something.
You said it was going to finish 2-2.
Well, it went almost as I said. Like I said, a draw. And with Inter having a better game than us. I think if we would have won the Porto game, we would have won the derby as well. 100%.
Say again?
I think if we had won the Porto game, we would have won the derby as well. Because I don't know.
Okay, fine.
Moments of the game, I saw the players a little bit like scared.
That's a weird speculation, but okay, sure, that's your opinion. But what about the game in itself?
First 20 minutes, I think we were the better team, or maybe first 30 minutes, we were the better team. Then up until the up until Barella got out injured, we were
Yeah,
the second best
but
team,
that is true.
and then
Barella is a
after
big player.
that we almost won it. So I
Yeah.
think overall Inter had more chances to score,
Yep.
but in the end, then the taste that the match leaves you in the end was that we could have won it as well. If Kessie somehow thought before he shot that ball, he would have scored because it was
Sure.
basically,
Or if Salamakers didn't hit the post,
or if Salamakers didn't hit the post. Yeah.
it would have went in. Yeah. It was definitely a game of two faces. They both could have won. Inter definitely the more experienced team, and you can tell that they have the players that are more capable of penetrating through the lines. But Milan had the spirit of not wanting to lose, and Milan is up for the battle. And it is true that once Barella came out, things definitely changed. Barella is just so important for that team. But who came in for Barella? Vidal. So it's not that anybody came in. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, 1-1 was maybe the fair result, how things turned out in the end. If you take away the last 20, 15 minutes, then Inter should have won the game. But if you put it in the whole context, I think 1-1 was fair. And Tatarusano saved the penalty.
Yep.
So I see nobody is putting their face in. So, Red John, tell me a story or something. Entertain the crowd.
What do you want me to tell you?
Have you been following the debates on the chat?
No, bro, because you've been writing like I woke up, I saw like 300 messages. Like I don't have time for that shit. Like 300 messages, are you kidding me?
Okay, well, since nobody is showing up, I'm going to ask you the questions, and I'll take you. I'll get your opinion. So, let's start with this one. Is there a difference between a player that is between 20 and 23 who has only had under 21 experience and has been playing top first division football for maybe, let's say, one season and a half as a starter in and out? Is there a difference between a player like that and a player that is maybe 23 from 26 that has accumulated at this point almost 300 games under his belt in club level and let's say between 20 and 50 caps international level? Is there a difference between these two players?
If the players have the same quality, then yes, of course, there's a big difference. One has more experience.
One has more experience, right? And would you say that normally the team that has the players that with more experience that are between 23 and 26, these kind of players that have international, that have played World Cups, have played Euro, Internet, or Copa America, or any kind of continental tournament, and are they usually more reliable in a team than a player that has never had that experience, that has only played a handful of games or one season and only under 21?
Yes.
All right. So therefore, that makes you a reasonable person. What's up, Dick Size?
Good evening, Roy. Good evening, Red John.
Good evening.
How's it going, man?
Well,
what's your beef?
I'm sitting here. I've got no beef. Don't ask me about the WhatsApp group. I cannot deal with 500 messages. I just ignore them.
Exactly. Same as I do.
There we go. But
all right.
I'm sitting here. I'm hoping to be entertained, and there's only you and Red John. So I thought I'd come on, because you can't just sit there and leave you hanging. So I thought I'd come in and join.
All right, nice. Thank you.
I mean,
so what you're saying is that me and Roy, we are boring. Okay.
No. Don't go there. Don't go there, Red John.
No, look. Yeah, no. I want beef today. I want beef. I want to hear people scream. I want beef because the chat has been going crazy. The WhatsApp chat has been going absolutely crazy, and the amount of crazy discussions. There are people in this chat that think they know better than Pioli, and that just drives me crazy. Tick Size, just to give me a summary of what you thought about the game, just so as we wait.
I thought for 75 minutes, Inter were the superior team in almost every aspect of the game. I thought we played a very emotional game, and Inter played a game of football. They were very organized. They were cold in their heart. They didn't, we were running on emotions. They wasn't. And the game should have been out of sight by halftime. They did not take their opportunities. The Barella coming off and the changes that we made, that Pioli made, we nearly won the game. So I don't, to be honest with you, even though I'm a Milan supporter, I don't think 1-1 was a fair result. I think Inter deserved to win the game. I was on the way home, I was so angry because, I realized, I think this game was a reality check for the team and a reality check for the supporters. Because we all thought after the players at Inter lost that they would be so weak this season. They're as strong as ever.
Right. Yeah. That's 100% correct. I mean, I also thought that Inter would have lost something, but it doesn't look like they have. It really doesn't. Yeah, I agree.
I actually disagree, because if Inter had the same team they had last year, they would have smashed us.
They would have beat us.
But
Inter
didn't win the game is because they didn't have Hakimi, because they didn't have Lukaku, and more importantly, because they didn't have Conte.
Yes, but Inter from last year, the first half of their season, they were same. What's the difference in points?
I think they have 2 more, if I'm not mistaken.
Right so they even have more points.
Yeah, but listen, it doesn't matter. Like I remember the game that we actually won versus Conte Inter with Lukaku and Hakimi.
Right.
And we got blessed by, we made a miracle to win the game. We scored 2 goals and then we parked the bus, and Inter.
Oh, that's okay. That's fine.
Would waste chances after chances. Right now, Inter still creates chances, but I think if they had Lukaku and Hakimi, it's just by definition a better team. If they are right now a weaker side than they were last year, because they lost their best players.
You would think. I want to see what May says the end of the season, because to me, honestly, the real loss, okay, obviously Conte and Inzaghi, there's a difference, but even not that much. The style of play is not really that different. The formation is almost the same. The concept of football is almost the same. Conte is a better version of Inzaghi. Lukaku, to me, honestly, I see Dzeko being better. I see Dzeko allowing Inter to play better, but Hakimi, I see there's a big difference there, because Hakimi on that right side was very good. Lukaku, obviously, he was great. I'm not saying that Lukaku wasn't great, but Dzeko allows the team to play better. So I don't know, man. I think yes, you are right, but the margins aren't really that big to make a dent. And Inter can still win the Scudetto, and they better fucking not win the Scudetto, because I do not want to see that stupid fucking snake skin shirt with 2 stars on it next year. It's going to piss a lot of us off. You're going to see. You guys, what do you think about this Kessie drama here? So, do you believe in this? Do you believe in these reports, these Di Marzio reports?
I just find it extraordinary that, to be honest with you, I don't believe many of the reports, because how could anybody say, I want 5 million, then be offered something else? Then going into the next meeting, I want 6 million. Then go into the next meeting, I want 7 million. I cannot believe an agent, and a respectable agent, he only has one big client, but he's an experienced agent, would negotiate in this manner. I cannot believe this. It's just, so I cannot believe these reports, because it's just unbelievable to conduct yourself in that manner.
I mean, okay, now let's say I'm going to play the devil's advocate. So let's say the reports are true, and, and there are teams that are offering him that kind of money. Do you think he is correct in asking for that money?
If teams are offering him that money, that's fair. That's fair enough. I've got no problem with that. I have no problem with him leaving if he wants to go earn money elsewhere. I have no problem with it. But set your figure and stick to it. Not this. The reports that we are getting that the figure just keeps on going up on a weekly basis, which just sounds ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know.
And I'm going to keep on playing the devil's advocate. So how about, I mean, it seems like these players that are at the end of their contract, they kind of like gamble with time, right? And because the more time passes, the more opportunity there is to find better contracts. And then at the end, a contract is going to come his way. At the end, whether or not Kessie signs with Milan, whether he decides I'm not going to sign and he's going to be a free agent, he's going to have a contract that is going to be superior to what Milan was giving him, and probably what Milan is willing to offer him based on the ability of some clubs that are after him. Real Madrid, PSG, Man U, Man City. Now, the question is, do you think that he is a player of that caliber? A Man U caliber, Man City, Real Madrid, Bayern?
In my opinion, no, right? Because I know we have disagreed on this. Kessie's, this is his fourth or fifth. How many seasons? Fourth or fifth one? This one with us.
I don't know, 4 maybe. I think it's 4.
And to me, we've only seen prime Kessie, peak Kessie for 1.5 seasons. That was after the lockdown, after they came back from the lockdown, and all of last season. He was outstanding. You know, the image that I have of Kessie in my mind is that the last game against Atalanta, where he's holding the ball in the corner, and there, I think, 3 or 4 Atalanta players around him trying to get the ball off him, and they can't get the ball off him. That was that signaled, that was a sign to me of how good he was. He has not, and since this season started, maybe he's carrying an injury, maybe he's got things on his mind, but he's been nowhere near that form. So in his I'd say 4 years with us, only a season and a half, in my opinion, have we seen peak Kessie. The rest of the time, I'm not going to say he's been garbage, because I'm trying not to use language around our players like that. But I just say he's just been steady.
Okay, but so why do you think these clubs are after him?
I think, well, English teams have a lot of money, and they fall for hype. Very, when you look abroad. So, what's the expression that we have in England? The grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. They just. I'm not saying they spend their money foolishly, but I think they, like a lot of people, they fall for hype. I mean, I can't see.
Wow.
Real Madrid. I just don't see it. Manchester United, no, I don't see him. I see him like a Tottenham, an Arsenal, if he comes to England, that type of club.
Oh, hey guys, we have one of the beef makers here. Hey, what's up, beef maker? Why don't you join the live stream?
I think Kessie will go to Menu.
You think you'll go to Menu?
Yeah. He's like the missing player for them. They're looking for a midfielder, a defensive midfielder, and he's just that, a defensive midfielder who's good. They have played against him. He was superb versus that. So I don't see why they wouldn't go for Kessie.
I see that too. I see a Manu being a good fit for him because of what they need. They need more a solid midfield. Now, do you think he is a player worthy of that kind of club, like a big club like Real Madrid, like PSG, Man U, Man City?
I don't I don't consider PSG or United as big a club as Real Madrid. Like Real Madrid is the biggest club in the world ever. Every other club is a step.
Right. But considering today and what these clubs' objectives are and the kind of players that these clubs have, do you see Kessie being a fit in these kind of clubs?
Yes, I would see him be a fit in at Man United. I would see him be a fit in League One with PSG. Why not? I don't see him being a fit for Real Madrid because Real Madrid is it's different league. I don't see
So
him being a
you
fit
don't
for
think good? You don't think he's
Barcelona.
good? You don't think he's good enough for Real Madrid?
No,
Okay. What about you
but
guys in the
but
chat? Do
he
you think that? I personally think he is. I personally think he is.
uh, man, just look at the players Real Madrid has always had in the midfield. It's classic players. It's not players like Kessie is a muscular, uh, uh, physical kind of midfielder. Like even when I think of in bad players or physical players, so to say, in Real Madrid, I can think of Lassam Diarra, if you remember him.
Or Makelele.
But or Makelele, but both of them were physical players with really good feet. Kessie is a really good physical player, but not with the best feet
You don't
out
think he
there.
has good feet?
Well, man,
Really?
people used to say before that Kessie had the right feet at the like on the right side the left feet and on the other side the right feet. Get it?
Okay, but who said this? Who said this?
Milan fans when he wasn't doing good.
Yeah, but
The
Milan fans say a lot of shit.
listen,
Like a lot of
Kessie,
shit.
listen.
I've not heard anyone say as much shit as many Milan fans.
Sure, but in my opinion, at least, because he is
Okay.
a really good player. I wish he stayed for us, but his main his main selling point is not his feet. It's not the technical skill of him. It's the fact that
what about Gattuso? How would you say? How would you rate Gattuso?
uh,
Do you think Gattuso is good enough at his peak to play for Real Madrid?
uh,
Absolutely.
mm, yes,
So what's the difference between him and Kessie?
the
Gattuso is a better
difference
footballer.
The
the
what?
difference
Gattuso is a better footballer.
Gattuso is a better footballer, but the
the
feet are Gattuso's feet were not better than Kessie's feet, though.
sure, but
I
the,
think
the
that's
the the difference is that Gattuso was the starter for one of the best teams in the world, if not the best team in
right.
the world in 2003,
Yeah,
2005, and maybe 2007, not so much, but 2003 until
and for the best
2005,
national team too of
and for the best
2006.
national, won the World Cup. This and that.
Yeah,
So Gattuso, while he wasn't
anyone under 21 championship.
exactly so while he didn't have the most educated feet ever, Gattuso made up for it with anger, with speed, with physicality, with
With character.
technical character and technical awareness,
Yeah,
tactical awareness.
right. To me, Kessie, this is my opinion. Obviously, these are
Mhm.
all opinions. Kessie is somewhere in between character and technique. He's kind of like an in between. Gattuso's threshold was a lot of character, not a lot of technique, while Kessie is a little bit more balanced. But obviously, nowhere near as the character Gattuso had. But technically, he's, I would say, much better than Gattuso. But anyway, these are opinions. These are opinions. We'll see.
And
Other,
also CKC a tad slower. Gattuso was fast, man. Gattuso would would chase you for 90 minutes around
yeah.
the field.
Gattuso was definitely a more of a yeah. Work his work rate was
Yeah.
very high. Okay, let's answer this question here. Maka has a question. Maka, you wanted to join the live. Join the live. Oh, guys, here we go. Here we go. Hey, Anwar, how you doing?
How are you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm doing great, man.
Okay, good. So we're both doing great.
Yes.
Isn't that great?
Did Roy lay enough narrative to you guys?
Oh,
No,
yeah.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I've been
He said,
talking about other shit. I've been talking about other shit.
listen. Anwar,
Nah,
he
right.
said you guys were wrong and he was right. So I don't know, man. I don't know what happened.
No. Listen. Wrong. No. First of all, let's answer this question first,
Mhm.
and then let's get into that, guys. I want to ask a question. Why do we play Inter from underdog position, giving them first to 20 to 30 minutes? Why can't we dominate them from the beginning? Are we scared of them? All right, guys, go ahead.
But we didn't give them the first 20 minutes. Actually, in the first 20 minutes, other than the penalty, we dominated the game. It was after we scored the goal that we stopped playing, or Inter got into the game more. But before that, they were just counter-attacking and staying deep.
So you're saying it's not that Milan was scared; it's that Inter was just playing better.
I didn't say that. Did you hear me, Roy? Like,
Well, that's the question he asked. He asked, "Were they scared? Why couldn't they dominate? Why can't we dominate?"
because we dominated them, because he's saying giving them the first 20 to 30 minutes. We didn't give them the first 20 to 30 minutes. We played better the
Oh,
first.
you said we didn't. You didn't give
Yeah.
it. Oh, I thought we did actually. I thought we did.
No, I think, in my opinion, we played really good the first 20 minutes and the last 20 minutes. And then everything in between was Inter.
Okay, I thought Inter was the better team from the beginning till the 70th minute. All right, what about you, Tick Size?
I agree. I said that I think they were the better team for the first 75 minutes, and even when they attacked us in the first half, even when we attacked them in the first half, they did it from a counter-attacking point of view. They were very strong. We made very little penetration, and I've never seen our defense stretch that much under Pioli. They were really, coming at us.
What about Anwar? Before we get into our conversations, what is your opinion on the Milan Inter game, and also this question?
Well, I felt after the game I was a bit angry because I thought that we could have avoided the mistakes on the back, and you can work on those mistakes. But I agree with you guys on the fact that Inter controlled some of the game. I believe that it was much more of a battle of the midfield. They had much more man advantage over the duels. The referee a little bit also helped in giving the ball much more away to Inter. Just the simple calls, not really. The penalties for me they were fair a little bit. But I think when we added Kalulu on the wing as well, Bakayoko on the midfield, strengthening that midfield a little more, it gave us that battle of the midfield. We controlled the ball then we could play our game, but it was a bit too late. So maybe some of these subs could have been changed a little bit. Like Tonali stayed a bit more, Casey a little bit off, maybe more some stuff that could be questioned. I don't know. Like for me, Pioli did a fair game. Inzaghi did a great game as well. I hate that Hakan actually scored because I believe he should not have scored.
Well, it is true that the referee was very strange. He definitely was biased. It seemed like he was biased towards Inter.
But to be fair, he didn't give a lot of yellow. Like he had a fair game in a way that he did not call some of like the foul on Balotore. That could have been a red. Another referee, maybe it could happen. He's the last man on the ball. Darmian is going to the goalkeeper. That could be a red directly, but he just gave a yellow. He understood that situation, the derby, the tension, the pressure, and he just like some of these calls. They looked like he gave it much more thought, but some of the other calls for me they looked very very easy. Like Inter players did not even dive well enough. Like you could see that from the zoom out, you can see they're diving and they still get the calls.
Okay, listen, I have a question for all of you guys. And then Anwar, you and I were having a conversation mostly about Pioli. And I was defending Pioli and you were not. Yeah.
It's not really about Pioli. It was much more about for me because I said that Pioli did great. I never said that Pioli did bad but I think that some of the things he's doing, he could work on some of the aspects of his game.
Okay, but anyway, before getting into that, I have a question for you guys. What did you think of Çalhanoğlu's performance? I personally thought he had a great game. I thought he looked great against Milan.
I think
Red
he
John.
played really well.
Oh, okay. Red John, what about you?
He played really well, but the penalty he shot the penalty like someone who is afraid to shoot the penalty, but he has to shoot the penalty because he wants to prove something. But he's still like, man, when you go and when you take the penalty in the 10th minute and you go in the middle with pure power, that's the penalty of someone who's shitting his pants. It's not the penalty of someone who takes responsibility and is going there to show you. That's the penalty that cared. If was to take the penalty, he would shoot it like that because Care is not a penalty taker. So he would just shoot it with force in the middle. This is what Chananoglu made. So I don't think he has that much of a care or a strong character in itself, even though he tried really hard to show or to pretend as if he had character.
Okay, Tick Size. How do you think Chananoglu's performance?
It pains me to say this, but he had a good game. I really felt that Tatarizano was really disappointed in himself for not saving that penalty because the way he reacted after the ball went in, it was as if he was feeling I should just stand still and not dive because it wasn't a very good penalty.
You know, on the goal, I sent Roy and the guys a video about Florenzi actually walking to the pitch, telling
yeah, I saw that.
To F off.
But no, he had a good game, and that's all I really wanted to say about him. Fuck him.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about his celebration under the curva? I personally thought that was uncalled for.
Yeah, that's disgustful.
But what does that say about the fans and how much they abuse him online? Like, that's also something to be discussed as well.
But you know, Roy Hakan did this also with his former club, Leverkusen. He had a fight with the club, he had a fight with the fans, then he left to Milan.
Oh, okay.
No, it's nothing new about this player. He's the kind of player who
like
creates problems.
Hakan did the same with Hamburg. The club he was before, he pretended like he was sick, yada yada yada. Then he started saying, I don't know if I will continue playing football. And then next day he went to another club for free.
So and he did the same with Leverkusen. I think he was even stopped from playing for 6 months before joining Milan.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, like for me, because I never liked him, but I always seen that most of Milan fans liked him. And I personally believe, like, you went to Inter, that's okay. Like, a lot of players went from Milan to Inter and vice versa. But no need to go all that way. Like, you celebrated twice scoring a fucking penalty. Like, how much do you wanna prove it to Milan fans? They did nothing to you, actually.
You know, the way he celebrated, it's fine. I've got no problem with it. But Ibra celebrated like that last game out.
Yeah,
he got booked.
True. Yeah, I spoke about that as well, Roy. I told you that Ibra did that against Roma, and he got booked for that. And Hakan is doing that to the Curva, and he got nothing for it. And there's a lot of tension.
I completely agree that the referee did not have a great game, and I believe that the referee, even though I hate talking about referees, I really do. But this time, I can't not but insert the fact that this referee seemed biased. Seemed like his decisions were going in one direction.
Big games, guys, like these derbies, Champions League, one decision from the ref changes the whole game, and we've seen that not only with Milan but a lot of other clubs. So at some point, like, I don't know, is it bad luck that we get all these bad calls every time, and like, does it ever favor us a little bit more?
Yes, it does.
I don't know about that. Like, even last year when they spoke about all the pens and stuff, most of them, they were like, you cannot even discuss them. They were clear,
guys,
tackle.
Listen, if you talk to fans to any club in the world, there is not a single fan of any club who's going to tell you, oh yeah, the ref is pro us or refs favor us. No one. Everyone feels like they are being done dirty. Every single one. So even we are saying the same, but we have also been favored by refs' mistakes. For example, the game versus Roma, the ref could have very, very well, in the 95th minute, given a penalty to Roma, and he didn't.
But Red John, I
agree with Red John.
Yeah. I agree, but also in the game with Roma, there was a foul on Krunic, and that was not called for. Like, we can...
No,
we can...
Again... we keep on saying this. There's a foul there. No, every foul that's a 50-50, it's 50-50 foul.
No, but at least go to the VAR. At least go check it. Like
he should have gone to the VAR for the 95th minute penalty for Roma, because that was crystal clear, and that was given versus Inter 1 week before. So refs are bad, but they are not bad against us. They are bad because they are Batman.
And I agree with that. I agree with that. That's why
Absolutely.
I'm not going to talk about the refs even in the Champions League. I know a lot of Milan fans are talking about the refs in the Champions League and those mistakes that cost us. But yeah, I agree. A lot of times referees makes mistakes that go in our favor, so I'm not going to really complain. And that's why I was kind of making fun of the chat when I was saying, the Milan bought the game, etc., etc. Is because a lot of people
completely different.
a lot of people say that Juve buys games, Inter buys games. So I was just playing,
there are phone calls, like Roy, like there you can hear the voice. He's speaking.
Guys, we have Nathan
Propaganda.
here. Nathan.
All right, I'm ready to cause problems. What's going on?
Go Super Saiyan.
All right. So we have the two troublemakers here, Anwar and Nathan.
You are
Roy. I'm already gonna cut you off. You're wrong. I'm right. Deal with it.
What are you right about? Tell the chat what you're right about.
Roy, I'm never wrong. That's the thing.
No. Give us a subject. Give us a subject.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Let me pose it, and then we can all discuss it. So one of the conversations we're having a few conversations. One of the conversations we were having was the difference between under 21 players and players that play for the national teams. So under 21 doesn't mean that you're under 21. Doesn't mean that you're 20, 19, 18. It means that you play for the under 21 national team. And in the seasonal cycling term, that means that up until you can play for the under 21 national team until you're 23. I am aware of that. And then after 23, you're cut. So my argument against you, Nathan, and then I had arguments against Anwar too, was that Milan is composed of players that fall in that category between 20 and 23, players that their experience, most of them, is under 21 experience. And there's a huge difference between players that play in that category than players that are above 23, or even players that are below 23 but have international experience, like playing World Cups, Euro Championships, Copa America, or have 400 club games, as opposed to a 21-year-old who has only 50 club games. And then my argument is purely with the material he has, with all these under 21s, he has overachieved. What he has done, to me, makes him the best coach in Italy and possibly the best coach in Europe.
Okay. So number one, Roy, you didn't answer my question when it came to Hagway versus Salamakers.
All right.
And number two, number one, Hagway was playing on the national team before Salamakers. Hagway also helps out defensively as well.
Yeah.
So why is Hagway not playing and Salamakers is?
Okay. I'm going to answer this question, but this question is completely unrelated to the subject.
It's not unrelated because we're talking about under 21. Nope, we're talking about under 21 versus senior level players. At the time, Salamakers was an under 21, not a senior level player.
All right.
So
the reason, let me state why I think it's unrelated, and then guys, anybody can intervene. The reason why I think it's unrelated because you are comparing youngsters within the team, within the locker room, and you're saying, and you're trying to eliminate my argument based on what on Pioli, who he decides, which youngster to decide. I am comparing Milan to the other teams. I'm comparing Milan to Inter. Inter is a team full of internationals with plenty of international experience. Juventus is a team full of international with plenty of international experience. Atalanta is a team full of internationals with That's who I'm comparing Milan with. I am not comparing the inner circle. I'm comparing Milan compared to the other teams. Go ahead.
Okay, but again, we cannot continue to always use age as the defining factor here. Like,
why not?
Just because you play under 21 does not mean you are not at the level of a senior level player. And
yes,
that's
it does
why I
mean.
brought up
It does
Gab-
mean.
No,
It does
no, it
mean
doesn't.
that because
I
if you
brought
were
up
if
Gabia.
you were
I
the
brought
level
up
of a
Gabia.
senior player,
No.
if you were the level of a senior
No.
player, you'd be playing senior football.
But clearly that's not the case because I also brought up Tonali. Tonali is most definitely above under 21.
Tonali could be graduate sooner. Yeah, there are players that graduate sooner.
No, Tonali, no.
And also, let's not conflate a fact. Let's also not, and Nathan, I'm going to make you finish your argument, but let's not conflate a fact that there's different standards and different categories when it comes to different national teams. In Norway, when you have an exceptional player, you cannot afford for him to play in the under 21.
So now we're gonna compare.
In Italy, yes, because Norway is not obligated to win the World Cup every time they play it. Italy has an obligation to win the World Cup whenever they play it. So when they have under 21s, and so does the under 21 national team. So that does matter. Spain is very different reality than Norway. Brazil is a very different reality than Norway. Hagway, if he was Brazilian, he wouldn't even play in the under 21 of Brazil. So you have to keep that in consideration.
I wouldn't say that because Hagway would be brought up with a Brazilian mentality. So, and also a different style of play. So I wouldn't say if one person was from another place that he would play, he wouldn't be able to play that style. So I wouldn't say that because that's not how he would have been brought up. And then again, I brought up Gabia. Gabia is definitely played better than Roman last year, without a shadow of a fucking doubt. And he was part of. No, it's not. He was part of the team that went unbeaten. When Roman came back, he was the direct cause of multiple penalties and direct reasons for losing games, especially games like Inter. Yes, those are not opinions. Those are not opinions, my guy.
That is not
Those
true.
are not opinions. Those are not opinions.
Okay. And this brings me to exactly where the conversation is. So that means that you guys, Nathan, Anwar, you think you know which player should play better than Pioli. The man that is there every single day, training there every single day. All this man thinks about is Milan. He has paid millions to do this. And you guys are saying that you know better than him.
Okay, the same coach actually played Castillejo 3 seasons.
Yeah, I do. I'll say it.
He's mentioned him the whole games. And then he played him once and he saved him. So
wait, repeat that one more time. Sorry.
I'm saying that the same coach actually played Castillejo for almost 2 or 3 years. He was the starter for Milan. And now he's not playing a single minute. He just changed over.
Exactly.
But still, right now it's all we have. Salamakers is not Messi.
Yeah, sure, but he's better than Castillo, and we didn't. No,
actually, if you compare the stats, they're almost the same. They are almost the same.
What stats?
We can go to transfer markets right now.
No, which stats? Because there's a thing that I'm seeing.
No,
offensive stats, midfield stats, or defensive stats.
Okay, but you need to keep in mind also the role that a player has to fill.
And this is another thing that I cannot understand, especially with you two, is can't you not understand that? And guys, anybody can just tell me in chat. Does not anybody not understand that Pioli is not using this guy as an offensive winger?
Have you ever seen Zidane playing Lucas Vasquez? Have you ever seen that? He plays Lucas Vasquez to close the games. That's what Salamakers does.
Well, yes, Zidane had 30 quality players with him.
Exactly. So, as a winger, when you have a much more qualified player, you don't need to defend that much because you hold the ball.
No, that's not true.
Listen, just let me complete, please, my answer.
This is not true at all.
And you have Messi.
Actually, no, wait. That's very true. That's very true because Barcelona.
That's football, man. That's how you hold the ball.
Possession of the ball.
You hold the ball so you don't defend much. They have to defend.
No.
That is not true.
It is true, man. If you look at Man City,
if you have a team, if you have, and this is,
do you ever watch Pep play? He's playing with Mahrez, Foden, and Sterling, and sometimes Gabriel Jesus. That's 4 players playing in the offensive play,
all right,
and they're not excellent. They're not great at keeping
And this
back
is
and running back and everything.
and
But
this
still,
is and this is where I'm saying experience matters. And you
it's
guys
not
are saying
just
it does.
experience.
No,
it's
it does.
quality, Roy.
Because if I have players like
Messi
Busquets,
was great
if
at
I
19.
listen to me. Messi is an anomaly, guys.
Not only Messi. Salah was great at 19.
Messi is an
Mahrez was
anomaly.
great at
Messi is no part in this conversation. If you guys, let me finish up and you can finish.
So
If
what about
you have
Monty,
hold
Ricky
on,
Puig?
yeah, and hold on. If you have Sergio, no, who did that? If you have Puyol, Busquets, Dani Alves, Xavi, Iniesta, who else did they have in that midfield? You have Neymar, Suarez, and Messi. Okay, those are all players that have played hundreds of games, that have played
defenders.
World Cups, that have won World Cups. We are all fucking
None of them have won a World
How
Cup.
does that not fucking go inside your brain?
None of them have won a World Cup.
It's all
Chill out,
fucking
chill
under
out.
21.
Roy, I
Chill
gotta
out,
stop
chill
you. Messi, Neymar, Suarez, Eto'o. None of those guys won a World Cup.
No, but they were playing in World
you can take that
Cups.
out the
They were playing in World Cups.
Everyone plays in World Cups, Roy. Everyone plays in World Cups.
No, they
Messi's
don't.
only been
No,
to
they
one.
don't.
Yes,
Roy.
Tonali has never played in a World Cup. Tomori has never played in a World. Salamakers has never played in a World Cup.
Tonali's gonna be the next one.
Yeah, but he hasn't now. Why is that so fucking so difficult to understand?
Oh my God, Roy, your points of view are so
you think
ridiculous.
just because you're a professional football player, then you're automatically supposed to be the next big thing after since sliced bread.
Balance. You keep going on about balance this, balance that. The fact of the matter is, if we had a better right winger, we would create more. He would play. He would create more chances. He would
If you have
better.
Well, that's what we're saying, man. We're saying we need a better winger.
No. You are complaining that he is playing Salamakers, but
No.
and then you're complaining.
No.
And then you're fucking complaining that Salamakers doesn't do his output. But
This
you
is your
guys,
mind
you
playing
guys,
tricks on
you
man.
guys don't fucking no. Listen. I'm gonna have to mute you guys. I'm gonna mute. You're muted. You guys do not want to give Pioli the compliments for him to adapt Salamakers in that role for the purposes he needs. Instead, you want Salamakers to be Messi, and that's wrong. All right, go ahead.
Roy, at no point over the months of me being on this channel have I ever said that I want Salamakers to be Messi. I have always said that he is a closer. There is nothing wrong with wanting Salamakers to be a closer.
That's an opinion.
No one. Okay, that's whatever. That's fine. You think that's an opinion? That's fine.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, we have nothing coming from the right side. That's not an opinion. That's
Says
a
what?
fact.
Says who? Says who?
Says the numbers, Roy. The numbers say it. He is a winger. I don't care how Pioli's using him, which Pioli can only use a player according to the abilities he has at that time. And if he does not have the attacking abilities, then he's going to be used in a more reserved way. That's a fact.
Okay.
That's a plain fact.
Okay.
So
all right. Okay.
So
go ahead. Finish.
Pioli can only play him a certain way. Okay. What we have been saying is we need a right winger who is going to create chances, who is going to at least attempt to beat his man one-on-one. Salamakers gets on a one-on-one and then turns around and passes the ball back.
Okay, but what about when Salamakers doesn't allow the other guy to go through? Why don't you value that?
But when you have Messi, you don't need to go back.
Yeah, but we don't have Messi. We don't have Messi.
Exactly. That's our point. Our point was that we need a better winger.
No. You guys are shitting on Salamakers. No, we're shitting on Pioli, and you guys think that Pioli's not doing a good job. So now let's say this. Let's say this.
You're doing whatever you want now.
Let's say this.
Yeah.
Let's say this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna propose this, and then I'll be quiet.
It's not even a debate right now because you're speaking on behalf of us. You're speaking something we did not.
Okay, fine.
ever say
I'll
on this
take
channel.
that back. I'll take that back then. But let me say this: Pioli overachieving or underachieving?
Which period are you
The
talking
question-
about?
No. It's not. This is a very straightforward question. Is he
I
overachieving
have
or
also a
underachieving?
question for you.
Okay.
You need to
uh,
precise.
Oh, well, okay. There you go.
No,
Precise.
wait. Before you
From
answer
the
question-
moment
no,
he
before-
became the AC Milan coach, has Pioli been underachieving or overachieving?
No,
I
I
think-
think he's doing what. No, I don't. Well, let me answer. I'll answer that. That's not that difficult
go
of a
ahead, Nathan.
question to answer. The players we've had, we have known that they have the skill because they've shown flashes of it. Okay, what the team needed when Pioli came, Pioli was doing shit. What the team needed was a person to come in and create the mentality for a winning team. We had the players when Zlatan came in. He brought the winning mentality from these players. Pioli didn't do that. Zlatan did that. I'm not going to say Pioli didn't do a good job. He did a good job. But Zlatan is the one who brought that winning mentality. Our players had always had that skill. It was just a matter of getting the mentality and continuing with the system that the players can play in. That is not that. The mentality part is the hardest part of that
Guys,
entire process.
Listen,
No,
this is a different
see,
subject.
but
I
you know-
asked,
so now-
is he
let me-
underachieving or overachieving? And then you bring up
Neither.
Ibra. Okay, you say
again,
neither. Neither. Okay, fine.
again,
That's all I wanted to know.
did
Neither.
a good job. He did a good job because we have players that can actually play.
Now, do you think when you have a great player in your roster as a coach, does your management skills on how to manage that player count? Does that not count at all?
Zlatan isn't a troublemaker like that.
I'm
If it
not
was
saying
a
he's a
kid-
troublemaker. I'm not saying
would
he's a
be-
troublemaker. I'm saying if I'm a
Okay,
coach
so it's not
and
that
I have
difficult to manage him.
if I'm a coach and I have Ibra in my team, the way I make the final decisions, it's not him. He might think he does, but at the end of the day, it's not him. So
No,
the way
no,
I manage him,
Zlatan's
does
not
that
making
matter?
decisions.
Does that matter? The way
No,
the
because
coach
Zlatan-
manages.
Zlatan
So
is a
why?
very
So how come?
manageable
So how come?
player, though, Roy.
What?
Zlatan is
what?
a very manageable player. He's not like
So
a
you're-
hard player to manage.
Okay, but so
With
what?
Zlatan, at
You can
this
still
age-
mess
at
it up.
this age-
Guardiola messed up with Zlatan.
Messed up with Eto, messed up
Okay.
with Toure.
Right.
Yeah,
So
so,
you
a
can
coach
mess
who
up.
messed up a
But
lot.
Guardiola also won.
Yeah.
He also won Champions Leagues as well. So
Only
I
in
won't
Barca.
use that. Okay, I wouldn't use. And but he only won in Barca, but he's also taken teams deep into the Champions League, and he changed the You look at Bayern Munich.
Okay,
Bayern Munich
Nathan.
still plays
No
the same way.
disrespect. No disrespect. I got your answer. I want to hear Anwar now. So, did he underachieve or overachieve? Because that's the question, and then we can, expound.
I only asked you one question, and
Why
got
you
pissed.
asking? Okay,
All right,
go
all
on.
right, but let me speak, man. Like you,
All right,
you
go,
cannot
go.
just monopolize.
I'll
the
mute
conversation.
myself. I'll mute myself.
All right, that's correct. Well, first
Hey,
thing.
don't take advantage of it.
No. Right, come on, chill out, man. We're just having fun, bro. We're all Milan fans.
Are we?
All right.
Are we?
I muted.
We
myself.
are,
Come
of
on, go
course.
ahead. I muted.
All right.
myself. Go ahead.
Even Roy?
The first thing for me, I said is which period, because I think for the winter part, I think for sure Pioli was overachieving, given the team he had, given the investment he had. I think he was for sure overachieving. He didn't lose a single game. He did way beyond what was expected of him. Then, second half of the season, he dropped from he finished first on the first half. Second half, he finished 7th or 6th. For me, that's not where you should be after finishing first on the first half. Like even like a very poor team that finishes first can actually push a little bit more than finishing 6th or 7th. So I think some of the parts he showed that he was limited last half part of the season. This season, I've always defended Pioli. You can watch all the lives. I've said that Pioli is changing. I've seen a lot of growth. I've seen a lot of development. The system is working a lot more, and I don't know. Like for me, it worked in a way that overall I think Pioli is doing great. I never said the opposite. My point on Salamaker is that
Is
for
he
me,
overachieving or underachieving?
I answered your question,
No.
man.
He's right where he's supposed to be.
Let's
Because
not expand
at
too
the-
much. Let's stay on the topic.
No, that's fine.
We don't need
That's
to talk
fine.
about Salamakers right now.
No,
That's-
but for me, but I want to bring it back because you focus on the part of under 21, older experience and whatever. But if you look at each position on the field, the main starters for Milan are beyond 24, 23. Even now,
Wait. What?
let's check it fact by fact.
What are you saying?
How old is Mike Maignan?
Okay,
How old is
26.
How old is Tatarusano?
30 or something.
39.
Calabria, Tomori, Kier,
Calabria is 23.
all of them are
Teo,
above
they
40.
all
No.
Calabria turned 23 23, right?
24. Calabria is 24.
Calabria is 24. Okay, Teo's 24, I think.
Yeah.
Um,
so it's 24-year-old players.
Okay. But last season, what were they?
No, but not, you
What
spoke
were they
about
last season?
Let me
1 year
speak, man.
younger.
You spoke about
Thank you.
Benacer. You spoke about
Benacer,
Benacer.
yeah. How old
Benacer
is
won
Benacer?
best player in the African Cup.
Right.
Yeah, before joining Milan.
Yeah. So,
So you know he's a talented player.
okay.
He won the African Cup. It's like the Euros.
Okay. And
Yeah.
What is your
That's
point?
what I'm saying. But you said that Benacer was nowhere near
that's
his level.
one player. I never
It's
said
not
that.
only one player.
That's one player. Listen,
But most of these players have been playing for a lot of seasons.
Now these players have just transitioned into the senior.
No,
team.
but
now.
we can continue. We can talk about Hakan, Kessie, Rebic, Ibra, Giroud. All of these players are experienced.
Okay,
The main
let's-
starters are experienced.
Okay.
Only
okay.
few others
All
are
right.
not.
All right. Okay. Let's look at the Liverpool game. The Liverpool game. Okay. Let's look at the roster for the Liverpool game. Let's analyze that roster because that is this year.
Of course.
Let me get the roster for the Liverpool.
I'm not
game.
saying that Milan is well experienced. Is very experienced.
Oh, okay. Now
Listen,
you're
man.
changing the subject. All right.
I'm speaking about Scudetto. You're going to Champions League.
No,
now.
no, because that matters too. That matters.
But let's focus the conversation.
because
Scudetto is not Champions League.
compare the experience of the Milan players to the Inter players and the
But
Juve players.
experience you need in Scudetto is way less than Champions League.
Yeah, compare the experience with the players in Inter and the ones in Milan. Compare the experience.
But even Inter couldn't cut it in Champions League with their best team. That's what I'm saying. Like,
But
even
you're talking
with
about
that-
the Scudetto. You're talking about
No.
the Scudetto.
But
So now
let's
you're
not
changing.
confuse
You're
the two.
changing the
Let's not
goalposts.
conf-
You're
let's not
changing the
conf-
goalposts.
No,
You're
let's
shifting
not
the
confuse-
goalposts.
I'm not. You are. You're skipping from Scudetto to Champions League and speaking about Liverpool. Liverpool have been playing there for many seasons. This is our first season back in Champions League. It's a completely different situation. We're speaking about Scudetto. We play Scudetto every year.
Okay.
You cannot compare the two, man. That's
All
what
right,
I'm saying.
Fine. Let me ask you this then: does experience matter? Yes or no?
Of course it does, but it
So-
does at
so-
different
so-
levels.
A team full of under 21s, because last year the team was all under. Now they're all national team players thanks to Pioli. But last year the majority of them were under 21s.
What did I say? I said
A te-
purely overachieved. That's my point. This is how I presented my point. I don't know why you still debate that.
Pioli's an overachiever.
Yes, of course. This is his best season ever as a coach.
So we agree on that. No, last
Yes.
season was also. Last
No,
season
I
was
think-
a much
I think-
better season.
Now,
I think this season is the best run.
I don't even think he overachieved last season.
And the other thing, the other beef
But,
I have with this.
No, but Roy, you have to
Ma-
give credit to the
sorry,
fact that
sorry, guys, just Maka.
I know.
The link. Sorry, guys.
Roy, I just wanna
sorry,
give
let
one
me
thing,
just.
and I'm gonna shut up for
All right, go ahead.
very big minutes.
Go ahead.
The fact that the team dropped so much in the second part of the season. You need to focus. You cannot just look at the good part about Pioli. You have to look at the whole picture, right?
No,
Why?
And that's also when we had a
you
whole
look
team
at the final
times two.
result.
Of course,
Let's
you look at
also
what the
remember
final
that
result
also
was.
the full
We qualified to Champions League on the very last game. We
So
could have
what?
very
what?
easily did not qualify, and
No,
Juve
no,
could have
no,
finished
no.
second
Why does
in
that
their
matter?
worst season.
Why does
Of
that matter?
course, of course it matters. Inter made it top 4 with Spalletti, and because the way they went top 4 was not good enough, he got sacked. Like, what are you talking about? It doesn't matter.
That's got nothing to do. He achieved what the club wanted him to achieve, but he didn't entertain the
and
fans.
he-
He
and
didn't
he got-
entertain the fans.
What were
and
all of
he
our
got sacked,
what were
so-
all of our expectations about what Milan would do last year though? Like
I'll respond
2
that
years
really
ago-
fast.
I'm on your side here, by the way, Roy, but you can go ahead.
And then I want you to finish because I want you to finish. My expectations last year was Milan to at least come third. I thought they could have been third based on what I had seen the previous season when they did achieve the Europa League in a great fashion.
Can I tell
Okay.
you mine, Roy?
No, let Eliano finish. He just came in, and then Anwar.
Sure.
I mean, I'll preface this by saying I agree that. So overall, I'm a big Pioli fan, and I think what he's done at Milan's great. However, I agree that throughout his career, it's been a pattern of poorer performances in the second half of the season than in the first half. Personally, I don't read into that too much anymore. I think something that's not talked about enough with Pioli is I think people can improve even at that age. The fact that he went through the whole thing with Davide Astori on his team, I truly think changed him a lot as a manager and as a person. I think you can see it in the way he carries himself. He's a very, very good people manager. I think his tactics are also good, but I think that's a part of him that's not talked about enough. He is a very big gentleman, very humble, and as far as Milan managers go, that's the type of person that I want managing the team. Like, Juve can have Conte or Allegri types. Like, I think he's a personality type that fits Milan very well. That's a whole separate conversation. But to the point of how he's done in the context of his time at Milan, we literally came from like 6 years in a row of being an awful embarrassment of a club that really didn't come that close to making the Champions League, certainly not to our standards. Pioli came in, and say whatever you want about the impact that Ibrahimovic had. Obviously, it's a big one. Having a player like Ibrahimovic is not a guarantee that your team, if you put Gianpaolo on the team that Ibra was in, I couldn't tell you with guarantees that we would be doing as well as we are. So you look at the context. The first season, he comes into an absolute train wreck. He stabilizes it. We perform really well. The second season, Roy, maybe you had confidence we could come third. I think it was definitely possible, but I think if we didn't make Champions League, it also would have been very, very possible. Now this year, our standard 10 games in is already that we could win the Scudetto. That is a standard that he has been able to set. That is not an expectation that 2 years ago any of us would have had, that in 2 years Milan's going to be a Scudetto contender. The reason that is even on the table is because of what's been built in the last 2 years. So I think we have to look at all of that context and say, of course he's overachieving. Look at how he was brought in, and look at the fact that we're now a team that's challenging at Atletico, challenging Liverpool. We're in the Champions League. We might win Scudetto. Like, we just have a very short memory because we have very high standards as Milan fans, but we have to remember how terrible things were like 2 or 3 years ago. That's my little essay on it, but
Nice.
that's my overall take on it.
But
All right, guys, you can answer now.
I can also bring up the same thing with Gattuso. Gattuso only finished 1 point outside the Champions League with a worse team.
It's true.
Would you call that overachieving?
Yes.
Yeah. Because
So
in the end,
if we
Pioli
would've got
qualified
Gattuso-
with 1 point.
Right. So if we would have got Gattuso better players, and Gattuso was doing well with the team, there's a chance that he could have won it.
There's a chance, but then you have to look at how he did at Napoli, and you also have to consider the play style. Like, for me, Milan with Gattuso, I love Gattuso, absolute club legend. The club never played as well with him as it did with Pioli. And you can say it's because of the players that we had. It's possible. But as a manager, the way that he played, the fact that we got 1 point out, it was very close. Like, there were a lot of games we were just barely grazing by wins. We weren't playing like a winning, positive style under him, in my opinion. Granted, he did a really good job too with what he had. I agree the team he had wasn't very good. But I don't think that necessarily takes anything away from Pioli.
It doesn't take away from Pioli, but the point I'm bringing up is that Gattuso can only play a style according to the team he had. So if he had better players, his style could have been better as well.
It's possible. I mean, we'll never know that.
But that's the main point, and that's the main point when it comes to certain players and how you play those players. You play a system according to each player's abilities, and then you gotta gel them in that system. But it's according to how these players are. You just can't play any system you want. You gotta play to the player's strengths. So when we bring up players like Salamakers or even Diaz before this year, it's about the players and how they can perform.
It's true, but still, like I've said it, like I don't know, in some live pass ago, I watched a Milan video of Pioli on the ride to Milanello. Discovering the man was actually very, very nice because you can see how calm he is. And I've said since that moment and since this season, especially, how Milan plays, we get the ugly wins. It's a different mentality on the whole team. The approach is completely different from last season. Even the way he speaks, I've said that last year he said we're going to approach it game by game. Now, this season, he said from the get-go, we're going for the title. So the coach is also progressing. Like you can see, just in the way he talks, it's quite different. But I still believe that he can still develop his game style. And the way I've seen a really good comment from Frank. He said the way we play with the 4-2-3-1, all the positions have defined roles, and the right winger is to stretch the right wing and offer attacking threats. That's very true, because in a system of 5, I believe that Salamakers can be much more effective because he can add much more to the game plan of the coach, the option of using him on that wing, because he can go up, go down, and he does not need a lot of technical ability. You can play Dumfries there, you can play a lot of players that have that same profile. But in the way we play, with 2 midfielders sitting in the back, and sometimes with Krunic holding up Brozovic in the whole derby, you need someone that can push more. For me, that's the kind of option I want to offer a coach. I think wingers in this game style, where you have only one striker and 2 wingers, and that's how you approach the game. We need 2 very fast wingers and a very good striker, one that does not miss. That's what I like about Giroud and Ibra in a way, because if given the opportunity, they get you the goals, especially in Serie A.
Yeah,
Hey,
I agree.
guys, just want to do quick. I want to just open a quick parenthesis. Maka, your device is not working. So when you're joining the stream, it says device not connected, and that's why you're not on the stream right now. Sorry. Go ahead, Nathan.
I was just saying, I completely agree. I still want to. I don't, and I'll keep repeating this. I don't want Milan to actually get rid of any players. Like, unless we're getting a sum of like 30 plus for our players, I don't think we could let them go, because we don't have the proper depth, not just for a starting 11, but for the bench as well.
Yeah.
I want Salamakers to stay. I want Hagway to stay, because these guys offer things from the bench, which is what Milan lacked last year. Options from the bench, and it's something that we sorely missed in the Champions League. Options from the bench. So I don't want to get rid of Salah. I don't want to get rid of Haga. I don't even want to get rid of Samu. These guys can all offer something. But to say that Salamakers is just to say that he can do this and he can do that, he has to show it, and not just once for 6 months.
All right, here's my rebuttal. Here's my rebuttal to all of you guys that are to your guys' discussion. So going back to the fact that we're saying Pioli overachieved, because Anwar, you believe that. I believe that. Most of the people that are voting on the chat believe that. Nathan is the only one who says he hasn't overachieved. But
he's not also saying he underachieved. He's saying he achieved well. Like whatever.
I know. I didn't say Nathan said he's underachieved.
Yeah.
I know what he said. He said he's just being normal. But
yeah.
Now, he has used Salamakers in that position, and by using Salamakers in that position, he has achieved. He has overachieved, according to you, Anwar. According to most of us. So him using Salamakers that way actually proves that he is right. The way he did use him has helped him overachieve. So we should not be complaining. We should be kissing his feet because he's making us happy once again.
But wait,
Nathan, can I answer this, please, guys?
Go ahead.
The fact that Salamakers, Pioli is making Salamakers do okay and he's overachieving, in other words, does not mean that we don't need a better right wing.
Sorry, guys. You please mute if you're not talking because there's a lot of noise. So if you're not talking, just mute yourselves. Okay, go ahead, Red John.
What I was saying is that the fact that Pioli has done well with Salamakers, I have no idea. But I can hear it.
Oh, is it Laird? Laird is here, guys. I didn't even notice Laird is here.
Where is he? I don't even see him.
Laird, are you here?
Yeah.
Oh, we can barely hear you. You have issues with your sound. Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
Exactly.
All right, Laird, I'm going to mute you just for a second. Fix your sound. Red John, go ahead.
Again, I think the guys are not talking just about Pioli himself. I think they are giving Pioli the credit he deserves, but they are also saying that Pioli is forced to make certain decisions based on the quality of players that he has. Right now, the best right winger that we have is Salamakers. So Salamakers starting is Pioli trying his best to the best of his abilities. If we get a better right winger, Pioli will adapt to that right winger, therefore will change the system. We will not rely as much on the right side to make the defensive approach, but players who are, the two, I'm just saying BS now, the two midfielders will probably stay deeper in order to defend. I don't know, but the thing is, we play Salamakers because he's the best option we have. In my opinion, he is not good enough right now, at least. Maybe he becomes Maradona next year, but right now he's not good enough to provide the attacking power that we need. That's about it. But
okay, sorry.
Just not only that.
But
you finish.
Let him finish.
Because
I
think Roy keeps on saying Pioli uses Salamaker. We got it, but that's the only one he's got. It's not like Pioli has Salamaker, Ziyech, and Favre there, and he's still choosing Salamakers. No, he's choosing the best one, the best right winger from the ones he's got. When he gets more options and better players, he will not choose. Maybe he will not choose Salamakers.
Okay, guys. First of all, let me just organize this a little bit. Red John, I want to stay there because I do have a question about that, and then I want to get Laird and Nathan. I had something else to say. So, do you appreciate Salamaker's work at all? Do you guys appreciate his? Do you see what he does? Is there any appreciation in what he does?
Yes. And I would appreciate Salamakers more if he was playing in a team that plays with three at the back and he would play as a right wing back, or if he was the kind of Metala. Right now, for us, he's playing as a right winger. He's supposed to provide offensive input.
Can I add just one thing, guys? On the right wing, the reason why I focus on that is, yes, I think he was overachieved. I agree with you, Roy. Overachieving with Salamakers, getting the results he was getting, and finishing second. But to win titles, you need better players. At some point, it's either the player will step up, like Diaz and Tonali and these guys that you can see a different profile from last season. And you have Salamakers still in the same profile from last season, if not a little bit less. For this season at least. So I think that Salamaker's effort is great. I think it's needed in every team, but I think the option of using him as the starter to get the title is not the best option. the option to play him as the closer to get the title is the best option.
Okay,
Yeah.
and I want to respond to
would
that, but I want to get
rather
Larry. Let's get. Sorry, Nathan. Let's get Larry in, and then Nathan, you go ahead. Larry, what's up, my man? Are you with us?
Okay.
Yeah, guys, how's it going?
Good, my man.
Can you
How
hear
are
me?
Great. You joined the battlefield. So, do you have anything
Join
to
the
say?
fight, Larry.
I mean, more than a battlefield, it's more like a lot of bullshit here. Saying, you guys,
you just smell so bad, man.
I just want to say, for example, people forgot that for 7 years we've been out of the top 4. For 7 years in a row. That is a lot of years. And we changed a lot of managers. We invest a lot of money. We bought a lot of players. And still we didn't manage to get that result. And with Pioli, we managed to get that on the first year he had, full year. And another thing is, he never had a preseason. This is the first preseason he had. It was this year. It started straight away after COVID. And he never had a full, money to spend to build a team. He always worked with whatever the management gave to him. He never choose, I want this player, not this one. And the best managers in the world, they spend 200 million, 150 million. They pick the players they want, and still they don't achieve what Pioli achieved. He doesn't earn 9 million like Allegri, and keeps all his best players in the bench to get a 1-0 result, and you guys are criticizing him. He puts always, in my opinion, the best formation he can put. Always the best players, the players that deserve to play in that game. And about Salamakers, everyone is focused on this right wing. I mean, football is not maths. It's not like you putting a better player on the right wing. You're going to win, and you're going to convince, and you're going to dominate the game. That right wing, as much needs to have something that Salamaker has. He needs to run as much as Salamakers. He needs to cover the pitch in the way he covers the pitch. And of course, he needs to be more creative. And the thing is that these type of players are really expensive. And you can find 3 or 4 of them in the world. They can do that. Of course, you can tell me a lot of youngsters, they look like this. But when they come to San Siro and you tell them you have to win every game now until you leave this club, they start to feel the pressure and they fail, because we've seen them with a lot of big players or injuries, or they don't understand how to play the formation and all the tactics. So I think we owe to Pioli a lot, because we were a joke of a team, a joke of a club. So Pioli kind of give to this team a system. And this system means that you get rid of Donnarumma, you still win. You get rid of Kessie, you still win. You get rid of Çalhanoğlu, you still win. You put here somebody from a loan from another club, and you still win. That is a system. We have a system now, and that is Pioli. It's not me, Roy, or Maldini, or Massara, or Gazzidis. That is Pioli. Pioli built the system. And the next manager that's going to come here, maybe he's going to change a bit. He's going to go 4-3-3, or I don't know, keep that system. But at least he's going to take out a team of 25 players that know how to stay in the pitch and they know what to do in the pitch. And we didn't have that before.
But Larry,
100% agree with everything, Larry.
Okay.
we never shitted on Pioli, by the way. We never said some of these things.
Bravo, bravo,
this
Larry,
is what I'll
bravo.
say. This is what I'm gonna say. From when after Zlatan came, and that's when the team started picking up. Okay, when we saw the team playing at the end of that season, they were kicking ass and taking names. So, and I said to my friend, I said to my roommate, I said, if the team is able to replicate this style of play, we will make the top 4 the following year. So, and I expected this. To me, that wasn't an overachievement. I expected it because I saw how the team was playing, and I saw how our individual players were. So
but who made the team play like that, though?
Zlatan did. And the reason why I say that is because he brought the mentality.
Oh.
You can play any formation and you can have any system you want. But if the player's mentality is not there, it's not going to work. I don't care what system you play. I don't care. If the mentality isn't there,
And
the
who
game
gives the
isn't
players
there.
a mentality? You think it's just
Guys.
Zlatan gave them that mentality. It wasn't Pioli.
It's both
It
of
was
them,
not
guys. You
Pioli.
cannot just give credit to one of them. It's a combination of work of Maldini, Ibra, Zlatan, Pioli, everyone getting into that team and working
well
together.
said. I agree with
Yes, but Laird, we never said shit about Pioli. Like that's the thing. Like we never said shit about Salmakers as well. We only said that the option of playing him that way will not get you the results you want. We have a dead right wing.
But
it's not a
but the
dead
results
right wing.
are
Come
No,
on.
coming.
compare
The
compare
results
that
are coming.
compare that to our left wing.
Excuse me.
Creativity. It is, Roy. I agree
Anwar,
with you. It
finish
is.
and then I'll answer.
All
Finish
right,
and
all
then
right.
I'll answer.
So I agree with you on the part I said that Pioli overachieved with Saelmakers finishing second. If he wins the Scudetto with Saelmakers playing as the right winger, yes, of course he overachieved. If you want to get the title for sure, you get a proper right winger. Saelmakers is not a proper right winger. The role he's doing there is the role of a winger in a kind of system. That's the kind of task he's being asked to do. I never said that's a bad thing to do in football. It's great to have that in football. But it's great to close the game that way. When you sit back, you want to counter, you need someone who can run, who can help Calabria and stuff like that. But throughout the 90 minutes in a big game in Champions League, in big games in Serie A, you need players that can add much more offensively. In the derby, besides the shot, he almost missed a lot of passes. I've seen his work rate. He did a lot of running, but in terms of getting the ball forward, he was a bit lost, man. Not only him, but that can go as well for Leao. Leao, at least he tried to create something, but he got Pioli pissed off and he changed him at halftime almost because he was not playing the ball through.
Guys, I want to say something about the derby.
Well said, Mustafa.
I want to say something about the derby. First of all, after the derby, I had a massive fight with my brother because he's an Interista. So we had like a fight about the penalty and all these things. But when the things calmed down, he told me he never saw Saelmakers play properly. You know, he's seen just highlights and stuff like that. And he say, man, Saelmakers is really good as a player. And he's an Interista. He doesn't need to say it for any reason. He said, I just realized now that he's 21 and he's playing for AC Milan in Serie A. And every game he has to play, he has to win. He is a good player. 23, 24, he's going to be a massive player for Serie A.
Top
Laird, guys, would you
You guys
agree with
don't
me?
see
I
that.
agree. I agree.
No,
with
we
Laird.
see
I agree with
that.
Laird.
But would you agree
And that's
with
what
me?
he said.
What on the game, like when he came off, I can't remember which game. He came off minute 60, minute 65. He completely changed the game. I'm saying he should be our target for the bench because he can change the game, either offensively or defensively. You need that work rate at minute 60, minute 70 because players are getting tired.
I have a question for Anwar.
Look
Sorry.
before
Go ahead.
you ask the question.
No,
look
go
at
ahead,
the
go ahead,
fact that Saelmakers come in the derby and he loses at least 3 balls. You know, he plays 3 times and he loses the ball, and still he has the mentality and his strength to keep asking for the ball and keep trying to do something difficult to break the game and to create a chance.
I never disagreed with that, Laird.
But that is a massive thing. That is all about.
Of course, we never said that Saelmakers should be sold or any of that.
Exactly.
No, but you guys are underestimating the.
We are not. We're seeing the work rate.
So you and Roy say that we underestimate the work rate that he's doing, and we say you guys are underestimating.
It's not work rate.
You guys are
it's not work.
underestimating
Stop
the
with
importance.
Stop with the saying work rate.
No, but that's the only thing you guys keep saying. You guys only say the work rate and the defense.
Let Nathan finish, please. Go ahead.
Look, you guys keep saying work rate and defense, and we continuously say yes, that is important, and we appreciate that. But you guys simply do not want to acknowledge the fact that his role has two job descriptions, offense and defense. We appreciate what he does defensively. We said it 1 trillion times that we appreciate that. But you guys will refuse to acknowledge the fact that offensively, he does not do shit. He gets into an advanced position, he always makes a shitty pass or a safe pass. Or he turns around instead of trying to beat his man one-on-one. Liao gets so tired because he's always constantly having to create. There's no one else that's helping him create. And when you have a right winger whose job offensively is to create, and he doesn't do that for the entire game, you're fucked. Imagine if Liao could have a break at least 5 or 10 minutes, 5 minutes at a time.
Yeah. Okay.
Not
Okay.
only
I
him,
want
but also
one
Theo.
line to respond to that. You were saying something there. Go ahead.
You guys need to stop with this work rate. I'm not appreciating his work rate. I'm appreciating his mentality of always showing up and working hard and playing good, because he plays good. It's not just work rate. He plays good. He never had a clear chance to score a goal. So I can actually blame Leao because he never creates a clear chance for him to score a goal. Or I can blame Giroud. I can blame Brahim Diaz. We can say that. I mean, Leao missed a massive goal in the derby. That was a huge goal he missed.
But
I don't care. I don't care what he's saying. He has more talent, whatever. He needs to score in that position.
The problem is, Liao has the mentality to get himself in that position. He has the confidence to say, I want to be in that situation.
He didn't come back in that position the whole game after. He had that chance. He never had another chance like that. Offense. He never had that chance again.
Salamakers never gets himself in that situation. He doesn't put himself in that situation. He doesn't create chances for himself. That's the thing,
but
man.
We agree that he doesn't have the talent of Leao.
Exactly. So
I want to say one thing, guys.
Hold on. That's the point we are making right now. Pioli plays Salamakers according to what he can do. Okay. That's what we're saying.
All right.
Okay, Nathan. My whole point is all these names they are putting on the right wing for AC Milan. All these names they are giving, Faber, whatever. Give me all the names they are putting here. It's not guaranteed they're gonna end up and perform like Salamakers. They can end up performing like Castillejo, Suso, and all that shit we had before in the 7 years. That is the thing.
So we just shouldn't go for
that is the problem.
But that's the thing. When you get transfers,
because everyone in the summer was saying about Vlasic. Where is Vlasic? All the players they were saying in the summer, where are these players? Are they actually winning the Ballon d'Or next season? No, they're doing shit. They're in the bench.
Right. We don't hear from them, guys. I want to.
We don't hear from them. Guys, you guys talk a lot about young players, but we don't hear from them after that.
Guys,
if you bring me Sterling on the right, I agree with you. If you bring me the next guy that plays in at the end of the bottom of the table in France, I'm not sure about that.
Guys,
that's not what we're talking about.
I agree with Laird here. I think that the over criticism for Salamakers is unfounded, and this is why. I'm going to show you why.
Man. Oh my god.
Anwar, hold on, and then you can answer. This is easy.
You're getting my point very wrong. I never criticize Salamakers. I criticize.
No, who are you criticizing?
If you want to be a giant in Europe, you cannot play with one wing. You need to be balanced in every position. Okay. Every position.
Fine.
Not only the starters, but also the bench.
Fine. I want to show you this thing that Eastbourne sent that is quite awesome, I gotta say. Which gives fodder to how Pioli has used Salamakers correctly because he's achieved great results.
You can only use him to his abilities on the field, man. We literally just went over that.
No, but that's what he wants. Why don't you understand that? That's what he wants. Guys, let me read this, Nathan, and then you can go on. Let me read this. Pioli, in October 2019, they have once again become a force to be reckoned with in the 80 Serie A matches. Pioli has led Milan to 50 victories, 63 win ratio, and an average of 2.9 points per game. The highest by a Milan manager in the Italian top flight since Lajos Zizler in 1949. Pioli is not overachieving. He is super overachieving with Salamakers on the right. So whatever he is doing is working. So saying that he's wrong to play him there is wrong.
We are not
Thank you.
saying he is
Thank you.
wrong to
Thank
play him there. We are not
Thank you.
saying he is wrong to play him there.
Thank you, Eastbourne.
And not only that, but you're also not looking at the quality of the different eras that are playing in as well.
Doesn't matter. In that era,
It
you
does
had
matter. It does matter.
in that era.
Don't
You
say it doesn't matter. Please
why
don't say
doesn't
it doesn't matter.
Why does it matter?
Because if you
Why
put
does it matter?
Salamakers back in the era of Maldini, Ronaldinho, and all those guys like that,
Yeah.
he doesn't even make the bench.
Okay,
He doesn't even give you a thought process in for the AC Milan team. So don't say era does not matter because it does.
No. It
Number
does
two,
matter. It
number
does
two.
matter.
Number two.
How come
two-
Milan? How come Saki did not achieve that?
God, man. Number two. Okay, we never said we don't want Salamakers to play there. You guys, like, I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know what part you're not understanding when we say that we appreciate what he does. We want someone there who can help the team offensively. This is the thing. When you
He
look at
does
the
help the team
stats,
offensively.
when you look at the stats, how many times does AC Milan have less ball possession than the team? Go ahead and tell me.
Not many
Exactly.
times.
Which means okay. So that means we have the ball the majority of the game, and we're
Yes.
defending less than other teams. Correct?
No, that
correct.
means
Yes or no?
that means that
No.
we win the ball back easily. That means that we win the ball back easily.
But
Or
keep
we hold the
possession.
No.
We
It
keep-
means that we win the ball back easily, and then when we have the
Yes,
ball,
so
we
win
hold it.
Yeah. Yes, we hold it.
That's
So
what
when
we
we have
said.
the ball,
It's a combination because you guys do not value the win in the
let's
ball
keep
back
going with
part.
this, Roy.
You do not
Roy,
value
let's keep going.
the
Roy.
win in the ball back part.
Again,
Roy,
you're speaking
Roy,
on our
Roy,
behalf.
Roy, stop, Roy.
Come on.
Please. We're gonna keep going with this, Roy. Okay.
Go ahead.
So we have possession, right? That means we win the ball back quickly and we keep possession, right? When we have possession, what does Salamakers provide the offense?
Almost always.
Nothing. That
Almost
is a
always. He's
fucking lie,
always
and you know it.
he's always participating in the play because Salamakers goes all the way from the right to the
What do you
fucking
shout,
left
man?
to help Leao,
Roy,
to help the midfielders, and you
Roy,
guys do not see that
Roy,
because you want Salamakers
Roy,
to do the
nope.
flicks, you want him to do the
Roy,
bicycle kicks, you want
Roy,
him to fucking take selfies
no,
as he's fucking
no,
taking
no,
shots.
No.
You're
See,
not
this-
valuing.
see,
You're
that's the
not
problem.
valuing.
That's
You're
the
not
problem.
valuing his work,
Roy,
and
that's the problem. That's the problem
the
right there,
numbers are not even on your side because whatever
Actually, they
Pioli's
are.
doing
Actually,
is
they are.
working. We are
Roy,
first.
that's not the
We
problem.
overachieving.
That's not the problem. See, again,
There is no
we're not
problem. There
talking
is no
about-
problem.
We're not talking about the left side. You just said it. He runs to the left side
Yeah.
to help. We don't fucking need help on the left
Says
side.
who? Says
We-
who? And this brings me to my next question.
No,
What
no, no,
makes
no,
you
fuck that. No,
qualified?
fuck that.
No,
Wait,
no. Fuck that.
wait,
No,
no,
listen to me.
no,
What
wait.
makes you more qualified than Pioli? Go ahead.
Okay, listen.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Salamakers this year.
No,
is
no.
the
Answer the
first
question.
time-
What
No,
makes you
no,
more
no,
qualified
No, because you're not
than
gonna, you're not gonna
Pioli?
switch it
What
until
makes
I
you more
finish.
qualified?
No,
No. You
Well,
answer
I'll
that
go to
question,
it.
bro.
No, I'll
Okay,
answer it once
fine,
I finish
fine,
what I'm
go for it.
saying.
Go for it.
This year is the first time we've ever seen any sort of movement across the front, across the wingers, which means last year Salamakers was never running to the left side like a headless chicken, and yet we still were scoring goals. And
No.
not getting help
That's
from the left
loaded.
side. No,
Loaded.
that's-
Loaded.
no, it's not. It's not.
Headless
It's not.
chicken is a loaded.
not.
But it's opinion. now.
Okay,
It's
fine.
just
I
opinion.
won't say headless chicken, but he never ran to the left side to help. The left side didn't need it. We need help on the right side. I don't care if Salamakers runs to the left. I don't care.
Who's telling
I need
him to run to the left? Who's telling him to run to the left?
I don't care. I don't care. Right? I don't care.
No, you
I
have to
want
care.
the right side. I want the right side to produce as well.
Okay, fine. So now, what makes you more qualified than Pioli to understand how this team should play? Go ahead. I'm waiting. And Anwar too. That's a question for Anwar as well.
No,
blind
shut up,
person?
man. I'm just listening to you all the way out. You're saying a lot of bullshit that I never said throughout the conversation. You're shouting, man. And I never said any of these things. I never criticized Pioli over this. I never criticized Salamakers for the.
All right, fair. So Nathan.
No, you
I
cannot
never said that
just stay
either.
fair after 10 minutes.
No,
of time.
you last time, Anwar, yesterday,
You're doing this again now.
you were saying all this stuff that Pioli made all these wrong decisions and players. So I'm asking you guys, what makes you guys?
What did
more
I
qualified?
say? You cannot just say.
You were saying
like that,
you were saying that he was wrong when he played Diaz. He shouldn't have played Diaz,
What?
Gabbia, Romagnoli, and all these things. So that's my follow-up
my
question.
God,
Number
man!
one,
You're
Gabbia
first
again.
thing.
You
No,
did not say
Nathan,
this?
let me answer, man.
Go ahead.
First thing, you're not listening, bro. You need to
All right.
listen
All
better.
right, I'm
Because
listening now. Go ahead.
no. You need
Wanna
to
hear
listen to what we say, because in a way, and you need to separate. My conversation is a bit different than Nathan's. I'm not saying what Nathan is saying. I have a different approach. What I'm saying is, I love what Salamaker is adding to the team. I want more creativity on that wing, and I think we can do better on that wing.
That's all I'm saying.
Now,
too.
that's my opinion, and I prefer to stick to my opinion, and I believe in it. Now, I
That's
believe
all I'm
that
saying,
all
too.
better teams in Europe believe in the same opinion that I believe in. All better
Okay,
coaches
so
in
why is Salamakers playing there instead of
Because
Rebic?
we don't have
Instead
the
of
money.
Rebic, instead of
Okay.
Diaz, instead
Okay.
of I don't know who else.
First
And
of all,
that's,
Diaz
and that's
does
part of
not play
Pioli,
there.
and that's part of Pioli's problem.
And thank
is
you.
Pioli
And
will
thank you.
not- Pioli
That's
will
why I'm
not-
asking.
Pioli
What
will
makes you?
not
Sorry.
Pioli
ahead,
will
finish.
not experiment with players who can actually play different roles the right way.
And
If
we
Pioli
saw
will
him
try
experiment, and the derby, and
We
it
saw
didn't
him
work.
experiment with Krunic and Mete as attacking midfielders when we have other players that can actually
And we
play
saw him
across the
experiment, but say also that he put Diaz on the right. What did Diaz do? Diaz
and it's
Diaz on the
wrong.
right
We
used
know-
nothing.
Roy,
Nothing.
Roy, you agree?
So
that
your
Diaz
theory
is
is
not a
all
winger,
out of
right?
the window.
No, stop,
Out of the
stop,
window.
stop. Do you agree that Diaz is not a
Diaz
winger?
has played in that position many
But
times.
dude, just because you play there does not mean that's the position that you are qualified for. I can go
He
play
played
goalie
that.
and I'll be a
So
shit goalie.
that he played
But
there
I'm
with
asking
Real
you a
Madrid.
question.
He
Answer
played
it,
there with
Roy.
Man City.
Answer it. Answer
No,
it.
he played there. He played.
Is Diaz a winger? Yes or no?
Diaz played in the attacking
Is
midfield
Diaz
position.
a
Listen
fucking
to
winger?
me.
Yes or no?
Listen to me. Diaz played in
He's not
the
gonna answer.
attacking midfield position on the left in Man City and Real Madrid, and that's what that position is. It's not a winger. In a 4-2-3-1, you're not a winger. You're an attacking midfielder on the left or on the right. Thank you.
But the problem is, Roy, when you play the wing, you need certain qualities. There's a reason why he does not perform as well
But this
on
is
the wing
but the
compared to
coach
what he
decides.
does as attacking mid.
The coach
Yes, he decides that. He decides that,
He
but that
decides
does not
that.
mean
Thank
that he can be wrong. Just because he makes decisions does not mean that he just is
If-
automatically right, Roy.
If
You agree-
Pioli was
you
sixth
agree-
position and he was shit in the bed, I would agree with you. But he's not.
Roy,
his
you said
decisions are
yourself-
clearly correct.
You said yourself that you did not agree with Diaz playing on the wing. You did not like that idea yourself.
Yeah, agreed.
You said
Yeah.
exactly. Okay, then so that and we know that Diaz, from what we saw the previous year, he does not excel on the wing. We know
Correct.
he doesn't excel. So
Yeah.
if you know a player does not excel there, why the hell are you still trying to force the issue when that's not the player's best attributes?
Nathan, because all
No,
Milan
that's for-
Inter
no, I
are
want-
complaining
I want-
about
Let me answer. Let me answer and then let you
No,
go.
Nathan,
Okay.
you are complaining about Selemaker. He tried something
not.
different. He had
I'm
the
not.
balls
I'm
to
not.
try
I'm
something
not.
different.
I'm not. Nope. You're not going to keep saying that I don't appreciate Salamakers and this crap.
No,
That's not true.
no.
That's not true. I'm not going to let you
Nathan.
keep saying that lie. I'm not going to let you keep
No,
saying that lie because
Nathan,
it's not
let
true.
me. I'm not saying you're not appreciating, but you are clearly saying the entire since the season started from the summer, you're clearly saying that Selemaker is not good enough for AC Milan to play in
He's
that
not
position.
good enough. He's not good enough
He-
as a starter. I have said 1,000
Okay,
times I want him to be
exactly.
a closer.
Listen, you said against Porto that the Selemaker played really bad.
He did.
It was
He fucked
useless.
up countless chances for one-on-one situations.
Okay. I'm with
Please
you with
don't
this.
bring that
I'm
up.
with you with
That's
this.
on my side.
No. I'm with you with this. What's wrong with Pioli putting Diaz on the right to try something different?
Because Diaz, as we have seen it
So
already.
who is gonna put? Okay. Clearly,
Look,
I agree with you. Who's gonna play? Who's gonna play?
Okay, listen, Lair. I have a question for you. I have a question for you
No,
guys.
you guys need to.
Hold on.
Imagine
Anwar
Pioli
hasn't.
now.
Okay,
Wait,
let's leave it. Guys,
No
stop.
one answered
I'm
my
gonna mute
question.
you. I'm gonna mute you guys. I'm gonna mute you.
No one answered my question.
Laird, finish your point. Then Anwar. Then Nathan. Okay.
So
Laird, go.
Salemaker played really shit against Porto.
wait,
Diaz
hold on.
cannot play
Roy,
on the right wing.
Roy,
Who is gonna
mute me
play on
real
the
quick.
right wing?
Roy, can you
Let-
mute me?
No, you
Because
have to
I'm
answer
driving
this.
the
You're
truck.
Pioli right now.
Okay.
It's easy to say Pioli is not good at this, doesn't do this choice, and now you make that choice. Salemaker played really shit with Porto, and Diaz is not able to play in that position. Who you put in that position? Rebic is injured. Who is gonna play in that position?
No, before Rebic gets injured.
Maldini. Are you gonna put Maldini? Are you gonna
Listen.
play Maldini in that position?
So you're asking the question to answer it, or shall we answer it?
But the question, give me a name.
I'm trying.
Lair, we're not.
It's
talking
really
about-
hard, the job Pioli has.
No, I
Lair,
want to
we're-
say. I wanna say,
Open discussion right now. Open
Go ahead,
discussion.
go ahead, Anwar. Go ahead.
All right. First of all, Rebic played a right winger a lot of seasons before Janine.
He wasn't available. He was injured.
Before he never tried him as a right winger, and he had him for 2 seasons now. He never played there, never, and he plays there every time he goes to Croatia, almost every time, because they play Perisic on the left. So why don't you ever try Rebic and Leao, both on the wings? And Rebic is known for the same work rate that Salamakers is adding defensively. He presses very well.
Not
He
to
runs.
that extent.
No, he presses really well the defenders. He's an excellent presser.
But not to that extent.
He is
He's
an
much better
excellent
than
presser.
Salamakers than pressing.
At pressing defenders,
No,
have
come
you
on,
seen
that's
how he had poor? He can have a really poor ball control, but at pressing defenders, getting the ball away from the defensive line, he is one of the best that I've seen in Milan in the last years.
He runs nowhere near as much as Salamakers. But okay, keep on going.
So you're saying why Pioli? This is a question to Pioli, because other coaches have tried Rebic as a right wing. So I'm on the side of why can't you try Rebic on the right wing?
Not only that,
but you didn't answer my question.
Wait.
Well,
not
you
only
did,
that-
can you answer my question as well?
Wait. Not only that.
I'll answer you the question. But before I answer you the question, you have to tell me the day that Pioli had Salamakers, Rebic, and Leao all together available with a striker available to play. Because every time Pioli had these players available, the striker wasn't available, so Rebic has to play as a striker. So tell me one game that Pioli had all the 25 players that actually can pick and say, you know what, today I'm going fancy, I'm putting Rebic on the
derby.
right. No, the derby was coming from an injury. He was coming. He wasn't match fit.
So I'll give you a proper answer. You still don't accept it. Because he had Rebic, he had Leao, he had Giroud, he had Ibra, he had Diaz, he had Krunic, he had everyone, almost everyone, besides Theo.
Yeah, but Rebic was just coming from an injury.
No, you cannot just tell me, yeah, but.
Yeah, no, he's right. Laird is right. Laird is
I'm right
as
well.
Man. You're not gonna play from the starter, Rebic, after 3 weeks not playing any game.
Come
on.
Every coach does. Every coach does that. That's normal procedure.
My question, because you're only focusing on one game, and we can find that one game for you. Over 2 seasons, we will find that one game for you. I'm saying, why hasn't he tried at least once this one option?
And why do you think he hasn't done that?
I'm asking the question as well. This is my question.
I don't have a problem with him doing that because I'm happy. I'm happy with what he's doing. So I'm asking you, why do you think he doesn't do that?
That's the $1 million question. I don't
exactly. It's the question. I'm not saying Pioli is dumb for not doing this. I'm saying why isn't he doing this? Because Rebic can play that, can do that role as well.
Not only that, but real quick, when it comes to Diaz, you guys are forgetting that in Spain and England, the gaps between players is much larger than it is in Italy. In Italy, we have to remember that the league is known for defensive capabilities, and they do not give players as much space as what they do in Spain and England. So in those leagues, Diaz will be better because he has more room to operate.
Okay.
So when you bring him to Italy, it's going to be much more difficult for him because the defenders
don't give players fucking 3 Sundays to make a decision.
I have a question for Anwar and Nathan. Why do you guys make a lot of, you bring out your ideas, right? And you say he should do this, should do that, should do this.
No, I said why he did not.
Now, and I'm asking you, in your opinion, why is he not doing that?
My opinion is that he should try that.
No, but why isn't he? The question is, why doesn't he do it in your opinion?
Because Pioli...
He's shown his limitations.
Guys, one at a time.
No.
I'm not...
okay, go ahead first.
Nathan, you go first. Go ahead.
That is a limitation of Pioli. And we've been seeing it since he's shown up, that for whatever reason, he will try the wrong players out of position instead of the right player out of position. And that is one of his limitations.
Okay, and that is just an opinion you have. Because
Rebic can play there. Even Leao can probably go there. We've also seen it with Hagway as well.
But you can't say
Germany,
this
as, of now,
as a fact.
He has better stats than both Salamakers and...
This is your opinion. It's your opinion.
No, it's not. It is not an opinion. Hagway has 3 goals in all competitions? How many does Salamakers have? 0.
Salamakers has some. Salamakers has saved our ass many times with his running back, and that counts. And he's had assists that made us win 2 games.
Hagway also has assists and goals. Assisting
goals.
Okay,
but Hagway's work rate is nowhere near.
He has better stats than Salamakers. Point blank.
Listen, Nathan.
On the wrong side, he's playing Hagway on the wing, on the right wing. Not once did he try Hagway there, despite the fact that Hagway was getting goals for AC Milan. If he wasn't doing shit, then I can understand. But the fact is, he was getting us important goals and important assists, and he's still treating him like shit.
And let me, okay, I get it. And let me tell you why I will never agree.
Do you get it?
No. You are completely 100% wrong. You're 100% wrong, because this argument would only stand if Pioli was losing every game and Milan was completely underachieving. But the guy's overachieving.
We literally were out of the Champions League last year.
Let me finish. The guy is overachieving. No, the last day counts. The fact that he made it.
That's nice. That's nice to know.
No, that's the reality.
Nathan, Roy,
I care about the process. I care about...
Now the process is in his favor. Well. It's not in your favor. It is in his favor.
Nathan,
we were in 6th place. We were in 5th or 6th place.
No. We finished second. Finish line.
Okay.
The finish line is what matters. When you're running
penalties.
When you're sorry, let me finish. You're talking over me. I have to mute you. When you in a marathon, what matters is not that at a certain point you get overtaken or whatever. What matters in a marathon is that when you cross the finish line. That's what matters. All right, unmuted. Go ahead.
No, Nathan, you forgot one thing. Nathan, but you forgot one simple point. The Pioli finished second and got the Champions League, the last game of the season, with 80 points. 80, 79, whatever, 80 points. To round it up, to make it simple.
And
80 points in other years, you win the league.
You're also forgetting, Larry, that 1 point that got us there was also that 1 point that allowed us to get second place was also because Hagway came in and saved our ass and got us a point. And guess what happened? Hagway came in. Who was it? What game was it we were losing? Was it Sampdoria?
Against Sampdoria. I can tell you what, Nathan.
I
can tell you this. I say in that game. The way I see that game, you see it. Hauge saved our ass. I see it. Theo Hernandez gave the ball away, and we lost 2 points. That's the way I see it.
But you're talking about a defender.
I see it that way. Theo Hernandez lose the ball, and we lose 2 points.
Larry, you're going.
Yeah.
You're
going
away from
is
the
that
point.
a different analysis?
You're going away from the point.
No, it's the same
Theo Hernandez. No, stop. Theo Hernandez is not being played out of position. He's playing his natural position. We're talking about
the ball.
But no. Listen, Theo Hernandez is not playing. He wasn't playing the right wing at the time. Okay, we're talking about a player who was getting us goals came in and scored. He got his confidence, and instead of building on the confidence and maybe trying him somewhere else, he gets benched and plays 0 minutes for the remainder of the year, even when we're winning 7-0 against Torino. These are all a limitation of the coach.
These are all opinions.
It's not a limitation.
These are all opinions.
It is a limitation.
This is not. These are not facts. This is just Nathan's opinions.
Okay. So why do you think he doesn't play Rebic or Hogway at right wing?
I want to hear.
What is your opinion?
Anwar,
what is your opinion?
No,
answer.
Okay, let me answer Nathan's question.
I'll give you my opinion, but I'm gonna give you my opinion. But I want to hear Anwar because this is a topic that Anwar brought up. Sorry.
All right, go ahead.
All right.
Anwar, go ahead. Right.
It's right for him to give an answer.
Yes, because first of all, I want to underline the fact that I'm never bullshitting on any of these guys, the names that we've been talking about.
You've never what?
I never bullshitted on them. I never said they're crap, they're trash. We should. No, my opinion is a bit different. I think that Pioli, his personality as a coach, and you can see that in all of the coaches. Some coaches are risky, some coaches are much more secure and safer. I think Pioli is a balance between the two, but he would choose to play if given the option between the two, and it's a die or live situation. He would choose to rather be the safe option. That's my take on Pioli. I'm not gonna say it's bad. I think in Italy it works. It gets you the titles. That's how Conte wins. That's how Allegri wins. That's how Mancini wins. It's a lot of coaches that did this and they got the results. So that's why I've said always that Pioli is overachieving for what he's doing. I think finding that balance between the two is great. But at some point, if you want to compete not only in Italy but in Europe, you have to think bigger and wider. You cannot just think about Kessié, and even Kessié is not well enough. You need to think even bigger than that. Our best players are not even at their full potential to actually win it in Europe. So that's why I keep that focus on we need a better creative player on that side. It's an option for the coach. That's my talk the whole season. I'm saying we need to give an option to the coach on the right wing. You cannot just give him the same two profiles or like you have Messias Castillejo, almost the same profile. Salamakers, Florenzi, almost the same. It's a good depth, but
no, Florenzi and Salamakers are the same. Messias and Castillo, I don't know. We gotta see.
But it's the same left-footed player. It's like in terms of creativity, I think they would give you the same output. I don't expect him. If he does really well, I hope he does. But if he does not, I expect him to be like Castillo.
Okay,
but
listen.
In terms of quality, my whole discussion about this position is, if you want to win it in Europe, you can look at all the teams that won it in Europe over the last 10, 20 years and go check those rosters, the starting 11s, even the benches. You will find players with really great quality, even the bench.
Yeah,
and that's a kind of way different depth. It's a kind of different approach to football.
Fine. And Milan will get there. Now,
I hope they do.
Now, the way Pioli chooses to play his team is he has a Theo Hernandez who becomes a striker.
Roy, can I ask you just one question before you go on your?
Go ahead.
Would you agree with me on the analysis that I gave about Pioli? Him being that balance between going risky for a few minutes, going safe, and would you agree with that or not?
Yes, Pioli definitely in his mind, in his football philosophy, the way he sees football, at least the way he saw football for this team, he identified that this team can't play with 4 strikers all up top, including Theo Hernandez. Therefore,
I want to build up. On that
he used Salamakers to compromise that balance.
Exactly.
And that decision has paid off brilliantly.
All I'm saying is that it can pay off very well in Italy, but if it's gonna pay off in Europe, I really don't think so.
Why not?
Because I've watched the last seasons in Europe. I've watched the champions of even the finalists, the semi-finalists. You can even look at Ajax roster. It was full of potential. They were reaching maximum form in that season in all key positions.
I'm going to judge that when I see it.
Anwar, I disagree with you on this. I
All right, give
disagree
me
with
an
you because
example, Laird,
I'll,
of a
I'll give you
team
an
that was not
example.
well balanced.
No, I'll give you an example. Chelsea won the Champions League, and they didn't have those players that you are talking about. These quality players, these amazing dribblers.
Okay,
They played
let me.
Timo Werner, that is the German Morata. Basically, he's a loser in my opinion. He played every game, and he played just because he was doing those runs and the work rate he was putting in the pitch. Basically, he was the Salamaker of Chelsea. He didn't do any relevant goal. He was a joke of a season, and he played every single game because he was doing the runs that Tuchel was asking him to create a space for other players to score goals.
My
Now,
point, Laird,
I
is
want to hear
for the
one.
coach. Okay,
Can you
my point.
answer this question now?
But I
Is
want to.
Tuchel crazy that plays Timo Werner every time? He's Tuchel crazy. He's an idiot.
I want to say first thing, Tuchel is a different kind of coach. Tuchel does not build on personal.
Okay, Zidane is a good, so don't compare.
Let me answer it the way I want, Laird. Come on, you cannot just stop me.
But you guys are gonna find an answer for everything anyway.
Well, you do as well, man. I just gave you a very good example of modern football, and you still want to stick to Chelsea. I want to answer you on that. First of all, Chelsea have a way better team than Milan. That's not even open for debate. Can I stop you here? We got Giroud. He's our first scorer for the team, and we got Tomori, who were their bench player, and he's our best defender in Milan.
Okay. I want to stop you here.
Good enough answer?
On your statement, way better team.
Yes.
With Lampard as a manager, Chelsea was a joke, and all the experts were saying Chelsea doesn't have a good team, a good enough team to challenge for the Champions League or the Premier League. Tuchel took the same team, the same exact team, and now he's challenging for the Premier League, and he won the Champions League.
Because he has a very good squad. It's the coach who was the problem.
No, it's not true. Chelsea doesn't have an amazing squad. Actually,
they do,
90% of the players that Chelsea
give me
great type of players. They run a lot.
Do you think their goalkeeper is bad? They have probably right now the best goalkeeper in Europe.
Again,
we can go key role by key role. We can go position by position.
That's how they're performing after Tuchel. If you that team, when
but you have to understand as well. Tuchel did his work. Why can't you give credit to Tuchel? You only give credit to Pioli?
I'm giving credit just to Tuchel. His team is not the best team in the world. I'm just giving credit to the manager. His team is
the best team in the world. In Europe,
we are close to Chelsea. In terms of quality, we are at the same level of Chelsea.
We are not.
Goalkeeper.
One at a time, guys.
Yes, I believe so.
So you think having Pulisic and Ziyech as bench players is the same? Listen, can I even speak, man?
To start with them,
guys, please, one at a time. One at a time, guys. Please, one at a time.
I'm trying to answer now. I'm trying to listen and answer. Do you think that having Pulisic, Havertz, Ziyech on the bench, Lotus, whatever his name is, all these guys on the bench, is better than having Florenzi? Is actually worse than having Florenzi, Salamaker, Castillejo, all of them injured most of the season?
That's another issue. The fact that they're injured is not Pioli's fault, or the fact that
I'm not saying it's Pioli's fault.
No.
But it is the reality of things. I'm saying that Chelsea is a way better team. That's part of the equation.
It's not so good that you think. It's not so good because Juventus went there and beat them 1-0. They didn't create any chance. So don't think they're so good that you imagine. The
they are better than us. Listen, bro, we got Bakayoko. We got the players we get from Chelsea are the players they don't want. That's how bad we are.
That doesn't mean anything, man. That doesn't mean
anything. It means a lot, man. It means a lot.
No, it doesn't mean anything. Listen, I'll tell you something.
Bro, there was a time when Milan was giving Chelsea the players they did not want.
Listen, don't go so far. Stay on the Chelsea team. The Chelsea team is an example. And I'll give you another example.
It's not just Chelsea, it's Real Madrid as well. We get Diaz, we got Theo, we want Vasquez, we want even Nacho, we want all their players. Because we don't have...
Okay, I got it. Okay, I cannot convince you that Chelsea is not such a great team you think.
It's not only Chelsea, I'm saying all giants in Europe.
If you give Man City to any manager, he's gonna finish top 4 because he's a huge team. He has a lot of quality.
I'm not saying the opposite.
Chelsea to Lampard, he's gonna finish 8th. If you give it to Tuchel, they're gonna win the Champions League. So clearly, it's not a stable team. It's not a high quality team. It's a work rate team that
if you give Guardiola this Milan, he cannot win Champions League. If you give it to Mourinho, he would not win Champions League. If you give it to any other coach.
If you give Guardiola Man City, he can't win the Champions League.
Exactly,
Also, guys,
that's what I'm saying.
No.
But even with all that money, you can still win.
Can Guardiola win Champions League with Chelsea? With this Chelsea? Can he win it?
Probably he can, maybe. He got to the final many times.
The quality is looking. Doesn't have the quality.
But he got to the final. He got to the 90 minutes. It was played in 90 minutes and he lost.
I'm talking about Guardiola being the manager of this Chelsea with players that don't have the quality that City has. Because it's true.
Maybe.
Because
Chelsea have a lot of quality, man.
Guys, 1 second.
Okay.
Guys, 1 second. Sorry, Anwar, 1 second. Let Red John in the conversation. Yes.
I just don't understand how can we say here with a straight face and talk something like we are just like close to the quality of Chelsea. Man, Chelsea's 5th center back is our undisputed starter. Chelsea's 3rd or 4th attacking option is our starter. Giroud is our starter, and Laird is happy to have Giroud. At Chelsea,
no.
Like if okay, take Salmakers and bring him to Chelsea.
I don't take it from you guys. I actually can give you an answer straight away. The guy that starts from instead of Giroud is not scoring more goals than Giroud.
All right. Lair, do you think Tuchel would play Salamakers instead of Pulisic, Ziyech, and all of these guys playing?
He's already doing that. He's playing James instead of Ziyech. And
James is amazing, bro. I wish we had James.
Listen, but he doesn't have the dribbling, the quality, the flair, and everything.
James is an amazing player. There are some players like Thomas Muller who do not have the quality, but they are great players.
Right wing. He's a simple right wing. He stops the ball, he crosses the ball. He doesn't.
No, he does not just do that.
He doesn't want to. I was Chelsea. Listen, I was here live when I told Roy after Chelsea beat Atletico, Chelsea's gonna win the Champions League, and Roy was actually shocked. I said more than before because they were organized.
That is true. That is true.
Alonso with Lampard was in the stands. Tuchel came and he plays every game. Alonso and scores goals.
All I'm saying is that you cannot tell me that Milan is at the same quality as Chelsea. I do not believe that, man. I am a Milan fan. I love Milan, but I'm being very realistic.
I'll tell you something.
We know it for a fact.
I'll tell you something. No, we don't know it for a fact. We don't know it for a fact because how the fuck Juventus go and beat Chelsea 1-0? Where is his quality?
I didn't say he's Walmart Lucas Vazquez. I just said he's the same profile as Lucas Vazquez.
By parking the
How
bus
do you know? How Juventus beat Chelsea?
If
you have that quality, you create chances that you score.
I am telling you, by parking the bus, score the goal and park the bus the whole game. Did you watch the game or?
So if you have quality.
No, Tuchel game style is to counter-attack using very fast swingers.
Can I please fucking talk, man? Just
let Red John finish.
Go ahead.
Inter beat Barcelona. Did Inter have more quality than Barcelona or not?
No.
But then what the fuck are you talking about? Because you've been here.
I'm telling I'm telling you another thing. I'm telling you, if you have quality and Juventus park the bus, you find a goal like Milan did with Rebic.
So Barcelona didn't have quality.
Barcelona scored the goal. Barcelona scored the goal and won 1-0.
Barcelona
didn't score a goal.
Barcelona lost the fucking semi-final. This is what I'm talking about. They
8 goals.
They didn't need to score 1 goal. They needed to score 2 goals.
What is one piece of proof?
The game they won the game.
What is one piece of proof that Milan is at the level of Chelsea? Like one piece of evidence that you can draw that conclusion.
Exactly. Give us.
I'll tell you.
Zero.
I'll tell you what. We are competing to win the Serie A, and hopefully, probably we're gonna win it.
Yes,
and if you are good enough to win the Serie A, in my opinion, you are at the quality of Chelsea.
But you are not. Come on.
Not true.
You are. You don't have the.
Well said, lad. Bravo, lad. Bravo.
Okay, yeah.
Lad is on fire.
It's not true.
Well said. So Juve won.
Laird's smoking some good shit right now.
Juve. So Serie A champion.
You guys are amazing because you are telling me that Chelsea plays counter-attack football.
Yes.
So if you have the quality, why are you playing counter-attack football?
So
That's
the Serie
Tuchel's
A-
play.
Clearly, the
Serie A-
manager is clever, that understands, doesn't have the quality, and needs to
No.
play the counter-attack
Tuchel
football.
played
So-
that even in PSG,
Yes.
even in Dortmund.
So,
It's the same
quick
game
question,
style.
quick question. The Serie A champion last year, how did they perform in the Champions League?
Like shit.
Really bad, really bad.
Yeah.
Okay, Juventus, the Serie A champions for like 9 years in a row. Did they win a Champions League in 8 years that they were the Serie A?
They made a bunch of semifinals and 2 finals.
And
Yeah,
we
they
are
did.
not at Juve level at that time.
And we aren't even at that level, but let me make this point very clear. The Serie A, if you think the winner of the Serie A, which by the way, being tied for first place a third into the season and winning it are two separate things, because we haven't proven yet that we are even at the quality. I think we can be. We have not proven that. So let's assume for a second that we do win the Scudetto. Big assumption, but let's assume it. You think that the winner of the Serie A has proven that they are as good as the best team in the Premier League. What piece of evidence do you have for that at all?
Zero.
I can answer that. First of all, Chelsea is not the best team of the Premier League.
They're in first right now.
Yeah, they're first, but they're not the best. They don't have the best quality team.
They got
We can
beat.
agree with that.
They won in
Liverpool
Europe
and
as well.
City. Liverpool and City are better team than them.
Okay, sure.
They play
sure.
better
You can-
football.
you
They have
can-
better players.
You can Liverpool,
I didn't
City,
say
and
we
Chelsea.
are better than Liverpool and City.
Liverpool,
we are
City,
at
and
the same
Chelsea
quality.
are all better than us. Liverpool, City, and Chelsea are all better than us. Chelsea
Yeah, but
Chelsea has Lukaku at striker. Chelsea has Reece James, who you don't even think apparently is that good, an excellent player. They have Havertz.
No, he's good. He's at the level of Calabria.
Come on, man. No, he's better than Calabria.
Yeah.
But even if
He's
you,
not bad.
but
Who-
even
who-
he's better
who-
than Calabria. But even
who?
if you, they have Conte and Jorginho in the midfield.
Which player's
Jorginho
better
might win
than
the Ballon
Calabria?
d'Or. Conte has been. Reece James is better than Calabria.
Oh, I don't know. I can't say.
I don't know, man.
But that's
I
not
don't know
even.
if
But
he's
that's
better
not
than
even like
Calabria.
the.
Let's
key
even
factor,
say
because even if he's
they
not-
are at the same level. Let's say they're at the same level.
Let's say they're at the
See,
same
that's-
level, or that Calabria is even better than him. You can look at almost every other position. Lukaku's better than any of our strikers. Kai Havertz, Ziyech. Who we were
No,
ranked
not
for.
true.
This- we
Lukaku's
were-
not better
we
than
were-
Ibra. Not that better than Ibra.
Bro, come on. We
mean,
love Ibra.
okay. Sure, man. We love Ibra, and Ibra in his prime is obviously better than Lukaku. Last year, whether it's injury or not, you'd rather have Lukaku than Ibra. because
Okay,
for a
so
whole
that
season,
is more
he's-
correct.
He
It's
won them
more-
the league,
it's more,
Roy.
Sure.
It's more correct to say that Lukaku is more reliable because of his age, but is he better than
Okay,
Ibra?
Roy,
No.
but in practice,
we're not comparing
practice,
the-
that's
the-
what
the-
matters here.
No, we're
In
comparing
practice,
this
that's what matters
season.
because, yeah.
Okay,
I
but
can love
give
Ibra more.
me a fit Milan against a fit Chelsea. Chelsea's not going to win.
Guys, come on now.
In
Come
10
on, bro.
games,
This is
come on, man.
ridiculous, man.
Why are we,
Guys,
why can't we be
can I-
fans without living
Can
in
I be?
La
Can
La
I go
Land?
back
Why
to?
can't we be
Can I
fans
go
without
back
living
to
in
my
La La Land?
topic? Can I go back to my topic?
All right, let's
I wanna
organize this. Let's organize this.
Just-
Let's
I
go
wanna
ahead,
go-
Elano, then you can
No,
respond,
no,
and
no. I
everybody
wanna
else.
just to explain, because you guys are saying incredible things now. Just to explain, there is no player of Chelsea that you will be like, oh, I need that player. He's gonna change my team. They are all
Jorginho and Conte.
good player. Still,
Kessie Benacer.
Kessie Benacer
Onali.
does the job. That's the
Jorginho's
job.
about-
They have
if
a
you have
Jorginho
the
is
four
a
of them-
Ballon d'Or. Okay,
Listen,
sorry, I like
if you
your
have
point.
the
I
four
like
of them, Jorginho and Conte play.
Can I say?
Listen, if you have four of them with Lampard, whoever plays, you don't win. So clearly they are not.
Why
so
do you go
good
back
that
to
you actually-
Lampard now?
Why is that
Yes,
relevant?
the
That has nothing
manager.
to do with this.
If you are a world-class player, whatever manager they give you, you
Well, let's
perform
talk
and you
about
bring
Milan of Montella
Yes.
then.
No.
No,
Yes,
I'm doing the same, bro.
That
We're talking about right now. What is Chelsea right
How
now?
is that relevant to comparing the quality of the players? Jorginho was just the best player on in Italy that Sandro Tonali, which, by the way, Sandro Tonali is about to be one of the best midfielders in the world. Love him to death. But he is not at Jorginho's level, obviously, because Jorginho was one of the best players in Italy, while Tonali was still too young to make that team. And Jorginho is about to debatably win the Ballon d'Or. Conte has been the best central defensive midfielder in the world for like 5-6 years now, and you want to compare Kessie and Benacer and Tonali to those two players. That is just not realistic, my friends. It isn't.
No.
You can't-
Benacer won the African Cup of Nations as the MVP of the tournament and the best young player.
not
And
enough,
what does
Roy.
that mean? And what does that mean?
Guys,
And
if
what does
you
that mean?
But we have players that are just as good.
if you judge the player for what he did on his career and not actual what he does in the 90 minutes, of course, players like Messi and Ronaldo, they're always gonna be better than Mbappe and Haaland. But on the 90 minutes, Mbappe and Haaland, they give more than Messi and Ronaldo. And what I'm saying, that on the 90 minutes in a game, as much as Jorginho is a great player, he's not going to exceed a performance that Benacer and Kessie and Tonali are doing. So they are not the fucking, I don't know, Xavi, Iniesta of their generation. They are in a great state of form, but they are not game changer. If they have a bad manager, they disappear in the game. If they have a good manager with a good system, they exceed, like Mancini showed in Italy and Tuchel is showing on Chelsea. These players, without a manager, they get lost.
Conte has been one of the best players, whether the manager's been great or not. Jorginho's been a great player, and I don't even see the relevance of this. If you put if our players are up to this quality, then that's fantastic. But where are the results? Like, where's the proof of that? That's just you saying it. Like, Roy, you're talking a lot about opinion versus fact. First of all, we're all talking based on opinion because none of us.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Because
unless you're saying, give me 1 second, please. Unless you're saying this player scored X number of goals, which is a fact, you are stating an opinion about how you think the quality of the player is. So
well said.
So I fully agree with that. So if you're saying that Conte and Jorginho aren't game changers as much as Tonali and Benacer, and that Chelsea players, quality-wise, are the same quality as Milan players, I want to see, first of all, that's an opinion, obviously not a fact, which I'm sure you agree with, but what is the proof of that? What evidence do you have?
I told you the evidence. I told you the evidence. I'm sorry, I told you the evidence. When they were coached by Lampard, they were lost. They were losing 3-4-0 with every team.
So how about when Kessie was coached by? How about
good
2
point,
years
Laird.
ago?
Good point.
So how about 2 years ago when Kessie wasn't coached by Pioli?
These players are finished.
Laird is
Everyone was saying the players were finished. It's not Lampard's fault. With this player, you cannot do anything. They are finished.
2 years ago, what were people saying about Kessie and Tonali
Calabria
and Benacer and Calabria before
the
Pioli
same
was there?
thing.
Not me. Go ahead.
Listen to me. The same things. I never say that our players are excel quality. I'm telling you, we have players at the level of Chelsea. You can pick maybe 1 or 2 players they exceed, but as a core, as a group of team, we are at that level. We are not so far. That is a fact because these players, I've seen them with the wrong manager doing shit.
But they weren't, even when they were with the wrong manager, they were not shit players. They were
You are great players with a shit manager. That's way different. That's a different statement.
Listen, guys,
I just think like
you can say the same exact thing about Man United right now. Why are they doing shit?
Man United has more quality than Chelsea, and he's not managing to win a game.
No.
They managed to finish second. Actually,
guys, Laird is
no. Actually, Laird, it's very wrong because Man United beat us in the Europa League, and they finished second. Actually,
yes.
Why they finished second?
Also, guys,
they finished the same as Milan.
Lampard was the manager of Chelsea.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're John.
Listen, this is what you just said made my point, not yours. Like I don't understand it. You are saying that Man United has a really good team, but the manager sucks, and I can say the exact same for Chelsea. Chelsea has a quality team, but the manager sucks. So how exactly does that prove your point and not mine? I don't get it.
Yeah, that's against your point.
I'll be back in like
That's
10
the
minutes.
point, Laird.
I'll be back in like 10, 15 minutes, all right?
But my point is that Chelsea, if you think, plays with 5 defenders.
Nah, that's irrelevant, Laird. We're speaking about quality-wise, having a squad, a roster, better in terms of quality, what the team offers.
If you are a quality team, you play an offensive formation.
Not really.
You understand?
play what the coach wants to play.
That is true.
Man,
that is
we have-
true.
No,
Laird is not saying one
I can
thing
give you
wrong.
Brazil, and you still play defensive, and you have
No,
the
no,
best
no.
quality players in the world.
Listen, I'll tell you what. A quality team put in the pitch, Gundogan, De Bruyne, Silva,
No.
Foden,
You're
Grealish,
discrediting the
and
whole
Mahrez at
philosophy
the
of
same
football
time.
there. There
No,
are
no, no.
coaches who play defensively, like Allegri. They don't want to risk it. You cannot tell me just players and team and focus on this and that. You need to think
No,
also about what the coach adds to the
don't.
team. You spoke about Chelsea
a fair
being bad
point.
with Lampard. That's true. They were bad with Lampard because Lampard did not
Because
manage so well.
Lampard didn't
That's a fair
realize he
point.
didn't have a. That Lampard didn't realize he didn't have a quality team, and he was playing
yes,
with a lot of forwards.
exactly. But if that
Tuchel
team wins the
realized, I
Champions
don't have a
League, it means
quality
you
team.
have the best quality team probably in Europe because they
guys,
managed to
I
achieve
don't
it
know
in the
about
end.
that.
Guys, can I just?
I don't think that's
Maybe
true.
I'm not explaining myself properly. Let me try to explain it.
I don't want to focus
third
only on
time.
Chelsea because I don't want to go back to Lampard Tuchel. Lampard Tuchel
No,
is
you-
two things having two different impacts on the team.
You have to
and we
go.
can say
you
the
have to go
same
to the-
about Milan. We can say the same about Milan. Gianpaolo and Pioli, two different impacts on Milan. Why can't you say this team was shit? The same players, Hakan, Casey, all of them were shit with Gianpaolo, and all of the sudden they're playing very well with Pioli.
They
But
weren't
that
shit.
limits them. They were, bro.
They were not
Milan. Okay,
Listen,
Milan under Gianpaolo was not shit.
Gianpaolo did a poor job.
No,
but
no,
they
no,
weren't shit.
Roy.
No, bro.
Roy.
Come on, you're
Roy.
just focusing on the word.
Roy,
My point is
I'll
that.
tell you.
Sorry. Go ahead. Light and Anwar. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
Lou.
Anwar. My point is that Tuchel, the power that Tuchel realized that I don't have a quality team. I have 24 players that actually can put work rate in the pitch. They can fight. They can follow my tactics and win games. I'm not gonna beat the teams 3-4-0. I'm gonna win 1-0, 2-0. I'm gonna be a pain in the ass to everyone because I don't have the quality that Liverpool and City has. So the only way I can do that, I can put 5 defenders, 2 holding midfielders, and 1 number 10 and 2 strikers, and try to go on a counter attack and win a game. When you're thinking is this one, that means you don't have quality player. On the other side, Man City and Liverpool, they have quality players. That's why they're putting a lot of players.
Can't they
forward,
all have
because
quality players?
But
Like-
you have teams who
like-
have very good quality players, but they
But
still
even,
play
but
in
even,
a very
even
defensive
Chelsea,
way.
But this point that Chelsea doesn't have quality players is like it's just not true. I'm not going to let that point slip. First of
No,
all,
I'm not
Ziyech. One sec.
when
Ziyech.
it's
Would you- did
relative.
you-
When we
Let-
say
let-
quality
guys,
players,
Let Liano finish.
Ziyech, our dream player. Our dream player.
Ziyech-
guys, he's relative.
he's a bench.
I'm talking about
let-
relative.
Let Eliano finish.
It's relative. This thing is relative. When I say
Hold on,
no
relative to
quality
what?
players, relative to Messi, to Mahrez, to De Bruyne, to the best of the best.
Very
Sure,
good
sure,
They
point.
don't have that.
Guys,
They
Laird is
don't
on
have
fire.
that.
Okay.
They don't have
Guys,
the best players. of the
I-
Guys,
world.
Laird's today is Messi.
Roy,
You can't
you're
be-
just riding the
Hey,
horse, man.
Dude,
That is
I
my
swear,
that is
hey,
my
I
level
swear.
of quality.
Blair, 1 second though. Blair, 1 second,
Roy,
please. Let me
Roy
just-
is listening to some music or something. He's not listening to anything, bro. Because he just keeps saying that a good point for every
No,
bad point.
but
that
it's
the
true.
guy
It's true.
makes.
He's
Like,
he's
Dumbledore.
Messi.
Just
He's
giving points
Messi.
to Harry
Right
Potter.
now, Laird is Messi.
Hold on. How is it let's say it's all relative to Messi and them. That's fine. But you're still comparing the Milan players against Messi and then the Chelsea players against Messi. So that's fine if you want to use Messi as the standard. But if you're using Messi as the standard, not one single player on Milan is even an above average player. Because
Man,
Messi is maybe the greatest player of all time. So I don't know why we're using Messi
Guys,
as the
it's
example.
guys, it's just super simple. Which Milan player would be a starter at Chelsea? Which one? Tell me one.
Almost all of
Do
them.
you wanna? Do you?
One.
I'll give you the
Tell me
list.
one.
Tomori can start. Kier can
Tomori.
start.
Well,
Tomori did not
Tomori was sold to us, man.
Stop.
Literally all of them could
I-
start.
I-
Kicker-
all of them.
Literally, Tomori
I
was
don't
sold
care,
to us
man.
from
I don't care
Chelsea.
if it's- I don't care, man.
Let Laird
Man,
finish.
man,
Let Laird
stop,
finish.
stop
Let Laird
right
finish.
now. I'll stop
Let Laird
every
finish.
logic you guys are using right now. De Bruyne was a Chelsea player. He didn't start. They sold him. Salah was
Yeah.
a Chelsea
No,
player. They
no,
sold him.
no,
Tomori, they sold him.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Plus
No,
players.
look,
No,
that's,
So if
no,
he
no,
sold
no.
to us a player,
No,
that's
no,
a
no,
fair
no.
point.
Yeah,
No,
but,
no,
but, but
Messi,
also,
Messi.
with this bullshit, we are
but
playing with
you
the-
need to
with the
continue.
wastage of
No.
players.
Listen, Laird, because you're only stopping midway. De Bruyne, when he was sold, Salah, when they were sold, They were not at the
shit.
level at the starters
Exactly,
of Chelsea
exactly.
at that time. They went to Wolfsburg. They went to
I'll tell
Fiorentina
you
to
what,
prove themselves
Tomori is better
and
than
get
Rudiger.
better,
I've
and then
watched
go back to
No,
Liverpool
no,
and prove
listen,
themselves.
guys,
Christensen is not the level of Tomori.
No. You're saying a lot of
Listen,
football,
listen,
man.
listen.
You don't continue the full
Guys.
point. You're
Bullshit,
saying,
guys.
okay.
These players were a joke. Thank
Oh
God
my
Tuchel
God,
saved
please,
them.
man, but this
Everyone-
is ridiculous. This is
You guys
pure,
are ridiculous. You guys are
Guys,
ridiculous.
this is. I'm sorry. This is.
You guys are ridiculous.
This is.
Grunic is gonna start for Chelsea.
Please, just let me speak. This is the definition of.
You
being-
stopped me. I started to give
being-
name like a
being-
fucking.
Let
I'm
Red
sorry.
John finish. Let Red John finish.
47. You
Cause-
stopped me.
Let Red John finish. Let Red John
Because
finish.
saying Tomori would be a starter means you are deluded, man. I don't want to hear the rest. You are
No,
deluded.
that's wrong. You're wrong.
Nah,
Red John,
come
you're
on,
completely
guys.
wrong.
You guys
Guys,
don't. You don't watch football. I'm sorry, guys. You don't watch football.
Red
You
John,
guys don't
that's
watch
just
football.
wrong.
It's
To
just
be fair, to be
Christensen
fair,
is
Lair,
before
to your
Tomori.
credit,
Clubs make
Lair, to your
mistakes.
credit, to
Come
your
guys,
point.
it's so easy.
Hang on one
Listen,
sec, because I agree with Red John
whatever.
here, but on this one
Oh.
specific point, I'm just going to quickly say on this one specific point.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fair enough. Like Tomori, if you look at all the papers, they're all saying like Chelsea is
Made a mistake.
regretful that they made a mistake. Look,
No one
this-
says that, man.
No.
Where-
One second.
where-
One second.
Where are you reading it?
One second,
Why are you
please.
spreading misinformation?
No,
Where are you
no.
reading it? Where?
A lot of
A lot what? What?
one
A
second.
lot what?
Listen.
If
If you look
Let
at
him
if you
finish.
look at the
Let him finish.
You are just saying words.
okay, so what I'm trying to say is that
It is true.
if you
Come on, Red
if you
John.
look at the English newspapers or whatever it is, like there are people saying like they probably should have put a buyback clause in Tomori or something like that. Fair enough. Like
Yes.
I can agree.
I
That
read that too.
I can agree that in a few years, Tomori is going to be probably better than Rudiger. However, in the moment, whether you think like the England coach is smart or stupid, they didn't call Tomori back up into the English team. I don't know how Tomori would perform in the Premier League compared. Look, Chelsea's a very smart organization. They might have made a mistake, but to say that it's like an unequivocal thing that Tomori would have started ahead of a Rudiger or Thiago Silva, that's just not true because those guys are still very, very good central defenders, and they probably fit the system better. Two things could be true at once. Maybe they should have put a buyback clause in. Maybe Tomori has the potential to be an absolute world-class defender. For us right now, he's really good in our role, but to be fair, his play style works a lot better in the Serie A because he's a lot more athletic, a lot faster than pretty much all the forwards. In the Premier League, they're a lot more athletic, they're a lot faster, obviously less tactical, but so anyway.
This is speculation and opinion. This is speculation and opinion.
By the way, he's faster than Rudiger. He's faster than Rudiger.
Yeah, he is faster than Rudiger. He is faster than Rudiger.
He has,
But that's
he
not
has
the point.
better
It
feet
doesn't
than
matter.
Rudiger.
But
Guys,
now
it's
I'm back to Red John's point because he's right overall that to say that like Ziyech was our number one target, Havertz we would take in a heartbeat on this team, Lukaku we would take in a heartbeat on this team, Jorginho we would take in a heartbeat on this team, Conte we would take in a heartbeat on this team. You go up and down the list of all of Chelsea, we would take that team in an absolute heartbeat. Okay, so
Even the bench.
But
Yes.
why you guys didn't let me finish? Theo Hernandez can play at Chelsea. Kessie can play at Chelsea. Benacer can play at Chelsea.
so how
Yes.
much money?
Bravo, Lair. Guys,
Diaz
Lair
how
can
much-
play at
kill
so
it.
how much-
Chelsea.
so
Diaz
how
is
much
going to play
money-
for Real Madrid in 2 years. He cannot
just
play
to be
for
clear-
Chelsea.
So just to be clear, Kessie then when he asked,
Rafael
when we
Leao
offer,
can bench half of the strikers of Chelsea.
Bravissimo.
no,
What you
What are
guys
you
are
talking
talking
Rafael
about?
Leao
What
cannot.
are you
I
talking
didn't
about?
start to watch
do that.
football yesterday. I know what I'm
This
talking
is
Theo
this
Hernandez.
is guys. This is
Mike Magnan.
listen, guys. Mendy is right now
Tonali.
arguably the best goalkeeper in the world right now. By the way,
Exactly.
but
Opinion.
but
all of it is an
okay,
opinion, Roy. You can't just say it's an opinion.
like,
Everything
this
here is an opinion.
This is like
They are
it's
not
like-
horses, guys. You cannot say he's the best.
Guys,
They go in a category.
It's pretty simple, but
Top
it's
10.
impossible to finish a sentence here. It's like
Red John, finish the sentence. Let Red John finish his sentence.
it's pretty simple. the fifth, not the fourth, not the third, the fifth center back choice of Chelsea came to Milan, and after a week displaced our captain. Do you understand what I'm saying?
It's true. It's
Our
true.
captain,
Yeah, but
our
that is
captain.
the-
Listen,
sorry,
no, but
that is-
just let me finish. No.
Yeah,
That's
let
a
him
year
finish.
ago. I'm talking about now. He's a year ago.
Let
You
let
evaluated Milan a year ago.
let Red John finish his
I want to finish the sentence now. the fifth choice of Chelsea came and displaced our captain, okay? And he didn't become after a year, not after a month. In the second week of him being at Milan, he became our starter, okay? Now, you keep on saying De Bruyne, Salah, whatever. De Bruyne, Salah went all over Europe, getting experience, playing in shittier teams, yada, yada, yada. And they were, De Bruyne was a starter for Volkswagen. He wasn't a starter for AC Milan. Salah was a starter for Fiorentina. He wasn't a starter for AC Milan.
Red John, you need to go quick, by the way, because I have an answer quick for you.
Sure.
I have an answer quick for you.
Okay. These guys went to lesser teams in order to get experience. Tomori came to Milan and he started. Not to mention Giroud, who rotted in bench for years and years, playing when Chelsea was already qualified.
Objection.
He is our starter, and we are happy and thanking God that he came.
Rotted on the bench.
No, these are great points, though. These are great points.
He was not rotted on the bench.
Okay, I'll tell you.
He played some games, but he was not the first choice.
You guys,
Chelsea sold him for 1 million.
You guys,
He's not the first choice.
It's too long. It's too long. Giroud, the same time that was in the bench with Chelsea, and Chelsea was doing shit, was winning the World Cup with France and was his first choice. So how you explain this? Is it good or is it bad?
And Giroud was Chelsea's top scorer in the Champions League.
And I think
exactly,
guys, and I think Giroud is the only striker in the world of a team winning the World Cup that never had a shot on goal or a goal during the competition. So he is clearly amazing.
Again,
you got to back that up with stats, man.
Again.
It's true, actually. He didn't score.
Lampard decides to
didn't take a shot on goal.
Not a single shot on target.
Red John, if Lampard decides to put Giroud on bench, it doesn't mean Giroud is not a good player. It means Lampard is not a good manager.
No. Giroud, Lampard, and Tuchel benched. Actually, listen. Lampard actually gives Giroud some moments to play. Tuchel didn't even fucking play.
Again, Tuchel plays Werner that he doesn't score any goal. Werner, it doesn't mean that Giroud is not a good player.
Werner.
So why wouldn't you agree that Chelsea have better quality than Milan? This is the very simple basic.
No, Werner is not better than Leao.
Okay, so if you put Tuchel on AC Milan, we're winning the Champions League this year.
Exactly.
For sure.
Your point
100%.
exactly now.
100%.
I'll tell you what. The summer before Lampard, the summer that Lampard got Chelsea to start the season, because he came in the year before, in the middle of the season. Chelsea had just spent 250 million or something like that. So he had the core team. They added 250 million to put something on top of the team to try to go top 4 that season or challenge for the Premier League. Lampard does a shitty job. Come Tuchel, and he makes some changes, tactics, training, and he finished top 4. Few points more than Leicester, few points more than West Ham, and shit teams like this. Sorry, with due respect. And wins the Champions League because he gets the tactics right, he defends properly, goes on a counter-attack, and he wins the Champions League.
That's all it takes to win the Champions League, getting the tactics right, this, that, the most prestigious competition in the world. So to answer the question, if he were to come to Milan, all it would take is for him to get some tactics right, the defense right, and then Milan wins the Champions League.
I'll tell you what, if Guardiola plays with 2 holding midfielders that final, maybe he doesn't win the final.
Well,
but Guardiola decides to play.
Good point.
That's a good what if. That's a good what if.
No holding midfielder.
But you guys are doing what ifs all the time.
1-0.
Well, yeah,
that is another thing.
Because we're talking about the reality, which is that our team has not sniffed the Champions League final for 10, 15 years. Their team just won it. So the proof is on you. The burden is on you to prove why we would even why we even deserve to be in that conversation with Chelsea. So of course there's going to be a what if. Because we're talking about as things stand, you're talking about an imaginary scenario.
No, I'm not talking about you. You guys don't watch. You guys don't watch the trajectory.
When Kessie, my final point is if Kessie is the starter on Chelsea, and Kessie is the best player on Chelsea, you better not be pissed off when he takes more than €6.5 million. Because if you think he's that quality of a player, we don't deserve to be paying him 5.5, 6.5 million, right? He deserves 10 million or 11 million. So you
no
better
one
not be
takes
upset
10
at him if you
million in
think
the
that.
midfield of Chelsea. No one is taking 9 million in the midfield of
I
Chelsea.
bet if you look at I don't know the numbers, but I bet if you look at Conte or Jorginho's salary wages, I bet you they're significantly higher than Kessie's.
You go and check them. Gross, they don't even go. Kessie 9 million. Gross, it means 18 million. You know what is the most paid player in the most paid midfielder in Premier League is Pogba with 15
more
million
than
gross.
6.5. Either way, he'll be more than the 6.5 million. That
Yeah, but
Milan is supposedly offering.
Pogba has achieved
Yes.
something.
Yes.
He's won something.
It's,
Kessie is gonna earn more than any other midfielder in the world with 9 million.
It's actually De Bruyne with 24, but okay.
Yeah,
Gross.
I don't know if.
But I don't know if you want to
Gross.
consider De Bruyne as a midfielder. But if you want to consider De Bruyne as a midfielder,
What?
He is a midfielder.
What is
Okay.
De Bruyne then?
Attacking
He's
midfield.
attacking
Which is a
midfielder. De Bruyne does whatever he wants, man. He goes in the pitch and he goes wherever he wants. He doesn't have tactical disposition. He plays as a striker sometimes.
So he's like a
problem
Kaká.
here-
He's a Kaká, yeah. He plays as a striker sometimes.
The problem here fundamentally is if you think that the Premier League is not better than the Serie A, then the opinion that you have is totally reasonable. But to have that opinion is not backed up in any kind of evidence. So I just think that's really the problem here, because I agree. If you're looking at the number one team in Serie A, the number one team in Premier League, you're comparing them, you can look at it that simply and say, yeah, these teams have equal quality. If you want to look at the past 10 years of evidence where our league has been not even close to the standard of the Premier League, and you want to look at it that way, then you can clearly see that with all due respect to us, we are not at that level yet. Maybe if we get some ownership, we can afford to not have Krunic be our backup central attacking midfielder, then maybe we can start having that conversation. But as long as Krunic and Castillejo are sniffing playtime on this team, you cannot have the conversation about us being the same quality as Chelsea. You cannot.
Guys,
Thank you.
Winning in a way Chelsea wins and winning in the way City wins, there is a massive difference. And what I'm saying, we are really close to Chelsea. We can actually win the way Chelsea wins. But we decide to not do that. We try to play attacking football. We try to put 5 attacking players in the pitch and to create a lot of chances and to be high press like Liverpool does. That's
Okay,
why
I have a question for you, Lair. Do you think Milan can finish top 4 in Premier League?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
With this team and this coach?
Easy.
No.
Easy.
100%.
So I think you need to watch
Easy.
Premier League more, man.
This is the
No, you guys
Anwar.
are kind of fan.
No,
Anwar.
because over the last 10 years, Serie A has
Anwar.
produced nothing in UCL. While Premier League has been competing with 3 teams,
I got it.
almost 4 teams in semifinals.
I got your opinion.
No.
AC Milan is not going to finish top 4 in Premier League. I think that we're going to finish top 4 in Premier League. Okay, I got your opinion.
Yeah, but you don't even need to go to that. You don't even need to
No.
go to that point. You can just look at the Champions League. Do you think this team has a
guys,
chance to win the
No,
Champions
that's different.
League?
That's different. Champions League and league
I
is
got
different.
you easily. I got you easily, guys. This thing is going to get recorded. And I'm coming
for
back to this.
Go for it.
Guys, 10th of November. Is Tottenham going to go top 4 with this team in Premier League?
Probably
I'm
not.
brave
Probably
people
not.
now. I know,
Probably
I'm brave
not.
people now. No,
I'm gonna
you
say
say
no.
That's
no.
genius. Lair.
Anwar, what are you saying?
I didn't hear you very well. Come
Is
again.
Tottenham gonna
Conveniently.
finish top 4 this season? They start. Tottenham is going to finish top 4 this season.
No,
I don't
no.
think they will.
I will give
Is
you the
Tottenham a
answer.
better team than AC Milan?
No.
No, I never said they do, man.
But I don't think they're going to make the. I don't.
They're
think
not going to
gonna make
finish.
the top
I'll
4.
tell you, Tottenham is going to finish top 4 this season in Premier League.
No, okay.
I don't think so, man.
So
No, if Tottenham finish
I
top
don't
4,
even-
you
I-
agree
I
with me that
actually-
AC
by
Milan
the
is a
way-
top 4 team for Premier League?
I don't think. First of all, I don't. First of all, in terms of quality, I believe in some positions they are better than us. In some positions we might be better. Son, Harry Kane, like, come
Well,
on.
yeah, that's obvious. That's obvious. But
The way
I
No,
actually
Harry
think-
Kane's
I
not
actually
better than
think-
Ibra.
Okay. I
Okay.
actually think Milan
a
can
fact.
finish.
It's not a
Milan,
fact.
I think Milan can. By the way, this is not a point to get me because I think Milan could be a 4th place team in the Premier League.
They
Possibly.
can fight for it, but
They're
it's
not-
not a
they're-
sure thing. That's
They would have.
plain as
They
well.
would have. They
easily.
would. They would not sniff first place though, or second, or third. They would
Exactly
not
my
sniff,
point. Like,
they would.
we would
They would
not.
not sniff Chelsea,
Nah.
Liverpool, or Manchester
an
City. And
opinion.
Laird, you said yourself, yeah, it is an opinion. I know, obviously, because I'm not a genie. I don't know what's going to happen. But Chelsea, Laird, you said yourself that we are not at Liverpool and City's level. So those ones you have to concede already. You already did.
As a
Chelsea-
game, as the way they play. You can play beautiful and don't win a game. Like Liverpool lost against West Ham.
Okay, so
I'm talking
so
about
City,
the quality
so
of the
City,
game.
so City and Liverpool play better than us, but their players are not better than our players. Is what you're saying?
No, City and Liverpool, they play better than us because they have better players than us. Chelsea
So what?
is
But that what's the
winning
difference there? I know, but I'm talking
same-
about City and Liverpool right now. I'm talking about City and Liverpool.
Yeah.
I'm saying you agree that they are better than Milan.
Yeah, they have better squad than Milan.
So top
Okay.
3 is out of our league. So we're only fighting for 4, right?
Yeah, so that's what I'm
So
saying.
you're coming
I
to our
agree.
point.
No. I think that Milan in the Premier League would adapt to the Premier League and would be able to play against all these teams and maybe even win it.
With Krunic and Castillejo.
Yes, with
Exactly.
Krunic and Castillo. Yeah.
Messias, Daniel Maldini.
Sure, why not?
Okay.
You never know.
We didn't even
mean,
win
look,
it in
I gotta-
Italy yet.
I gotta go.
No,
but
guys.
What I gotta say is that regardless of these conversations, I think they're very, very fun. Forza Milan. I love Milan. Having these conversations with you guys is great, even though we disagree. And above all, we hate Inter and Juve. So that's really the important thing that unites us all.
You hate Inter
And-
and Juve.
No,
Okay,
we
you
hate.
know-
We
Hate.
hate.
Yeah, we do.
Bro,
Wait.
we hate it.
Wait.
Okay,
So-
okay, you guys.
Yeah, we do.
We
We do.
all.
But
All the
but this is
chats
what-
and all
Not
the
me.
people.
Yeah, we
Okay.
okay. You
Go ahead,
you,
finish.
you are indifferent to them, but no, I was just gonna say the thing that unites us all, obviously, is that above all, we love the club. So whether we disagree, Chelsea, whatever, in 5-10 years, it won't matter because we'll be on top of the world again, and all of them will be losing to us. So it doesn't matter. But
Next,
The thing is,
year.
we're meeting
great
in San
conversation.
Siro before we
Okay.
move to the next stadium. It's a must for all
I
of us.
appreciate that, Ilya.
I think that's
Thank
great. See you guys.
Guys,
Thank you.
we're gonna win next year. Next year we're gonna win.
Oh my God, bro. What
Champions
is
League?
going on, bro?
you. Guys,
Yes,
let Vasil
yes.
talk because he has been here for like 6 hours and he hasn't said a word.
Huh?
What's up, Vasil? He's asleep. So
Vasil has
never
been here
mind.
6
He
hours,
left.
but he hasn't.
I think he's
actually
gonna
been here.
reconnect.
No, Vasil, come here, man. You're gonna talk now. We're gonna just listen to you.
Guys, but come on. I think both Roy and Narek, you are both trolling. There is no way.
no, I think you guys just love
I
to
don't-
hate on AC
listen,
Milan. I think
guys,
you guys
come on.
love to
No,
hate
no,
on
no,
AC Milan
guys,
Why do you have that
listen,
opinion
dudes,
about us, right?
dudes,
because it's what you do.
No, it's not true, actually.
Guys,
We love Milan to the heart, man.
I know you do. I
listen,
know you
guys,
do. I'm not
guys,
debating that.
We got dominated by a team that people describe as a team that parks the bus. We got dominated by them.
Ooh.
Who is this team? Sorry.
Porto is known everywhere. Every big team that plays Porto says one thing: these fuckers shithouse games and park the bus. Us, they dominated us. Now you speak about quality, making top four there. Like, are you guys? Are you trolling?
It's
This
one
is all
game,
I wanna
man. It's
know.
just one game.
Do you,
It's
it's
just
two
one
games,
game,
it's two
man.
games,
Come
it's two
on.
games.
Okay,
It's
two games. Okay, two
back
games.
to back.
Two games that the referee listen,
Yeah,
Red John.
sure,
Two
sure.
games.
Yeah, sure.
Two games that the referee
Yeah,
on
yeah.
Jorginho gives a foul, on Benacer doesn't give a foul, and they win it.
Aha, okay, so it's the ref.
Yeah, that's
that
another
loses
thing.
again.
That is another
Okay.
point.
Okay.
We going do you want to talk perfectly? Jorginho in that position gets a foul every game.
Mhm.
He falls down
Yeah.
because he doesn't know where to put the ball,
Yeah.
and he gets a foul from the referee.
First of
Yeah.
all, guys, we need to agree that Porto, in terms of quality, for the last 5 years, they played quarterfinals. They always qualify from UCL.
They are a team that is known, even their supporters with Conceição say that Conceição plays to park
Exactly.
the bus kind of football. But
And he's
with
a very
us,
clever
listen,
coach.
listen,
If that game was 2 weeks
with
earlier,
us-
Porto would have lost 4-0.
but with us, they come and press us high, man, because this is the level.
They never
The-
lose actually 4-0, Roy. That's the
the-
thing
No,
about them.
Because they
lost
want to
versus-
go
They
through.
lost versus Liverpool for 5-1, by the way. So they
No,
do
but
lose.
overall, we can pick game like one game or two games, but
It's-
like over a whole season,
to me,
they're known
to me,
for
it's
having a
it's
really good
pretty
defense.
simple. To me,
Milan
it's
is
pre-
not
it's
ready
pretty
to-
simple. Milan is not ready. Serie A is
No, this is not true. What you're about to say
Sadly-
now is just not true.
Serie A is way too has lost too much ground to to the Premier League, to PSG, and to Real Madrid and Barcelona, even though Barcelona is doing shit right now, right? So this is my opinion. Even though I'm a Serie A fan, I only watch Serie A, to be honest. Other than the one or two, I grew up watching Serie A. But this is like I cannot be deluded and keep on saying that the league is good. The league has not won the Champions League in 12 years.
Juventus will win.
No, not even Europa League.
Not even Europa
Guys,
League.
no one is talking about the league. I just said that the quality of the team of Chelsea is basically at the same level the quality of the AC Milan.
But
They don't.
Laird,
But
you have to
you are
agree
wrong,
at
Dad. You are wrong.
over 20 years, if you win the Europa League 16 times, if you win Champions League 11 times, it means something as a league, right?
I don't
How
care
many
about the league.
times? But don't
I
over
can-
exaggerate.
No.
cannot-
This is
cannot-
actually La Liga. I'm not over exaggerating. This is
Between
actually
Yeah, La
Europa League
Liga.
and Champions League.
yes,
Yeah.
Europa
Okay.
League. I think it's even more than 16
In the what? In the last how many years?
in the last 20 or 22 years. You can check it. You
Okay,
can look at how
okay,
many
Villarreal-
Sevilla ones, Bilbao won it, Atletico won it,
Guys.
Villarreal won it. All of
I
them
mean,
won it.
Spain is.
Sevilla, Villarreal, Atletico, everyone won it. Okay, they
Sevilla.
are better than AC Milan.
No, but they win it
They're
against
better.
Inter. They win it against Man U. They win it against
Well
strong
done.
teams.
Well done. Well
It is
done.
well
They're-
done.
they're
It
a
is-
better
it
league.
is a
Okay,
proper
they're
job,
a better
man.
league. Okay, they're a better league. Okay.
But that's
It's a
our
better
point.
league.
Like in terms of us as Milan fans, if we want to win the Champions Leagues, the way I see it, the more realistic way, the way I've always watched football, I believe that getting more quality on this squad means you can actually fight for the Champions League. With this roster right now, it's very hard for any coach, no matter what the coach is. You can even bring
Milan is
Brian
not
Chucky.
Milan does not have ability to be like to do what Man City does.
Exactly.
Actually, what
but-
Milan is doing is miraculous, and this
It's
team
not
next
just
year,
miraculous.
this team next year is going to embarrass a lot of these big teams that you're talking about.
I believe
Forza Milan!
We all believe so, man. But Roy, we're all saying that in order to compete there, you need better players at some point.
They will come. They will come. No worries.
Exactly. So that's why we focus on the talks on Salmakers and all these guys. It's not just to
Salmakers
track
is a top player. There we disagree. We're going to disagree on that. So
okay, let's disagree on that. I don't think that
Guys,
Salmakers
it's
is
so-
a UCL champion kind of players that can win you the Champions League.
yeah, absolutely is.
It's so unfair, you guys, because Chelsea, the team that Chelsea has, is a team that was struggling to go top 4 the years before.
No,
It's
actually,
not
they
a
bought a
quality
team to
team.
fight for UCL.
Well said, Larry. Well said.
Forget about the players they bought. The players they bought, they didn't contribute with numbers or the cause. It was a system type of play, winning 1-0 and defending and going on counter. These players didn't score 25, 15, and I don't know how many goals. They play a system. Ziyech didn't play the way he played with Ajax. He was in the bench. He was playing on a counter attack. He was defending a lot, and he was scoring 3 goals a season.
Ziyech
So
didn't
stop
play
and
at all,
forget.
actually, but okay.
Exactly. So forget about the fact that you think Chelsea has that quality that is so far
I
away
don't think
from
you're being
Milan.
realistic, Laird.
You
I'm
guys
gonna
are
be
not
very
being
honest.
realistic. This is a
I am
team that
being
was
so
struggling
realistic.
to go top 4. This is a team again. It's
Not just
crazy
me as a
how-
Milan fan, Laird. I've had friends of mine that are not Milan fans.
I
They're
don't
not
care.
even Serie A
Listen,
fans. But they
I can
agree
tell-
that Serie A has been poor over the last years.
I'm talking about AC Milan. Why are you changing on the topic?
I'm speaking also about
of-
AC
of the
Milan.
Serie
AC
A.
Milan was poor over the last years.
AC
We're only getting back there. And
Exactly.
you're
AC
telling
Milan
me
was
we're
poor.
already at the same quality level as them. We're not.
No,
We're
we're
close.
not.
We're very
It's-
close.
Chelsea doesn't have that quality you think, my man.
Man,
Juventus
Havertz-
beat
Chelsea-
bro. That's why they won.
Havertz-
Juve that is
Havertz-
15th beat
Guys,
Chelsea.
Every
Guys,
every player
Havertz-
Chelsea has, Red John,
Guys.
every player Chelsea has is replaceable. You can replace that player in 30 seconds.
No,
player.
every
You
Chelsea
pick one
has is
you
a
can
starter in
replace.
Milan.
Exactly. Yes.
It's-
Every
if you can
player
replace
Chelsea has
every-
is a starter in Milan. Yeah, I agree.
You
Forget
can
about
bring
that.
Hudson
Every-
Odoi and he starts for instead of Makers.
Well, you never know that. You never know
I
that.
do,
never
bro.
know
They
that.
just
You never
proved
know
me
You
this.
never know
right.
that.
They
Man,
just
I'll
proved me
tell
right
you
with
what.
Listen,
Giroud,
guys,
with Tomori.
guys,
You want to get more players?
guys, it's really simple. If Makers was the player you guys make him to be, which I have
Leave
no
this one
idea
to me,
how.
Larry.
I have no idea how you make it to be like that. We would have teams paying 30 million for him and not for Leao. We got zero offers. No one wants Salamakers. Everyone wants Leao. No one gives a
Read
shit.
this. Read the. Actually, it's on the WhatsApp chat. Read that, Red John. Read it. Read it.
It's true in Serie A. In Serie A, we agree.
Show me in Europe, man.
Well, let's see. Let's see.
Show me all Italian teams.
Let's see what happens. Let's see. Yeah. Because I'm sure that
show me.
The offers are going to start coming, because it is not Red John, it is not normal that a 21-year-old is right now winning the Serie A, came second to the Serie A, and the Belgium team that FIFA said, let me finish. And the Belgium team that is apparently number one in the world calls up Salamakers. Obviously, Maldini, who knows much more than us,
and plays him as a right wing back. They don't play him as a wing.
I have a question. I have a question for Anwar and Red John. Who knows more about football, Maldini or you guys?
This is
I'm not gonna answer these type of questions, bro. These are Lucas questions.
Kindergarten, man. Lucas was
but the reason why Salamakers is playing in Milan is because Maldini.
No. The reason why Salamakers is playing in this Milan is because he's not playing in the 90s. He's not playing in the early 2000s.
No, irrelevant.
It is very relevant.
This is a complete shift of goalposts.
No. At that time, the Ballon d'Ors were on Serie A. They were playing in Serie A. All the best players in the world.
I don't want to interrupt you, but let's talk about today.
No, you need to give me credit for my point.
No, because your point is based on the past. Let's talk about today. Why is Salamakers playing in
players are not in Serie A?
My question. Stay with the question. Why is guys? Guys, please do not make me mute you guys.
I will answer your question, man.
Okay. What is my question first?
The reason why Salamakers playing as a starter in AC Milan?
Why is he in AC Milan today? Yeah. Why
would he start in front of Cafu?
Because if he was better, he wouldn't be at Milan. Someone better would have bought it. So
oh my God, the disrespect you just showed to me.
Yeah, I'm comparing two parts of football. This is the reality of Milan right now. We played with worse than Salamakers.
The reality, guys. Okay, sorry. Red John, finish. But
this is the reality of Serie A. We can look it over the next part of the season. Won the league. Sold their best players. This is how it works. This is why we get offers for Theo.
He is in the
Leao. We don't get offers for Salamakers.
Red John,
you don't know that. How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because teams are not
show me the phone calls. Show me the
phone calls.
Guys, sorry, let me finish this and then we'll organize a conversation. Just let me finish this. Okay, Salamakers is at Milan because Maldini and Massar, whatever, the team, and Pioli think that he is good enough to be at Milan. Martinez, the Eastbourne said earlier, is calling him up for the Belgium national team. You guys are totally out of pocket, thinking that you know better than Maldini, Pioli, Martinez.
I know for a fact that Zanetti, Cafu, Maicon, any player that can I say from that era is better than Salamakers.
It doesn't matter.
Okay,
it matters a lot, man.
I have one simple question. What was the purpose of buying Salamakers? Why did we get it?
One at a time, guys.
Why did we buy Salamakers? Why did we get him in the beginning?
Salamakers came to Milan as a right back.
Exactly. Yeah. I rest my case.
So what? No, your case is not rested. Your case.
I'm done.
But in the past, we did not buy Salamakers to be the starter. We bought a different player to be the starter.
And he became the starter because he's good.
No, not because he's good. Because Anwar, we don't have the money.
I'm sorry, Anwar. In the past, we didn't buy players.
We did, bro. Berlusconi bought everything. Shevchenko, Kaká, Rui Costa, Rivaldo.
No. After we sold Kaká, we didn't buy any player.
Bro, we bought Ibra, we bought Pato, we bought everyone.
Ibra came on loan from Barcelona, 5 million loan a year.
What?
And we bought him after because
What are you
Barcelona
saying,
needed
man?
to
We
get
bought Robinho, we
Tomori.
bought Van Bommel. At
Tomori
that era, we
came
bought a
along.
whole other team. We bought Thiago Silva.
Robinho.
The whole
Robinho
team was
a
different.
massive wastage. We got him for free,
Oh,
basically.
come on,
We got
man.
him-
You cannot tell me Milan did not buy players. Milan bought a
AC
lot
Milan
of players.
stopped investing money after they sold Kaká.
No. Milan built their trophies based on buying Van Basten, buying players that brought a lot of
After
quality.
we
to the
sold
team.
Kaká, we didn't buy any decent
No.
player, any
Oh
player
my God,
that is
man.
worth it to say we
We
bought
bought
a 50
Ibra.
million player. We bought a 60 million player. I mean, actually, our best, record fee is Bonucci, 41 million. That is a proof
Yes.
that we never bought players after we sold Kaká.
We bought.
Even
I
Kaká,
just
we bought him
cited
for 8
a
million.
whole team that we bought after Kaká.
Actually, it's cost, I think, 45, if I'm not mistaken.
No, Ricos is 41. The other one, Bonucci is 42.
Oh, okay.
We
No,
never
but-
spent big money.
That's
Later
correct.
with
That is right.
Berlusconi, the philosophy of the club was different. He would not
That
buy
was-
players for
Guys.
70 million.
Guys,
but
I
he
need to
bought
ask
players.
this question
If I have-
because you didn't answer this question. Both Anwar and Red John did not answer this question.
Okay.
Do you guys think?
Sorry. I think Vasil joined and he did not speak yet.
Okay,
Hello,
please
Vasil.
answer this question
Vasil.
first.
Sorry, Vasil.
Do you guys claim to know better than Maldini? That's it. That's a very simple
No,
question.
I already answered. This is a Lucas question. We should not.
No.
answer this type of
Give me
question.
a serious. No, because you
Okay.
judge his work. So
No.
I am asking.
No,
Do
I
you
didn't
think
judge
that
his
you know
work.
better?
Did I say Maldini did poorly?
Yes, you're
No.
saying that. By
I did not.
with the whole Salamakers Romagnoli thing.
No.
This
you're saying
makes
that.
no sense. Like the
That's why I
question
said you need to listen better, bro.
No,
it's just
you're not answering the question. You're not
I
answering-
just
You're
Chad can even answer
you're
this for me.
divergent.
Yes.
You're divergent. You're divergent.
Roy, my answer is yes. I know better than Maldini.
There you go, guys. And this is what I'm saying.
I know
This
I
is
did not say
insanity.
this.
Narnia.
I
Narnia.
know.
Very-
Yeah.
Thank you.
Lucas, listen. Lucas, I will do an exercise.
We're gonna
of
start
Lucas.
calling you Lucas from now on,
Listen,
Roy.
I will do
Oh,
an
but I wanna
exercise
hear
to
Vasil,
get
man.
Lucas out
Vasil.
of Roy. 'Cause
Guys,
Lucas
you heard it
is
here.
successful.
Guys, I'm gonna make it short. I'm gonna make those short. Red John says that he knows better than Maldini.
Yes, because
No,
And then he calls me Lucas.
Roy, I want to
Yeah,
answer your question
yeah.
differently now.
because
I claim
Red John,
that
you're
I
gonna
did
get
not-
your-
that I don't
I
know
know-
better than Maldini.
I'm gonna make you famous, Red John.
I know better than Maldini, and you cannot say otherwise until I'm the sporting director of Milan. Okay,
Wow.
are we clear?
Guys, are you hearing
Are
this?
are we clear?
You know what? If you
Right.
were in a court in law, you would actually be found insanity. So you wouldn't go to jail for what you said because
Roy,
they just say
Roy,
you're
Roy,
crazy.
I want
What
to
center
answer
do
All right,
you
this.
I'll be
live?
quiet now. I'll be quiet, guys. Go ahead.
What center do you live in?
Red John, come on, let me answer this one. First of all, I don't think I know football better than Maldini. I don't think that any of us
Ah,
knows
thank you. Well, that's-
anything
It's a
close
weak
to Maldini in
person,
terms
a
of
weak
football.
person.
I respect that, Anwar. I respect your humility.
It's not even a question that should be asked, bro.
So weak.
But one thing that I criticize is what Maldini was given. He was not given enough funds to actually go reach for the UCL. So you cannot believe in that dream yet. If he's given that money, I believe he's gonna do proper work because even with this budget, he's doing great. He's doing amazing. So I believe if you give him 100 more million, probably he's gonna get you the next right winger. He's not gonna hesitate for that. Believe me. He's gonna get you a double for Diaz. He's gonna get probably another striker, a proper good striker. I don't think he's. If you give Maldini right now that money, do you think he's gonna say, "Oh no, I think my team can actually win it with Pioli"? No, he's gonna go and buy these players.
But let's look at what he has been given and what he
No,
did
no,
with
no.
what he has been given.
That's what I said.
Guys,
Right
Guys,
now,
I really
Roy.
want to hear
Right.
Vasily, man.
Okay, Vasil, go ahead. And by the way, we heard the craziest thing in the world a few minutes from Red John. Vasil, go ahead.
So, this is Lucas, I swear. There is no way.
But
Roy
let's
is
see
a
him.
real human. Man. There's no way.
We cannot hear Vasil. I think he has a problem on the mic.
He's not talking because his thing is not moving either.
Yeah, I think we should type to him on the chat.
So, since Vasil is not talking, who's gonna talk? Who's gonna speak?
Blair,
Shit, man.
I want to hear your
Guys,
opinion.
guys, no, I think only Red John should speak because apparently he's better than Maldini.
But fine.
Red John, enlighten us about football. Let's go. Come on.
I am finally getting the recognition I deserve. Fucking hell. Thank God. Finally.
But John, you should play Football Manager and see how far you can go as a sport director.
No, I want to answer Mustafa and tell him that Elliot is probably the richest owners in Italy, and yet they could spend more if they want to.
It's pretty simple because Roy.
They have the money. It's not like they don't have the money. They do.
Roy,
it's just a choice of not doing it.
Hold on, guys. The 6-time Champions League winner, Red John, is about to speak to us. Come on, everybody. What are you about to say?
But finally, man.
Roy, I need to defend Red John in this case.
Okay, go ahead.
When Saki got the job at AC Milan, he didn't win anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he was actually saying, "I know everything about football. You guys need to listen."
But Saki was training professional football. He was
he was selling shoes a few years before. So.
But he was training Parma. He was training Parma. But now we're talking about we're comparing. Okay, your job.
Okay, you know what? Compare Red John at that moment when Saki was selling shoes, and the owner of the factory told Saki, Do you understand about football?
Exactly.
Said, yeah, I like it. Do you want to manage the club I own here in the neighborhood? And Saki said, yeah, after my job, I can go and do that. And he became the coach that changed the
world.
And
so wait, are we actually going with this? Are we actually believing that
Red John tomorrow
is more competent
than
we
get a club?
100%. Listen now.
You never know.
On a more serious note,
that was a serious note.
Yeah, and so am I. Listen, it's pretty simple. Maldini has the team that he has with the resources he has, man.
And he has overachieved. Say that.
But they invested a lot as well, Roy. Like they spent the money on this team.
It's super simple. If I say he overachieved, I make my point and not yours. I think people have a hard time understanding what point you're making if you say that. If I say Maldini,
you are the one criticizing their decisions. How are you making your own point?
Overachieving means with mediocre players, he's doing better than he should do. This is what overachievement means.
Overachieving means that you're supposed to come third instead you go second.
Exactly, and that's my point. But by saying that Maldini is overachieving means that Maldini is getting mediocre players. Are you saying that Maldini is getting mediocre players or not?
Absolutely not.
So he's
Maldini is getting the next superstars of the future, and you do not want to see that. You're too blind to see that. No, he is overachieving. He is overachieving because nobody else is getting those superstars. Everybody else is paying 40, 60, 70 million.
No logical sense. Then.
The players that we have now that Maldini paid peanuts for in a few years will cost 100 million. Yes, he's overachieving. Because he's a genius. He's a genius.
I'm gonna go.
He's overachieving means.
I just want to say one thing. I love talking to you guys. Honestly, it makes up for missing Milan games. Like we did not have a game, but we had this live.
Right. It's always a pleasure.
Of course, man. Second thing, I think if Elliot is thinking about selling, I hope they do sell very quickly. I hope we get actually buyers who are going to spend. We don't even have conversation about salon makers or whatever. We have conversations about Neymar and Chiesa and other perspectives.
But as you leave, you do agree that you conceded all your points to me, right?
Yeah, I believe that my criticism is not to Maldini, but to the ownership. I think they're aiming for Scudetto. That's fine. But if they want to aim for UCL, they need to spend more.
All right. Okay. Fair points. Listen, we're going to close soon because it's been 3 hours anyway. So let's, Anwar, actually, if you have just a few more minutes, I just want to finish on this and then we can just close because we've done a lot today. What do you guys think about the report of Romagnoli going ahead and taking the middleman out of the way, Raiola, and saying that he wants to negotiate the contract talks with Milan by himself? What are your opinions on this?
I think it's good to keep him for the salary he's asking for, like 3.5, as a backup, and he's been here for many years. Like For a backup, you don't expect him to be the next. I don't know, like the next Maldini. You already have Tomori as your starter. So if you're gonna look for a new defender or give Davia more time, maybe yes. But if you're gonna sell him for pennies, I don't agree with that as well. If he's gonna stay as a backup, I'm okay with that.
Okay, nice. Laird, what do you think?
So I think we should get rid of him.
Why?
I think because until now he was like, I want more money, and now he's happy to have 3.5. So clearly he's not having any options outside AC Milan, and we don't need players that don't have options. We need players that love AC Milan and want to be at AC Milan.
But isn't what he's doing showing that he wants to be at AC Milan?
No, I think he is losing some options, or clearly the teams that he was in contact, they are giving him the money that he's asking to us now, so 3.5 million.
Well, it must be rough for him because normally now
I don't care.
He is at his peak in terms of age. He's not the starter for Milan. He's not being called up for the national team, and he's probably gonna miss the World Cup.
I don't care.
And he already missed the Euros. I don't know, like.
Okay, all right. That's fine. That's fine. I don't want to drag it out too much because I do have to close soon, guys. Unless, Larry, do you want to stay?
No, he's in the same Donnarumma situation. Donnarumma was sure that we were giving him the 8 million, and he was like chilling and pretending like he has offers. We didn't give him the money, and he ended up in the bench of PSG. Clearly, it's a plan B for him and his agent. It wasn't planned to him go and stay in the bench to PSG, and he's getting 7 or 8 million, so the same amount. And Romagnoli was doing the same game, was asking us 5 million, telling Maldini, "Oh, I have offers from Juventus, from other teams." Clearly, the offers he's having from Juventus is like 3 million, and he's now thinking, should I go in a team that needs to be rebuilt, or should I stay in a team that actually is doing well? But I don't care. I'll tell you, fuck off. You don't want to be here.
What do you think about Kessié, Laird? Because we spoke about
him.
He
needs to go. He needs to go as well. I don't care.
All right,
go for me.
So we come to the conclusion of all these players that should probably leave right now, because they're probably gonna mess up the rest of the season.
I don't know if they're gonna mess up the rest of the season, but they need to be careful when they manage these players. They need to keep them motivated and focused. So kind of play with them.
Pobega can actually be brought back to Milan, because I've watched him play and I honestly love watching him play every time.
I was having a chat with Rohit this summer, telling him that Pobega is more good, is way better to stay at AC Milan than go to Torino, because he's a perfect player for AC Milan.
But don't you think he only reached this form because he's playing now in Torino and they're a very good coach?
No, he was ready even this summer to play for AC Milan. I think Pioli couldn't guarantee him the starting every game, and so he did make the decision to go and play every game for Torino, which is a clever decision from him. But
yeah,
he's more good. He's really good. He can stay on our midfield and play not every game, because no one plays every game in our midfield. We rotate all the players.
The reason I'm asking this is Kessié is leaving for the African Cup and Benacer. So you're going to be short.
Is that thing happening?
Yes,
it is. Is that thing happening?
Yes.
Well, Adli is coming, for sure.
Oh, guys, I want to say something about Adli. Larry, I think you're right.
Man, I'm always right.
I think he's going to have. I've been watching him.
You were wrong about Elliot not selling the club.
No, but I think Laird is right about Ali's impact. I mean, and I think it's going to be sooner than what I think it was going to be initially, because I've been looking at him closely, and he's a special player. He's a really special player. All right,
he is.
Go ahead.
But Adli, in terms of profile, he's much more like a Krunic or like a center midfielder type of player. He's not really that type of.
No, I wouldn't.
Well, most of what I've watched from him right now is him playing much more forward and doing much more the tasks forward.
You know who he reminds me of?
Who?
Zidane.
That's a far stretch.
There,
Zidane is
Jesus,
uncomparable. Like,
was
it's like
actually-
telling me Neymar is Ronaldinho.
he was
is
actually
not.
called that way when he was at PSG, by the way.
He
Really?
really does look like Zidane.
He is of Algerian origins as well.
No, I'm not saying he
The
looks.
way he
I'm saying
runs is similar.
he's similar, but his touch. No,
Yeah.
he's really smart player. He's very
Both
smart.
of them played for Bordeaux, so like they have the same kind of
Okay,
career
but
in terms of.
let's not get ahead of
Eh, eh,
ourselves.
Well, Zidane did not start as a very world-class player. He started as a good player, and then at 25, 24, he
And
got
Ali
to that
is-
level.
And Ali is not a world-class player right now.
Yeah.
It's simple as that. Yeah.
But
So
I believe for midfielders, it gets a bit late. Like
Adli-
Lampard,
Adli-
Gerrard,
Yeah.
Modric.
It'll take a
Adli is a good player for a side that is fighting relegation. Adli is I don't know, the best player of Salernitana. This is what he is. Like,
He's like what Benacer was when he was at Empoli.
Yeah, when he was at
Adli,
Empoli. Exactly.
is like Benacer when he was at Empoli, exactly. Or Adli is the player who's going to come at Milan, take a while to get used to the.
But if we are to start with, because right now I honestly believe that Tonali, Benacer can do the job for the Scudetto. I really believe that. I believe they can go all the way to the Scudetto, but I believe with Bakayoko, Obega maybe, if Kessie is gonna leave in January, I think we can cut it. For Serie A, it's enough.
Adli is not going to come in January. I don't know why
It's
people
not
keep on
Adlia,
saying-
He's
Pobega
not coming.
maybe.
He's not coming.
Pobega. But
I
Adli will
don't
not come in
know.
January. We have a contract.
Well, forget Pobega. Just probably because for me right now, Kessie starting. I don't agree with that. I really
I'm
don't.
pretty sure, guys, if Kessie gets sold in January, Adli can come in January.
Or maybe they buy someone. Who knows? Like with this,
What is
with
the point? We
Maldini,
already have one.
he might buy someone new.
What's up, guys?
Sterling Adli,
Well, there
guys.
was news-
Going for the
There's still
Scudetto.
news about
Easy.
Renato Sanchez as well. I saw something that they
that'd be
still
nice.
want to get Renato
That'd be very
Sanchez.
I love
So it's
Renato,
very
but
possible.
the only problem with
Yeah,
Renato
but-
is that he's injury prone. He gets injured
Yeah,
every season a lot
Yeah.
of times.
that's
And
true.
we,
And he plays in
keep
the
in
first
mind
league.
with,
That's not
Read
as
the
physical
private
as
chat,
Italy.
please.
and with Milan Lab, we will kill him. So better not bring the poor guy in Milan and kill him. Also, if I can give my opinion on Romagnoli, I would prefer for us to let go of Romagnoli and buy someone who has who can potentially be super well. We know Romagnoli; he's at his prime years right now. He has reached his peak, in my opinion. Maybe he will get better when he's 30 something year old, just like Acerbi got better. But we just don't have time right now. So with Kier having injury problems from time to time, we are going to need a center back reliable. And right now, I think we can better spend the third option on someone who might be world class, not on someone who might become good or is okay. On top of that, the fact that Romagnoli asks from 5.5 million that he makes right now, he asks for 3 million, 3.5 million. 3.5 million right now in Milan means you are a top earner. We cannot afford to give a guy who's the third choice center back a top level wage. Therefore, I think it's better if we just let go of Romagnoli, get for 10 million a guy from, I don't know, wherever, from France or whatever, or from Italy, whatever, it doesn't matter, and hope that he becomes good. That's it.
But I would, but that defender, if they were to do something like that, that defender would need to be fine with being the fourth string, because there's no way that you can just tell Gabia that he's no longer, he won't be the one to step up into that second string person, and he just goes back to fourth and let a brand new person become the third choice.
No,
Like
but
that would be disrespectful
Gabia-
as fuck.
Hey guys, I don't
Gabia
mean to interrupt you
has
guys.
to
Sorry,
find-
I have to. Sorry, I really have to go. Guys, thank you very much for joining us today. Great conversation. It's always fun as always. Thank you to everybody. Light is going to be taking over See you guys later. I might be back
Take care,
later if you're
Roy.
still on.
Take care, Roy.
Ciao,
Take care, Roy.
ragazzi. Ciao. Forza
Adios.
Milan.
Ciao, Roy.
Ciao.
Ciao, Roy.
No.
I want to hear. Okay, we Romagnoli. You guys are going too long.
All right,
with this.
Lair, we gotta say hi to Vasil. I think his
Exactly. I
mic
want
is
to
working
hear
now.
Vasil about this thing of Romagnoli staying, leaving. What do you want from Maldini?
In terms of Romagnoli, guys, I think we should keep Romagnoli and probably save the money to invest somewhere where we really need like a right wing. I don't think he's a stumbling block at this point, to be honest. Like Romagnoli is not causing any problem.
Why not promote a youth player?
Because our youth team sucks.
Yeah,
Our
but
youth
you
team
gotta remember
is fighting.
but
Our youth
look at
team
the
is
signal
fighting.
it
Is
sends
fighting
to
for
Gabbia, though.
relegation.
But if we get like a player who has the potential of Locatelli or say Cristante, wouldn't that be enough for a backup defender for Milan?
Yeah, as long as he's fine with being the fourth choice.
But I agree with Vasil on this point. I think with what Milan has right now in terms of Maldini, what he has in terms of budget, it's better for him because it's not a pressing matter. The central backs, he has four of them. Four of them are actually have a pretty proper level to fight for Scudetto. So it's the problem of Milan right now as a squad is not there really. Problem is elsewhere. You need to focus your money elsewhere. And I agree on the fact that we need a right wing. Probably we need another 10. We need another striker, not rely only on Giroud and Ibra. One of them has to stay, one has to leave.
I agree.
That's my take on where the management should do next. Do not rely on these four right wingers. Get sell two of them. You don't need Florenzi, Kalulu, Sailmakers, Messias. No, too much. You need three of them. One as a backup, one as the third choice, and one who starts, and that's enough for you.
I agree, but I also agree with Larry. Roman he was trying to take the club hostage, and then he found himself in the same Donnarumma situation where no one was actually coming for him. And I don't want a player who feels like he's now settling, and therefore taking that little bit of money because no one is actually going for him, and he still wants to play for a top team. Because other than that, he's gonna end up going to what, like Lazio or someone who's not gonna be really fighting for like a Champions League spot. So he's gonna settle and stay on AC Milan and hope to get game time and show off what he can do, and then hope for someone to come and get him. I don't want a player like that either. So I personally, I think I would sell him.
Well, it depends on also what the opportunity presents itself as. Like if Milan can get Milankovic for let's say 2025. That's
but he's slow.
Even if you don't need him, you might think about it.
No,
Yeah, but for the future, you only know that maybe his value is gonna increase. Maybe he's gonna become your next starter instead of Kier.
He's a fridge. Milankovic is not a good player, man.
But I remember Skriniar in the beginning was not at this level.
That's why Skriniar plays with three defenders. We play with two center backs, not three.
True.
If he plays with two center backs, Skriniar is all over the place. He's not fast enough. I know Inter is the thing.
But let's forget Milankovic. What I wanted to say is that my point is that what the opportunity presents itself to the ownership or to the management. If Maldini can snatch another deal like Tomori or close to Tomori, I'm fine with that. Like even if we don't need a center back, get him and sell to Romagnoli.
You have Gabbia, man.
Keep Gabbia because Gabbia can also surprise you.
No, Gabbia is the next thing. He's gonna play instead of Romagnoli this season.
I believe that Gabbia and me and Nathan, we've been defending Gabbia for a long time. We've been saying that he should be getting much more playing time because he deserves it as well. It's not because Romagnoli is the captain, then he has to start. I believe in terms of quality and what they add to the team, in terms of leadership, I don't see Romagnoli stepping up that much. So I will not speak about that. I will speak only about what in the intrinsic value of their football or their defensive skills. And I think both of them had pretty much the same. So why not give a potentially very youngster who played very little and can still perform probably at the same level of Romagnoli, if not better, and only rely on Romagnoli? That kind of choice for me, it seems that Pioli favors Romagnoli. He has his favor boys.
Yeah.
You can see
No,
that in
it's
the
not.
locker room.
It's not favorite. It's not.
It's not really favoring, but every coach will prefer a certain type of players. Like Mourinho, he has a certain type of players. Some other coach will never play them, but he will always pick them.
It's
Or
it's not preferring. It's not preferring. It's not
no,
preferring.
all I'm
because-
saying is that it depends sometimes on what the coach likes in terms of what he needs from the team. That's why Makers
Right,
plays a
'cause
lot, because Pioli loves what Makers adds to the team. He loves that kind of approach. I agree that approach is good. I just think that risking more sometimes
He
can add
doesn't.
much and win
He
you
doesn't
more.
prefer Romagnoli. Come on, guys. He doesn't prefer Romagnoli.
He does
He
prefer
prefers
Romagnoli. He prefers Romagnoli
prefer-
to Gabbia. He does.
But because Romagnoli has that experience, and that is true, he has experience. He can
But,
suffer less. the
At this
pressure of
point,
a big
Blair,
game.
where you have Romagnoli doing the same mistakes and you have Gabbia not doing them,
And
come on!
backwards.
At some point,
Exactly.
You're
you
not
have to
100%
realize who's
sure.
better.
You're not 100% sure
Yeah.
Gabi is not gonna make those
No, but
mistakes.
on most
Yes,
cases, we
I am.
can bring a lot of
I am.
examples.
Gabbia was
Anwar.
part of the team that went
I never want to
last year.
overgeneralize the conversation and say that Gabbia is always the best. Of course, Romagnoli has been the best at
Right,
some points
right.
that season as well. But overall,
Right.
when I looked at the whole season, we had 4 center backs, and I believe our best center back was first of all Tomori, or maybe Kier. I'll give it to Kier. Then Tomori because he only zoned mid-season, and then I would give it to Gabbia, not Romagnoli as third.
Okay.
Yeah.
We all agree
Yeah.
that Gabbia is better than Romagnoli on a hypothetical perfect world when there is not pressure, there is not all these things. There is,
But
but
that's
on
not
the other
true.
side,
That's not true.
listen to me. Let me finish because you guys don't forgot that there is a dressing room at AC Milan, and if Romagnoli is part of that dressing room, and he sees Gabbia getting chosen before him, so he becomes the 4th central back, he starts to not be useful for Pioli at his cause. So that's why you lose a player. He doesn't care anymore. He doesn't play. You have basically a dead body in your 24 player. If you actually keep Romagnoli
That's why-
motivated and he plays, you actually have 4 defenders in this case because Gabi understands
Yeah,
the
but
position and he's still focused and he's
And then-
still training at the highest level, and you still have a player to actually use. If you put Romagnoli,
Right.
the last choice, he's going to be so demotivated, so you lost a player. And when you have injuries,
But-
you are scared to play him because he's
But-
not motivated.
Laird, you agree
But
with
at
me
the end
in
of the
this
year,
modern
Laird-
football, actually even the 5th, 4th choice will play at some point. And you
He
play
doesn't think like this. That's the point. He thinks, oh, this guy hates me. He's putting me on the 4th choice. So why I should fight for Pioli? He's an asshole. That's what he
Okay, but
thinks.
at the end of the year,
You have to
at the
play
end of the
mind
year,
games with the
Roman
players as
leaves.
well.
But at the end of the year, Roman leaves, and we wasted an entire year of development.
No,
for
you
Gabbia.
didn't waste. No, you don't waste the time because
How many-
Gabbia can develop
when
in a
was the
different
last
way.
time Gabbia played? When
But
did
he
but
can
it's
develop
best
in a
for him
different
to
way.
actually play,
That-
right?
But that's your opinion, Nathan. You waste 1 year on development on Gabbia. That is your opinion. You don't know how much Gabbia
But
is
there-
developing, training,
can-
and
so is it a-
understanding the tactics.
Can you agree that Gabbia was an essential part of the undefeated streak until he got injured?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, then. So we can sit here and definitively say that Gabbia was
Has.
actually very, very solid. And
Yeah.
Okay, and I
then we
explained
can
you.
also say,
But I
okay, but
explained
you're,
you. You have
but
to
so how do you
explain me in a
explain that
different way
Pioli
why
not getting him
my logic is wrong, man. That's how it works talking. You have to tell me, no, lad, you are wrong here. Actually,
I'm
Romagnoli
trying
will be
to.
still motivated if he doesn't play any games of the season. You have to explain me that because you're not explaining me that. Pioli needs to have 4 defenders
That means
motivated
I
100%. How you
don't want a
keep that?
player. I don't. Then Milan does not need a player who's that mentally weak on this team. If you were that mentally weak,
But you have that.
then
player,
you don't
and have to
deserve.
play.
I don't care. I don't care. You don't deserve to be there. You need to
But-
be mentally strong.
That
to play
your
for
logic
AC
is
Milan.
like,
If you were
okay,
not-
I get it. He doesn't deserve, but you cannot kick him out and still pay him 6 million.
We're
You have
not
to use
kicking
him
him
until
out.
this contract. Exactly, you're keeping
don't
him.
have
So
to.
if you want to keep him with his weak mentality, you need to keep his weak mentality, turn it on to be focused because he's a weak mentality player.
Yeah,
but you want to
but
keep
then
him.
when you
want
play
to keep him
him,
focused.
but when you play him,
That is
Larry, he
madness.
causes problems. He gives up penalty kicks. He does bad clearances. That's what you run the risk of doing.
He's not a
He's
safe
not in form.
defender.
If he was in form, then yes, I can understand. But he has not been in form for almost a year. You take the risk of
He's
playing a
not
player
so
who's
bad.
not in
No,
form.
don't go in
Larry,
that
when he
direction.
came back,
Don't
he's
say
given.
he's not
Larry, when
so
he came
bad.
back, he's been
No,
given
but
a
we're
not
saying
so bad.
He
Romagnoli
can't mark.
Romagnoli in
he's
form
not the-
would definitely start in this Milan.
Guys, I explain you why Pioli is keeping him as a third choice. I gave you my explanation.
Yes, we understand that, but that's not the right way to go about your team.
That is the only way to keep a 27 years old that is actually leaving your team at the end of the season motivated, so you can
already.
actually win the Serie A. Because you have to win the Serie A.
Right,
You
shouldn't
don't
have
need
to, you shouldn't have to
develop
be motivated.
Gabbia.
You're on AC Milan. You should already be motivated.
But clearly,
You can't-
Romagnoli
you
is not
can't-
that player.
He should be
we're
the
not saying
most
he's
motivated
bad.
of the whole squad, Lair. He's the
but he's
We're
captain.
not
not.
saying he's a bad
He's
player, Larry. We're not saying
I know
he's
what
bad.
he should be. He should be like Baresi, but he's not. Pioli is actually working
Larry-
with that player, and he needs to get the most out of him. And to keep
Okay,
to
but-
get the most out of him, you need to keep him at least on the third choice, so he's always motivated to give the everything.
So what you're saying then is, no matter how good a player is, if someone is older or been there longer, he should get the play just to make sure he's happy, instead of playing the
No.
better player.
No.
That's what you just said.
No, I didn't say that. I'm actually
You did
analyzing
say
this
that.
case. No, I didn't say that. I
Okay,
said
but
this case.
That's what
Romagnoli.
you were basically saying.
No,
You're
I'm-
saying that
I-
without saying it.
No, because I'll do an example to you. I'll make an example to you. Let's say Romagnoli leaves at the end of the season, and so Gabbia becomes the third choice. If you sign a 35 years old defender, you sign him telling him you're gonna be a fourth choice. Gabbia is first.
They're
And
not
he
going to
knows
do that.
that. He understands. No, he knows that because he's 35 and he's signing that contract for that reason. Because he wants to be the fourth choice. And he's going to be always focused, always prepared to be ready to play as a fourth choice. And he's never going to be on the way of Gabbia, Tomori, and here they're going to rotate. They're going to play more time than him. In this case, we got Romagnoli 5 years ago when he was the leader of the team. And you need to keep him motivated for this last season. How you keep him motivated and ready to play and ready to give everything, keeping him as the third choice, not as the fourth choice.
And risking
That is it.
the player, and you're
not risking anything.
doing that,
Gabbia
but
is
you're-
not dying. He's gonna be there.
We've already seen the numerous mistakes Roman has been making already this year. And it's the same ones he was making. It's the same ones, man. If a player's going to make a mistake, it needs to be Gabbia, not Roman. That's
Now,
the
maybe
problem.
Gabbia can make bigger mistakes.
That's fine. He'll learn from that. Roman's not going to learn from that mistake. That's the
No,
problem.
because I'm not supporting Gabbia. I'm supporting AC Milan. I don't want any mistake. And actually, if Romagnoli makes
So
a
if you
mistake, all
support
the press.
AC Milan,
Listen,
then you
Listen, all the press writes about that, and he has to deal with that and come back at training and prepare himself and show up and play again. We don't know how Gabi is going to deal with that pressure. Maybe we can kill a youth player, and we can lost him because the pressure kills him, the press kills him, everyone is shitting on him, and he becomes the next.
He's already proven.
Whatever. He's
already
okay.
proven it.
We don't watch any
He's
training of
proven it,
AC
man.
Milan. Okay. There is nothing I can
but
say that can change
no
your
one
mind.
does. Larry, we can
Okay.
only go off of what we see during the game. And during the game, we saw that last year, Gabbia was better than Roman. You play the players who are in form and playing better.
Also,
You do,
guys,
Larry. That's what you do.
also, let's relax with this Gabbia is world class BS, because we saw Tomori when he first came and played 3 games, he got the fucking starting position. We saw Gabia as well, and Gabia is still on the bench, fourth spot. So Gabia is not good enough if he's not playing. There's nothing stopping Gabia from playing. Actually, we saw it. Someone who came from somewhere else, not even Bob, but on loan, came, played really good, showed he's a really good player. He got the spot. There is nothing about Pioli liking one player more than the other. Maybe Gabia is not good enough. Gabia was okay. It's not like Gabia was
You know what?
superb.
I would be willing to put money right now that had Tamori came and started those games with Gabia, our starting pair would be Gabia and Tamori. I would put my entire check on that happening.
But it doesn't matter because we saw Gabia as well. Gabia, Tomori
yes, and Gabia wasn't making mistakes.
Tomori played because Kier got injured. Gabia played because Kier got injured.
Gabia, but you remember why Gabia stopped playing? Because he got injured.
Yes.
Gabia also got injured. If Gabia stayed injury free, he would be starting over these guys.
No, he would.
Yes,
he wouldn't because
consistency is how you build yourself up, man. Gabia was
Sure.
consistently playing, and he was showing that he is not making the mistakes that Roman was making. So if Gabia was playing with Tamori, I can guarantee you it'd be Gabia and Tamori as our starting pair.
And also, by the way, it's not fair, to be honest. I don't even like Romagnoli, to be honest. But it's not fair when you compare Romagnoli to Gabia and you have a sample size of Gabia of 5 matches without any major mistakes, and you have 300 games of Romagnoli, and you start picking which matches he made a mistake. It's just not fair. We have seen too few games of Gabia to actually create
Gabia
a real understanding of Gabia as a player. Gabia has played overall for Milan like 10 games. 10 games overall.
Gabia played a lot of games in the beginning of last year. And it was more than just 5 or so games.
For Milan.
In those 10 games, we went undefeated against everyone.
Man, we went
undefeated. I'm not saying he doesn't make mistakes. I'm not saying he doesn't make mistakes. But
even with Kalulu, after Gabia got injured, we were undefeated as well.
Yes, Kalulu is another person who I think needs to get more game time as well.
Nathan, I can tell you we were undefeated with Krunic in Serie A. Are we going to play Krunic now because we are undefeated with Krunic? That's not you cannot look at one variable when you are interested on something and not look at the other things.
I look at what the player does on the field. I look at what the player does on the field. AC Milan is in amazing form in the league right now, but it's not because of Krunic is there. Krunic has zero part in AC Milan's abilities whenever we're getting these points.
And I can tell you, Gabia didn't make any mistake on those 4 games because the midfield, Kessi Benacer, was so amazing, and Chiar did an amazing job with him.
Gabia's defending was also good.
See, that is your opinion. Again, that is your opinion.
It's not my opinion. Gabia was playing good. Okay. What do you mean? He was playing good.
I can tell you Krunic is playing good. And I can tell you Krunic is playing good. And you're saying no.
Krunic is not playing bad, but he's not able to do what the position needs him to do. That's not the same thing.
And again, I can tell you the same about Gabia. Gabia is not playing bad, but he never had the pressure of big games and important games that he actually had to show up. Simple as that. He played against Napoli. We lost 2-1.
I'm going to mute myself real quick. I'm filling up the truck and it might get a little noisy, but I'm not going anywhere.
Cool. Vasily, what do you think, or Vasil, what do you think of this Gabia Romagnoli situation? I mean, Vasil is just listening.
Vasil has never been here, I think.
He's on the phone. He's busy man. Working. What we were talking about? We were talking about something different. I think now Anwar was starting a topic about Romagnoli signing.
Well, yeah, because for me, it's as I said, my perspective on this is it's not the most pressing area where we need a fix.
Yeah.
me, other positions come first. If we can fix them and keep Romagnoli, because we're gonna invest a lot of money getting a new center backs. I don't want that. I want that money to go into a right wing.
I'll be honest with you. We can get a center back, a good center back for not for little money. We don't need to
Gabia will
invest
be
a
the
lot of
choice.
money.
I don't mind that as well. I don't mind any of these scenarios. Like if he stays or goes, I don't think he's gonna change much of Milan.
I prefer to get rid of Romagnoli. A player like Romagnoli shouldn't earn 3.5 million at AC Milan.
I believe
I'm
so as
sorry,
well.
guys. If you,
I don't think he should be our captain. I don't hate on him. I used to
and he
love
has,
Romagnoli on the past, but right
and
now
he,
I'm judging his performances. I don't think he should be the captain of this squad because he's not playing. I think Calabria is the captain.
and again, people around him think because it's Romagnoli, he should play. There is that. As a manager, you have that. An older player is always gonna put in that pressure and tell you, "Oh, I want to play. I have more experience. I am more ready." So you're gonna stop the development of Gabriel. So you can wait for a year, like the year we're doing now. But in the future, we need to get rid of player like Romagnoli, player like Kessie, people that want
I
money,
told them
people that
before,
think they are better. Just move
you should
on.
not wait till the last season of the contract and then decide if I want. No, you're giving him too much power. You should not give players that much power over the contracts.
He doesn't have any power, man. AC Milan doesn't want him.
No, but it matters where you draw the line way before the end of the contract. It's not on the last months, because on the last months he has much more power over the market. He can go get better offers, and
So why he's asking for less if he has that power? I don't think he has that power, and we need just to tell him to leave or sign a really low contract, like 2 million a year.
yeah,
He's not our starter anymore. That contract he has is because he was our starter and captain. He's our third choice, so he needs to earn 2 million a year, maybe. Kier is our starter.
I think
Is earning
Calabria
1.5 million.
deserves a salary better than Romagnoli.
Exactly. There's a lot of players that deserve, so he needs to go. And
So if
yeah,
I don't know how much Tomori is getting
5 million,
and how much Kier is getting.
1.5.
Wait. How much do you say Tomori is getting?
I don't think 5.
5.
3 million.
Oh, so it's 5 gross, probably.
Gross, yeah.
So
So
yeah,
it just makes no sense for Romagnoli to get 3.5 while being the third choice.
exactly.
Does not make
It's
sense.
just madness. So you need to get rid of him. Simple as that.
And to be honest, knowing our ownership, I'm sure we are just going to tell him no or find a way to let go of him. Even though, to be honest, Romagnoli was one of the few that directly accepted to renew his contract when we were in difficult times. As the captain, as the best player, every team wanted him back then because he was doing really good.
But true, they gave him also a very good salary.
They gave him an unreal salary, but I will give that. I will say that's because he has a really good manager.
Yes, he deserved that salary.
Agent.
To be fair, at
I
that
don't.
moment, the way he
I
played,
I don't know about that because he gets 5.5 million, man.
no, I believe
He started
back when Milan was in a
3.5.
bad form, I
Mhm.
think he was our best player. Because the salary cap was way different at that time.
Yeah,
Biglia
but
was getting 4.5. A lot of players were getting a lot of money. So for him to get that much compared to the others who were way below him in terms of
in
level,
that sense, it makes sense. But
yeah. But right now, you're not even the best defender on the team. So let alone you're not. You are normally the captain. To get to the place of being the captain, you should be playing normally.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not good enough. It's not good enough, guys. We're going.
Right now he's not, but who knows? Maybe he turns, maybe he does not. But taking that bet on him or taking a bet maybe on a young defender, I don't know. For me, this question, I look at it at the back of my mind. I try to focus more on the forwards because we have problems there. problems that right now we can afford to have, because we still score, we still win the games, we still didn't lose. But next year, the year after, we don't really have a plan for the 9. Don't really have a plan for Diaz, because we don't know. You need to start right now, not at the end of their contracts. Or
But what do you mean we don't have a plan? Sorry.
what's the plan if Diaz goes?
How do you know we don't have a plan?
No. But what is it right now? Normally, because right now, if he's going, normally when Hakan was going, they had the plan who was Diaz. Right now, we don't have a backup plan for Diaz. That's one key area you need to fix.
Well, Diaz is gonna be for 2 years, so he has another year with us.
We don't really know. Maybe Real Madrid this summer comes.
No.
No, it's a 2-year deal.
It's a 2-year. Yeah.
2 years? Maybe after 2 years. Well, after 2 years, what happens?
After
But
2 years,
depends on
we'll
what we
figure
are
it out,
playing.
man. Yeah.
No, but it's not
That
only
is-
Diaz, but you have the same thing going
Listen, after
with Ibra, with Giroud.
after 2 years, maybe Diaz is not good enough to play for Milan.
Exactly, that's another
No,
thing.
that's my point. Like, you need to start thinking about these areas that need the right work right now, not at the end of their contracts or by the time they go or if they go.
Well,
But they
to
are
start-
thinking about that.
Exactly.
And,
I
you
hope
never
so.
know.
I hope so. So that's why my point on Romagnoli was that I hope they don't invest a lot of money there. I hope they invest much more money in that area, not in Romagnoli or whatever they bring to substitute Romagnoli.
But you can substitute Romagnoli with
Yeah, we
Easy.
have Gabia at least, so he can play. And then you can actually go and bet on a very young defender like Madrid did with Varane. They bought him, I don't know for how much, from second league of France.
No, they bought him a lot of money. They bought him 30 million. Something like that.
No, I don't think so, bro.
No, he's talking about someone else. Not
Rafael
about-
Varane, right?
Well, I have no idea, to be honest.
I think
Rafael Varane was bought for interesting money. Not a lot of money, but a lot for a youngster. You know what I mean?
Let me check on the transfer market.
He was an expensive buy
Oh,
at that time,
Madrid bought him.
especially.
Bought him for 11 million, or they say 4 and 11. I'm not sure how much that is. Well, the fee
Sorry?
is 11 million.
That's weird. I remember was.
I mean, if you can spend like 7 to 11 million and get a player that can become the next Varane, I don't mind.
Wow.
Yeah,
Man,
that's a great deal, right?
Listen, sure, but the thing is, how many others have Madrid bought for? For-
I think
They went wrong.
every 3 years, if you go to French league, or maybe I don't know, Porto. Like Porto, they have a Diaz every 2 years. They have a
But
new.
anyway. The thing is, we are buying a fourth choice. Even if he's a youngster, he needs to be with a lot of pace.
What I'm saying with
energy.
the fourth choice, might as well go risk it, go bet on someone who nobody knows, and maybe he can turn up like Salah.
Yeah.
Develop in
And even a Kalulu type of buy. You know?
Exactly. That's exactly
1 million young player that plays for the youth of I don't know.
Or maybe
France
Belgium, or I don't know, Netherlands, or go
Yeah.
get the next Delict.
No. You can buy a young player for 4 million.
Yeah, like at that age,
19 years old.
Especially like if they play for a very low ranked team, nobody has seen them yet. Like Varane, remember when they bought him, he was in the second league. Lens was back in the time in the second league, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you can find a lot of players like this because at the end they're gonna buy someone that is the young version of Tomori, a guy that is fast, and that has a lot of energy, and he can, if he learns the tactics and if he learns the job, he can become. Because I see Gabia being a substitute of Kier, and we need a substitute of Tomori, a guy that actually can.
Who's fast like Tomori.
Yeah, a fast
because we
defender.
cannot rely only on very slow center backs. We're fucked if we do that.
Yeah, we need that guy.
So
there is a lot of them you can find. Defenders
in
is
this
never
January,
a problem.
do you think we get how many players? 1, 2?
We're gonna get Sterling this January, man.
Sterling? I haven't seen any rumors about Sterling in Milan.
I'm gonna start the rumor.
The only rumor you need is Laert.
Do you have his phone number or something?
Oh man, if I had his phone number, I would call him and tell him, "Listen, man, what the fuck are you doing at City? Go to AC Milan. That is the team to be."
I hope like the most realistic rumors are Ziyech so far, Febvre from Brest. Who else? These are the only ones I've seen so far, and I've seen a lot of rumors about Kessie Romani contract, but no new names.
But to be fair, there is any rumor that actually went through.
Well, I think the Ziyech rumor is very true. I think they wanted him in the summer. It feels like the same Tomori kind of deal.
I
We
doubt
wanted him over the summer. We couldn't buy him, and we're gonna try back again in January and then get him. And they're playing him now because I think they're playing him now because they want his value to go up before January.
I think we will get Favre this January 100%.
I think they will get both of them
If
because
we get both,
because Ziyech is not playing right now. He's not playing a lot, and in Milan he's certified at starter position at least. I think.
if we get both of them, we win the Scudetto 100%.
Exactly, like if we get this, even if they don't start well very fast, like the first few games they're not really good, I think they're gonna adapt and find their way because they are good players. I've watched them so far. I watched Febvre as well. Had I think 8 or 9 goals contributions so far, and they're fighting for relegation. It's not a good team, and he's doing well.
I don't know, man. I doubt the fact that we have a lot of players as well. Still, we have.
Why is the contract is running out? They have to sell him now. Either way, he's coming for free.
We're gonna have a team with on that position, Selemaker, Febvre.
That's what I said. Like I think we should sell
Casti.
I think Casti is leaving. Maybe
we are trying to sell him, but he's not leaving, man.
Well, I think his contract is coming next year, so probably if he does not be if he's not being sold this year.
What about this comment that Di Marzio says Milan not really interested in Febvre?
I don't know, but the fact with Di Marzio, even in the summer, he said a lot of things like this. He said
that Febvre had an interview and he talked about coming to Milan.
Yeah, like he spoke I don't give a shit about openly about wanting to come to me. He spoke like he's a Milan player. He spoke about the derby, wanting to play there, wanting to be with the team, and that it was only a question of time. That's why he did not come to Milan, and he still wants to come, and he's gonna do everything in his way.
He was.
How do y'all feel about that, though?
Well, if he wants to play that much in Milan, let him come on, man. Put that shirt on. Show us what you can do.
Because for whatever reason, it was just one article that really, said that Milan didn't like the way he said it. But honestly, I don't believe that. Like, if a player wants to play that badly, I mean, yeah, like let him come and play.
Are gonna play on that because now they know this kid only wants Milan. It's like,
well, I mean, the paper made it seem like Milan took it in a negative way and not a positive way. That's all I was asking. What do you guys think about it? Because I took it as a positive, not a negative.
I think he tried everything to come in the summer. It was our fault that we did not get him. It's not his fault. So I don't see why Milan should take it bad because they wanted him. They tried, but they could not get him because they didn't have the money.
Right. Yeah. I was just confused.
Unauthorized interview. Well, you can say that he spoke on behalf of Milan and he referred to Milan a lot. He's not a Milan player or he does not represent Milan. Maybe that's why.
Yeah.
It's a bit bad what he does. I wouldn't hire
towards his club right now, towards the fans of that club. It's us looking at Donnarumma or Hakan.
Exactly. The question is, if he does it to his club, he can do it to AC Milan in the future.
Yeah, like if Bayern comes looking for him, he's like, I want to go to Bayern. I don't want to train anymore, or something. It might happen. That's why I never keep any emotions towards the players. Like I care for them for sure. I don't want anything bad to happen to them, but I don't love them the way I loved like Kaká or the way I loved Maldini. I see that these players play for Milan because they get money for it, and if they get
Or use
better
this as a
money,
stepping stone.
yeah, if they get better offers, they will play there, and that's it. Very few cases, very few cases, where you have one player and he gets very well known. Like every article is gonna speak about him, like Tonali, because he lowered his salary and now he wants to. Well, that's one in the whole squad.
Well, yeah,
And
I think Tonali, Calabria, and Gabia, I think,
yeah,
are
but like
really
Gabia,
like
Calabria makes sense because there are Milan products. We're not
right.
gonna
But that's
jump into Digio.
right.
Digio is a Milan product, but he's one in a case. But all Milan products, even Cutrone, even Locatelli, everyone wants to stay in Milan to lower their salaries. They accepted whatever Milan was giving them. So after Milan let go of Locatelli, Cutrone, they did what they did, but they didn't do it while wearing the Milan jersey.
Yeah, yeah.
What is that news about that Theo Hernandez is close to sign a new deal, but
I'm happy
Benacer
for that. I
and
hope I've seen him and Ben Nasser
Leao?
renewing as well. I hope they renew
Yeah.
Ben Nasser, remove the clause because that clause makes no sense in modern football.
Unless
have
it's a
one-
huge clause, like at least
He's
100,
50
like 80
million.
to
He's
100.
actually worth
Yeah.
50 million. So you're putting
Yeah,
the
and
clause as his real value.
Yeah, and that's the main problem. Like Milan
Yeah.
needs to understand how to upsell. Like when you go into a negotiation, you never go with what you actually want. You go for more.
I
And
don't
that's
know why
Milan's problem.
they even added that clause to Ben Nasser. I don't know
Yeah,
why.
I don't know
have
either.
no idea
I don't
why.
know either.
Because it made no sense. Like,
But
even
when
if
you
one-
buy it from Empoli and you put a 50 million euro clause,
who put
that
the
is pretty
50 million
good.
clause?
When we bought him from Empoli,
No. But like buying him from Empoli, do you need to even put a clause? Like,
Yeah.
well,
that
to
player
make
should be
sure.
happy to come to Milan. You don't
No,
need
but
to.
that is a clause, so no one actually makes a 30 million offer. You have to sell him. You know what I
No,
mean?
but
So you put a
but
50
we don't have
million
to.
to make sure no one
Well, but
takes
at
him.
some point, even last summer, they spoke about Man City trying to buy the clause because they had the money. All of these teams have the money to buy that player. Like
Yeah, but they
it
need to be
matters
sure
only for the
100%
coach
of it.
to tell them you have the green light to buy Ben Nasser, and they go
No, but
activate the clause.
listen, my point is, if we go and buy a kid from Empoli now and we put a 50 million clause, it's more than enough to be protected. That's the thinking at that point when they signed Benacer. We
But
bought
the
a kid
problem, though,
from
Larry-
Empoli.
But Larry, that
I
kid
saw-
was the best player in the AFCON. So
Yeah.
these teams see that. It's not like we bought an unknown player who had a really good year. We bought the player of the AFCON. That's a big thing.
He
Especially
played
for
in
the
Arsenal.
EPL,
He
they
played
love
in
African
PSG
players.
as well in the past, I believe.
Okay,
Like
okay.
he was
but
brought up in
no
a very
one
good-
actually bought him. So why we are making a problem, which is not a problem.
No. What we're saying is that
Is-
in approaching these contracts, try to, if you put in a clause, put it even higher, not 50. You put it
At this
60,
case,
70.
at this moment, we should put a clause of at least 70, 80 million to Benacer.
Yeah, I agree with that. If you're gonna renew to Theo for him to stay and you put a clause, put it to 80. I don't. I'm happy with if a
100,
team
even
buys him.
100, it's fine. You can accept
I think
80 after, who
100
cares?
is for a left back is. I've never seen a team buying a right back or left back for 100 million. That's gonna be a first. But if you put it at 80, maybe like they bought his brother. Bayern bought his brother for 85.
Why are we even talking about this? Benacer is not worth 50 million. He's not.
No, I think no. He is.
Nah,
He is factually not worth it because someone would have triggered it. Like, what are we even talking about? If someone comes with 50 million for Benacer, we sell him on the spot.
But
What
that's
are you
the thing.
talking
We but no. But that's
This
that's
is
not what we're
crazy.
saying. What we're
On
saying
the
is
comment here,
what
it
we're-
says his manager forced them to put that clause. I'm not sure about how true that is.
For us, it's the same. It doesn't matter. we put it or not. That's the same thing.
No, it's not the same, bro. Because at some point,
At some point, what?
they can come in this January before he renews and buy out the clause. And now you don't even have.
Who's gonna buy 50 million Benacer? Who's gonna buy?
Every rich team that has the money.
Why didn't they do it so far?
I'll give you one example. If PSG wants him, and they do want him, he grew up in France, first of all, so he's going back to his home country in a way. And second thing, they have the money, they can give him the right salary, and he can start for PSG. Playing in French league is not that difficult. 50 million is nothing for them.
Yeah,
And
but they
they
need
have
still
there?
to pay that.
They have Verratti. Verratti gets injured a lot. They have who else?
Yeah. In fact, yeah. Other than Tonali, Benacer would be a good replacement for Verratti.
Yeah.
Guys, but
Other than Tonali,
All I'm
Other
saying
than
is that
Tonali,
these
he
teams,
would.
if Benacer, let's imagine
Teams
Benacer
have the
now.
money. If they wanted to buy Benacer for 50 million, if they went crazy, they would have bought him. Benacer is not
But
worth
bro,
50
they bought
million.
other
No, no.
players who did not prove anything for more money.
Yes, and they didn't buy Benacer. Why didn't they buy Benacer? Why?
guys, there is
Yeah,
a
but-
lot. There is KC. You cannot buy 50 million Benacer when you have KC for free. First of all,
True,
they're
that's true as
competing
well.
with each other. Second of all, you cannot buy Benacer for 50 million when you can get Pogba for free. And Premier League teams, they're always like, "Oh, can he make
Yeah,
it to
they
the
have
Premier
interesting
League? It's
guys.
too small. I'm gonna buy Declan Rice for
Look,
100
guys,
million."
we understand that. What we're saying is when you go into negotiations, you highball these teams first, and then you go back down and you go lower and lower and lower if you really want the deal to go through.
Yeah,
We're not saying
But,
that we're not saying that the 50 million or 30 million, that's what the player's worth. That's not what we're talking about. These players who are getting sold now are not worth that money. João Felix went for over 100 million. Is he better than Kaká, Zidane,
They
Ronaldinho,
actually paid the
Eto'o,
clause.
Henry?
For
Exactly.
Griezmann
They paid that.
and Alex.
yeah,
Right,
but that
and the
is
point
another
is, these
economy.
players-
We
these
are
players-
talking about
look, these
another
players-
economy.
Yes, but look, these players are not worth that. What we're saying
It's
is
the same
Benacer
approach.
is a player who's actually worth it. Benacer is worth that money. João Felix is not worth 120. Dembele is not worth 120. But they went for those prices because these teams will spend that money because they can. So if you were going to sell him to PSG or Manchester City, why the hell would you sell him for 30 or 50 million when you can get at least 80?
Because that
For an
clause was
AFCON
made when
player of the
Benacer was.
tournament.
No,
It
that-
says that the
it's
clause
not
was
that.
made because the manager asked for it. It has nothing
Clause
to do with
was
the
made at
economy
the
of it.
time, and that clause still is too much. What are you talking about?
At
Sorry?
that time was
Right,
a lot
but
of
it's
money,
not
and
too
it is
much for
good.
the. But look, but you're saying it's too much, but the player won player of the tournament. That is a very, very big deal. If he didn't win that, then I would say his value is like 30 million or so. But the fact of the matter is, he won player of the tournament. That automatically is going to skyrocket his worth over 50 million.
Nathan,
You have players like
these-
Mahrez, Kessie, and many other very good African players, and they did not win player of the tournament. Benacer did.
but Nathan,
So, of
I
course,
need
at
to
the
stop
time,
you
you
here.
have to.
I need to stop you here. These people that have been in the industry for ages, they don't buy players because he won a prize, a player of the year.
I know that.
They
I know
buy
that,
because
Larry.
their performance and how they
And
play.
Benacer is performing. And Benacer is
No,
performing and playing.
Real Madrid doesn't give a shit if he's the player of the year of the African Cup. Real Madrid goes and buys Camavinga for 30 million.
Yeah, because
The
That
only-
is how it works. Liverpool is not gonna buy Benacer because he won the player of the African Cup. They're gonna buy Benacer because they need and not because he won a prize. Or they're going for Keita or going for another midfielder. So it's not like this.
but
At that
you
time, when
have-
we bought it from Empoli, that was going to Serie B, putting a clause of 50 million to a kid that never played one game for AC Milan actually was a massive thing. AC Milan never done something like that before.
Okay, we understand that.
Now
in
he's a
today's
70
world-
million, 60 million player. I understand. Now we're gonna put a 70 million clause. if we want to renew.
That's why we said we should even have a release clause on him, because if you think he's a 70 million player now, it doesn't matter because the release clause says 50. So you're risking losing. But we're
I can
on
tell
the
you
same
something.
page.
No, I can tell you something. In Italy, I think they're gonna take it off the release clause type of thing.
Good.
It's not gonna be allowed anymore.
Good.
Yeah.
Because it raises the value of the player, even if he's doing bad. Like, if you have a release clause on Griezmann, he's doing so bad, but his release clause is 150. His price will not drop below 60 or 70. Never.
No, but that's the point. Sorry, if Griezmann has a release clause of 100 million, but he's playing bad, and I offer 50 million, that club can still accept that offer.
Yes,
they can, but they're not, because they're going to make. They can, but they're going to make a huge loss.
The release clause is to protect the club.
No, but it's also it's like in order for you to avoid to pay the clause, you need to spend a little bit more than his actual value. But it's below the clause, still below the clause. But the clause
you can buy players with a lower clause.
No, the clause in this case, like Ben Nasser, when they added the clause of 50 million, he will never drop below 25, below his the half price of his clause. Never, you never drop below it, because that's the clause on the contract itself.
Guys, the release clause is made by the club, so they make sure they don't lose the player.
Even the player,
without their willing.
The player can ask for it.
The player asks for that release clause to see how committed is the club to the player. Because if you
I think Raiola wanted like a 30 million on Gigi when he was in Milan.
No, AC Milan wanted, and Raiola said no.
No, that's
AC Milan
absolutely
wanted to be protected.
Here,
actually,
Ricardo said in Spain every player has a release clause. That's very true, but if you look at Atletico Madrid, all their release clause, even for the youngsters, are very high, because they know they're gonna bring them up to that level and have them sold for those clauses, and they don't try to negotiate. They tell you it's either that or you buy the clause. And you have to pay the clause at some point, because you really want the player. You have pressure from your fans. You have the funds. So what's stopping you?
And even if the clause is at like 120 million, they're gonna, even if they don't get that money, they're gonna get at least 60 million or so for that player.
Like for me, Hakimi, the clause on Hakimi, that was bad. They sold him. Madrid sold him for 40. Then I think PSG bought him for 60 or not even 60. But the player is worth more because of what he's adding to every club he's been to. And yet, it's a good deal because, you just solved your right-wing problem for the next 5 or 6 years.
It's a good deal for who?
For PSG, for Inter, for any team that bought him.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. PSG is not using him at the full potential.
Yeah, because they played him as a full right back. He should not be playing full right back.
And we already know PSG, for those who have been watching them this year, PSG is a mess. Yeah, they're first in the league, but that team plays very bad. Like, Jesus Christ, they play horrible. So, but they don't got to worry about a right winger or right back, though, for a long time.
They have to worry about other places. So that side, for me, is, at least for now, it is fixed. It depends on how he should play him or identify him with the team, what he should add to the team. Should he defend? Should he attack more? Should he do much more runs behind the back? That's on the coach. That's what the coach chooses in terms of tactics during the game.
I think PSG didn't need Sergio Ramos. He didn't need Donnarumma.
No, they don't.
They have the money, bro. Like it's free deals. All of them are free. Only
they're not
Hakimi.
free. You have to pay them.
No, they
have to
paid,
pay
but they
them.
didn't pay the clause or didn't buy Messi for 200 or whatever. They
That's the
got him.
point.
Right.
That's how you end up like Barcelona, because you buy always players because you think you have to, even if you have a good team and you don't need to buy Dembele.
Barcelona, their problem is that they
problem with
killed La
Barcelona-
Masia altogether. Their youth academy was done for, and now their whole focus with Bartomeu was let's forget what Laporte added to Barca, and now let's buy every player. Let's buy Griezmann, let's buy Dembele, let's buy Neymar, let's buy this guy, let's buy that guy. That was never Barca's identity. Barca's identity is
Actually,
it's a bit similar to Milan. They bring their own players and they add new players.
well, Barcelona's academy, I don't think it's done. I think it.
No, but he
the
closed
problem
it.
with Barca
Like he
is when
sold
they-
most of the players from the academy. He sold the guy for the like those youth
And they-
talents on YouTube and whatever.
and they
had
always
all of them
and they
in La
always
Masia.
put a buyback too. They put a buyback with those players as well. I think
No, but
didn't they do that with who did they do that with?
But with Laporte,
They did that recently with somebody. I can't remember.
the idea was different. Laporte would never spend 180 million on Coutinho and another 150 on Dembele, and another 120
Exactly.
on Griezmann, and 90
Barcelona-
million for De Jong. That's a lot of money, man.
Yeah.
They don't. For me, none of these
and
players are
Barcelona
worth
was
that much.
better when they were bringing in when they were promoting.
Well, they
No,
had their
exactly,
best
and that's
squad
what I was
ever
saying,
in
like,
their history,
Benitez-
where they had most of the team from their youth academy. All of the team, most of it, like pretty
Yeah.
much 80% of the
Once,
squad was.
once
from
they
the
started buying players is when they went down.
yeah,
Yeah.
because that's
Yeah,
not their
I
identity
agree.
as a club. The new president just fucked them over.
Yeah.
He just came with he thought he's gonna be the next Man City or he's gonna be like Madrid, but Madrid has an idea behind that. I'm gonna sell Theo. I'm gonna sell Reguilon. I'm gonna sell this guy. I'm gonna sell you Diaz. I'm gonna sell this guy, and then I'm gonna buy Ronaldo for 120. It's like Chelsea does. They sell 10
Yeah.
players. They sell
That's
11
true.
players. That's why I said like the focus for Maldini now is increase the quality of the roster. Second, the most important thing, increase the quality of the youth academy. Youth academy is either they play for
Yeah.
the first team or you sell them and you base your funds on those sales.
Yeah.
That's
I
how
agree.
you manage
Yeah,
to have the budget for the mercato. It's either you don't need a mercato because you're like Barca, you have every player from your youth academy, you don't need anyone, and even those you need are from your academy that went when they were 16 and now they want to come back. That's okay, like
Yeah.
Fabregas or I don't know any
Yeah,
other
Fabregas,
players
that's
that came
what
back.
That's who it was. Fabregas.
Or you actually like Madrid, where you have Hakimi, Reguilon, and all these guys from the youth academy, and they always sell them every year. And they keep the best. They keep Vinicius, they keep and they still sell you. Like they keep Mendy, they keep Marcelo, they keep all these guys, and they still manage to sell 2 left backs for 100 million almost.
Yes, but guys, youth academies takes 10 years of time. It's not like
I know. It's a
Maldini
long-term
comes, so
project.
like-
It's a very
exactly.
long-term project. It's a long
So-
engagement, but it is modern football. If you look at Bayern, they have this. Chelsea, they have this.
Yeah.
Only the oil, even PSG, they have a very strong youth academy. We have Mike
Yeah.
Mignon, who is a PSG youth academy player.
It takes 5 years to have a decent.
Yeah.
Also,
yeah, good.
guys,
And we've wasted 20 years not doing it. Like when are
Also-
you
Well,
gonna
I
start?
think
Listen.
honestly, when I looked, I just saw a post this morning. I saw 9 players playing in Serie A from Milan.
Milan
and
academy,
most of
exactly,
them
so-
start. So I
Exactly.
thought to myself, like, still, like this youth academy is not producing Maldinis, it's not producing the players we know of, like Tassotti, these kind of players you can really rely on, they're champions. But they still produce players that you can sell for 25, 20 million, 30 million. I'm okay with that. If Maldini is gonna go in that direction, I'm happy with it.
Yeah.
Youth academy produces when the when the first team is actually prestigious, because kids, 14 years old kid wants to
So you
play
need to win a
for the
Scudetto.
youth academy of a prestigious club. That's why the youth
Yeah,
academy.
but
produces.
Milan is
So that's why you need
prestigious, though.
trophies. You need trophies because Milan, you cannot just speak about history and what we achieved and what we did and we used to be the best and we've been the best in this. We can talk nights and nights over, but football has a short memory. People only remember the last 2 to 5 years. They don't even remember Messi when he was 19, 18. So football goes that way. If you win now, you are for sure gonna bring new followers. If you buy Cristiano, you will bring new followers. That's how it works in modern football. It is sad, but it came to the fact where you have money, you are successful most of the time. I mean, successful in the way in a definition where it does not mean necessarily you win the Champions League, but you play semifinals, quarterfinals.
Yeah.
For PSG to play the final of Champions League, they never even, I don't know, like their best run was with George Weah, and they won against Milan, I think in the quarterfinals, and then they got eliminated in the semifinal. That's their best run ever.
We bought George Weah from them.
And we bought George Weah. That's what I'm telling you. Like Milan used to buy as well, but they focused as well on the youth academy. They had a very strong youth academy.
Yeah,
I think
when you
Ancelotti
neglect
Youth
your
Academy, Capello Youth Academy. Ancelotti, did they buy Ancelotti? I think they bought him, Ancelotti.
From Roma.
Assotti, Costa
From
Curta,
Roma,
yeah, Maldini, 2 Maldinis. Like,
guys, but keep in mind that in our history, it's not like we have spent big money for players. So it's like,
but
No,
at
we
that
buy
time, we were
smart.
the big spenders, Red John. At that time, we were the big spenders in Europe.
no,
I remember one Mercato, we bought Crespo, we bought Ricosta, we
yeah,
bought
yeah,
Nesta, and all
yeah.
of we bought Nesta with the clause, 31 million or something
Yeah.
similar.
But the thing is, even so, we have spent always less than Inter, for example. Inter has spent more.
Do you want to compare like with I think with Berlusconi overall compared to
Yeah.
to Inter spending? I think over the 30 years of Berlusconi, I think he spent a lot of money on it.
Oh,
No, Inter spent a lot. Inter
I
bought a
know
lot of
this,
rubbish,
guys.
man.
I know the numbers, and for the entire duration of Berlusconi, 30 years,
Is it the net
Be-
like sells
Be-
and buys?
no, only how much we have spent, not how much we have sold. We have spent 1.2 billion dollars in 30 years.
With Berlusconi?
Inter with Moratti has spent 1.2 billion as well, but Moratti has been at Inter for 20 years, not for 30.
And he bought a lot of rubbish. He bought like Vampeta.
But, yeah, he did a lot of. But he
Also-
was trying to catch up as well. Because Milan was
Also, keep in mind that Inter has 2 consecutive highest record fee ever. First with Ronaldo, and then right after Ronaldo with Vieri. Both were
My God.
highest ever in the world. Milan has never spent huge money. We have bought the best players, but without spending huge money. I think Rui Costa, which was the best ever at the time, was 40 million. This is our highest. Then Bonucci. Meanwhile, Inter spent 60 something for Ronaldo in 2000, in 1997.
You know what? To be fair, bro, the Brazilian Ronaldo is worth. It's not quantified.
No, sure. I agree. No. He might be my favorite player ever.
That player, like he can give 500 million in that player. That's okay.
And I agree, but I'm not talking about the quality of the player. I'm talking about the spendings.
Yeah, I
So-
agree. I agree with you. Like with numbers, looking at it
Exactly.
right now, Inter spend more. And even when I'm thinking about it, I remember over the summers when Milan used to win, like Milan win the Champions League. The next season, you see Inter buying all these new players and trying to catch up.
Exactly.
I remember like it turned Milan upside down.
Also,
Like-
you have to keep in mind, with all these spendings, Inter never won the Champions League or the Scudetto.
They won the Champions League with
No.
Mourinho.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the spendings. Like when he bought Ronaldo, Vieri, this kind of stuff.
Those they won only the Europa, right?
Exactly. Only the...
How many Scudettis? 5 or 4?
Zero.
No. With Adriano and Ibrahimovic.
Okay. Then I think they won 5 in a row because Juventus got relegated.
2 of them were removed, right? Or what?
Exactly. No, they won. One they won in the table because Juventus got relegated, And the four others they won in a row because the other teams were kind of fucked.
Well, to be fair, like if you spend that much to win 5 in a row or 6 in a row, that makes sense. And they still won a Champions. Like in the end, that money was not badly spent. Like they managed to get a lot of trophies out of that money. That's fine, right?
I agree, but guys,
but Milan did better because we won more in Europe.
This is not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is Inter won more when they spent less than then, when they spent a lot. Because they spent a lot in the 90s. And in the 90s, they won fuck all. They didn't win anything.
I think they spent a lot, but the problem with them is not with how much they spent. It's with the targets they were buying. The players they were buying in the 90s and the players they were buying in the 2000s, they were different.
I think in the 90s, the players they were buying the best in Europe.
They were getting into the hype. Like whenever a new player would get just 2 weeks, 3 weeks of attention, Inter would go and buy him.
Yeah. Guys, but there is some. We need to.
With Mourinho, they bought Schneider. They still bought a lot of players with Mourinho. But Schneider, they bought Milito, they bought Eto'o, but they were good targets. Less spent, but really good targets.
Exactly.
They served the system of Mourinho.
They didn't spend money. With Inter, got rejected players and won the Champions League. This is how they won. They won Schneider, which wasn't preferred in Madrid. They got Milito from fucking Genoa. They got Eto'o for Ibra, which was a downgrade at the time, if you remember. They went and they won the Champions.
Honestly, everyone was saying it was a downgrade, but I honestly believe it was an upgrade for Inter. Eto'o, for me, was the best player at that time. At that specific year, in his last season in Barca, I believe he probably deserved the Ballon d'Or because he was outstanding.
He was a great
Guardiola
player,
didn't know that.
I agree.
Guardiola only spoke to him once that season. Imagine.
Guardiola thinks he is the reason why his teams are winning.
No.
Well, you gotta remember, a coach does play a lot.
I've seen there is a very famous interview of Eto'o speaking in French in beIN Sports, and
talking about
he
Messi.
discussed his relationship with Pep Guardiola, and he said that when he came to Barcelona, first of all, Yaya Touré was out of the picture. That's the first thing that happened. Touré is not playing anymore, while he was probably one of the best center midfielders in that moment. Specifically in Barcelona, he was playing as a beast. And then bench Busquets is playing from the Youth Academy. And Pep was the coach of the Youth Academy. So he's bringing all these youth players. He's bringing Messi, Pedro, Iniesta, who's in the bench. He's playing now. He's getting rid of Edmilson. He's getting rid of all these experienced players. He's getting rid of Ibra. He's getting rid of Ronaldinho.
No, don't say
revolution.
Don't say it like it did a revolution. It wasn't. They bought Dani Alves for 40 million, and you couldn't buy a striker with that money.
But
people were spending money for a striker.
Players. Even Eto'o.
Dani Alves from Sevilla, 40 million. My dad was shocked. Where they find the money to buy it?
When Pep took over Barca, Pep took over Barca, it was not an easy transition. The starters are not starters anymore. Do you know that actually when he took over Barca, he asked Eto'o to give the number 9 to Thierry Henry. That's the first thing he did when he
he has Thierry Henry in the pitch.
But still, you cannot
know what it's gonna be.
No, but you cannot go to the player who's been there for 6 years, winning everything, being the best scorer in the league, being the best scorer in UCL, and you tell him, you know what? Give me that number 9. You don't deserve it in this club. This guy deserves it because he just came over the summer. That makes no sense.
Yeah, but keep in mind
that is stupid.
also.
Exactly, that's stupid. That's not a revolution.
Yeah, but
what is the difference within a number?
Problems, bro. No, but what I've seen from that is that how Eto'o said it, he did not really say it was racist, but he said he had problems with players who are not Catalan, who are not from that place, who are not from Barca, who are not from where Pep identify with. But the confirmation is that when Yaya Touré spoke about Guardiola, he said exactly the same thing. But this is only on his time in Barcelona. On his time with Bayern, on his time in Man City, none of this is It's true
Exactly.
because Toure actually solved the issue with Guardiola in Man City, but they still had an issue in Man City.
Well, he needs to solve it because Yaya Toure is a fucking legend in that stadium.
He
scored
was a
22
legend
goals
in
as a
that club.
midfielder.
just so that we agree on this, Yaya Toure was a legend in Man City. Guardiola came over, he's benched. Same thing he did in Barcelona.
Again, he didn't win the Premier League. Conte won it. He had to
Yaya
spend
Toure won best
250
player
million.
in the Premier League three
He had
times.
to spend a lot of money to actually start winning, taking the
Eventually-
best players from other
No,
Premier League
Toure in
teams.
Man City was outstanding there. He was probably the best midfielder in the world
And
at
actually,
that moment.
Mancini won it before him. With the
Exactly,
Schiller team.
Mancini won before
Yeah, I agree.
Guardiola.
All I'm saying
Guardiola,
is that
guys.
when Guardiola came over Barca, it was not an easy transition. He got rid of what Rijkaard did.
Nah, he was.
And
No,
brought
no,
a
He was.
No. Keep in mind, Barcelona, before Guardiola came with Rijkaard, was on the top of the fucking world.
Yeah, they finished in the semi-final the year before in
No,
Champions
all
League.
I'm saying,
And-
I've been watching
But when-
Barcelona all that time, and even my brother is a Barcelona fan. And I remember correctly, Guardiola had problems with many players, and all these players, by the end of the year, they were sold. All of them.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you.
But that's what Mourinho did when he went to Real Madrid. He came over. Let's change this. Let's change that. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of that.
But don't say
Yeah,
it like
look what they did to Raul. That's true.
Yeah, he banned him from the club. Like, you need to leave. That's it. It's not only Raul. It's Raul and Casillas and
Kaká.
Salgado
And you're
and
right,
Carlos
Red John,
and
that
all of these guys who were the captains of the team. And now
you're
Ramos
right.
is the captain.
and you're right.
It's a
Red John,
revolution in the club.
Rijkaard and Barcelona were very good, but they were nowhere near as good as
You know
how
that
they
Xavi
were
and
under
Iniesta
Pep.
were not starters for Barca before Guardiola.
No, not true. Don't say it. No,
It
no,
is
it's
very
not
true.
Actually, it's
No,
true.
it's not.
Actually, that is
It's
true.
not.
That actually is
It's
true.
Actually, the
not.
starters were
In fact-
Edmilson, Yaya Toure, and Deco. These are the starters for
No,
Barcelona.
it's not true. It's not
That's-
true.
Okay, go
It's
look up to
not
the
true.
go find the lineup for the final against Arsenal. Go find the lineup for
Why you go
every-
to the final against Arsenal?
Go
to
find the lineup
semi-final.
who played the most games in 2005.
No. Check the previous.
I remember.
season.
I
The
remember.
semi-final against
I remember the
Manchester
whole
United.
lineup. I remember every player. I remember even where they played before Barcelona.
Man, just go and check the lineup against Manchester United. In the
I know what I'm
semi-final.
saying, bro. Iniesta started playing in Barcelona as a starter in 24 when he was 24 years old. Xavi was gonna
Listen.
get sold to AC Milan. When Rijkaard came over, Xavi was
No,
out of the picture.
That's not true, man.
It is true, bro.
Don't tell me what. Xavi was playing with Ronaldinho, man.
I just
every
told
day.
you who was playing. I told you it was at the beginning. It was Cocu, it was Mendieta, and then it was I can't remember
you're
who
going
was playing.
in.
I can't remember who was playing again in the midfield. But then when in the next summer they got Deco, they bought also Yaya Toure, they bought Edmilson, and these were the starters for Barcelona.
When
And Iniesta was the
Guardiola,
sub. When
when
Guardiola
Guardiola
came over,
started-
he brought Busquets from the youth academy. He
no,
brought
Busquets came
Messi.
the year after. 1 year, Yaya Toure played with Guardiola.
No, but he had Busquets on the roster as well.
Yaya Toure played 1 year with Guardiola.
Busquets actually got to the seniors way before that. Busquets' uncle or father used to play for Barca, so he's
Listen, Busquets
like
is not the
he's the
first
son
one
of the
that
club.
comes. Listen, it's I'll
No,
tell
but you cannot tell me that
Xavi
that
and
Guardiola
Iniesta
did
were
not do.
playing already.
Do you know how many players he got rid of? He got rid of so many players in Barca. Larsson, Ibra, Eto'o, Juli, Ronaldo, all of them. Deco, Edmilson, Cocu, everyone. Let's get it.
And
all of them.
I
restart.
can't remember too the Mexican defender as well.
Marquez.
Damn. Yeah, Marquez. Yeah.
Marquez used to play as a midfielder as well, if you remember correctly. He
Yeah.
used to play sometimes as the central,
Yeah.
defensive midfielder.
And there was a big article on that as well about Guardiola, pretty much just getting a lot of players out. There was an article.
No, but
I do remember
that's
seeing
his
an article about
philosophy.
that as
His
well.
philosophy was that we're gonna do what Cruyff did. We're gonna start from the youth academy. build the system and build around it. These players can do it. They can achieve it. We have the best players.
But guys, it's not like Guardiola built the system.
He did
Guardiola
not
found
build
the
the system.
system
He
there.
developed the system. It's a system from Ajax, from
Exactly.
from Zaki, from everyone added to the system.
Exactly. Which means
No, I'm not saying Guardiola
he found it
changed,
there.
he changed the philosophy of where the club was and where the club was after Guardiola. When Guardiola took over, now you have 11 players from the youth academy. That's uncalled for. I know no team who actually managed to win a Champions League with 11 players from the youth academy.
Anwar, I'll show you a picture
unbelievable,
right now.
actually.
My man, I'll
And
show you a picture right now.
That's why we keep saying that the youth academy needs to be looked at far more often.
This is the Barcelona of Rijkaard.
And when they do get the youth academy figured out, they need to have the exact same philosophy.
And Nathan, we know that. Look at the Barcelona of Rijkaard and tell me the
Which
revolution.
season? This is 2008.
2007, 2008.
This is the last season.
This is the season before Guardiola comes.
Yes. No, I'm not speaking about this season. I said that Iniesta started playing as a starter.
Clearly, the revolution is already there.
He didn't say that. He said the revolution.
Xavi, Iniesta starting every game. Yaya Touré was better than Busquets. He just didn't like him.
No, I have here another formation. I have Ronaldinho,
that summer they bought
Messi. Listen, I have Ronaldinho, Eto'o, Messi. I have Xavi, Deco, Edmilson, Oliver, Marquez, Puyol, Van Bronckhorst. So only Xavi started on this formation. Well, that's what I said.
2005.
I said these guys were not proper starters for Barca at that time. The starters were
Anwar. These
guys I remember Barca.
No, I remember Barca. You're not gonna tell me what
I forgot another player, Van Bommel. Have here another formation. Van Bommel, Deco, Edmilson. Have here another formation. Van Bommel, Edmilson,
Dude,
Deco.
what are you talking about? You are telling me that Guardiola, these players were out of the picture with Rijkaard already in 2007.
I'm telling you, they were not. This is the last season
yes,
they started
this was the starting 11 of Rijkaard, the starting 11. Basically, what it came for,
in
for
2005.
Guardiola.
What I said, 2005, they were not playing. I'm looking here at the lineup in 2005. Deco, Van Bommel, Edmilson.
We're talking a 5-year difference, man.
But
I'm
you're
telling
speaking
you.
You're speaking about the year before Guardiola took over. The same
But
summer.
that's when you do the revolution.
But you're skipping 6 years of Rijkaard in charge where they did not start. And they had.
But in those years, Rijkaard started to get rid of a lot of players and started to give space to Iniesta, to Xavi. Yes, they were playing every single game. I've watched that Barcelona. Every single game. They were playing always.
They had Thiago Motta. They had I remember, and now I'm remembering players. They had Thiago Motta. They had
But you're confusing the years, man. Thiago Motta was in the beginning of Rijkaard.
No, actually,
not at the end.
Thiago Motta played much more in the end. He played much more with Messi.
No, guys, you are completely. When Messi started, first of all, Messi started playing 16 years old under Rijkaard. Rijkaard decided this guy is gonna play from the beginning.
No, but you're looking at only one formation from all the other formations.
Iniesta, Xavi were playing.
You may be landed on the only formation where these guys start. If you look at all the other I'm actually typing on Google Barca lineup under Rijkaard, and I'm looking at all the pictures.
No, you need to put the year and Anwar.
I'm looking at all the years. I'm looking to listen. I
look at the last 2 years.
Listen to me.
He managed.
I checked 2005, 2004. 2006, 2007. So 4 years they're not starters, and you go and pick the last year and you tell me they are starters.
But of course, I'm sorry. When you have Deco at his peak and you are winning the Champions League, well, you cannot blame him because he's not starting. When Deco is sold to Chelsea and he starts Iniesta, and he starts Yaya Touré, and he starts Xavi, he starts Messi, he starts Eto'o, he starts Henry,
who sold Deco? Who sold Edmilson?
Rijkaard.
Ronaldinho.
Rijkaard got rid of these players. You decided not to put them in the pitch.
Rijkaard left before them.
But Rijkaard decided already not to play them. He was playing Iniesta, Xavi, Yaya Touré, Eto'o, Henry, Messi. He was already playing. He already asked for these players. Guardiola came and they bought to him Dani Alves from Sevilla, 40 million. Because
Guardiola
he loves fullback.
sold more than 10 players when he took over.
But because they were at the end of the cycle, it's not like he
Guys,
was
telling you,
guys,
Toure when he went to City, he was a
just
beast. Eto when he went to Inter, he was a beast.
it's pretty simple. Xavi in 2007, 2008 season, he played 35 La Liga games, 12 Champions League games, 7 Copa del Rey. He
played every
game. Every game. Xavi.
What are you talking about?
In which season?
2007.
The season before Guardiola came.
I'm telling Laird, in this season specifically, he picked the season right before Guardiola took over.
But it doesn't matter.
Listen,
it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Rijkaard does the change that year. Rijkaard does all the change, puts these new players in the pitch. And Guardiola gets all the merit because he comes the year after and he buys other players and he wins everything. And he gets all the merit. I'm not saying Guardiola doesn't get any credit, but Rijkaard did a lot of change before. He gave him a team that was amazing.
Do you think that Rijkaard's Barca is Pep's Barca? I don't think they're the same. It's not even the same philosophy.
He's not talking about the philosophy. He's talking only about players. The philosophy of Guardiola was defined and a totally different philosophy from Rijkaard. He's talking about the fact that it wasn't Guardiola the one that discovered Iniesta and Xavi and they were not playing. They were playing with Rijkaard. Here are the stats for Iniesta. Iniesta played 31 La Liga games, 11 Champions League games, 7 Copa del Rey.
Fair point.
That's about it.
Messi was playing already at the age of 17 every game.
Exactly, and there was a huge, because I remember this, a huge problem because Rijkaard decided not to even.
Okay, we can say that Rijkaard started the revolution in the last season, but Guardiola created a lot more.
Exactly, it's like if we somehow get another coach in 2 years. We start winning everything, and people just start saying Pioli didn't do anything. No, Pioli did everything as well.
Yeah, imagine we get another.
But do you agree with me
that
on the past seasons they were not the starters?
Of course, man. But keep in mind, these guys got starters.
I give you credit for the last season and that Rijkaard started.
Again, these guys got starters when they were good enough. Just because they became good later does not mean they deserve to be the starters forever.
I think Xavi was good enough because we tried to buy him when he was very young.
Sherman, you can think that, but the problem is that Rijkaard won the Champions League with Barcelona, dominated the world, dominated us. The match against Barcelona, they destroyed us, and we were on top of the world.
It's not destroyed. They got easy with the ref. I remember they canceled 2 goals for Milan.
Come on, man. I remember Ronaldinho. He looked like God, bro. He couldn't be contained.
Do you also remember the goal from Shevchenko?
I remember. I remember everything because I was about to cry there.
I'm telling facts as well. Like we got robbed a little bit on those games. I'm not saying we were better than Barca, but we got robbed. We got proper goals that were cancelled, and they should not have been cancelled.
Let me find.
But they did not destroy us. We lost with 1 goal difference.
Yeah, no.
Destroy is different, man. Like destroy is walking over.
I say destroyed us gameplay-wise. I'm not saying destroyed us in scoring-wise.
I think that because of the way I remember the game, I remember it was well balanced. Like Barca had their moments, Milan had their moments, and they managed to qualify. But I don't remember them like walking over Barca and doing whatever they want. They had a difficult game themselves.
By the way, I'm looking at the Barcelona of 2006-2007. Just to Xavi at that point already has 240 appearances.
Xavi started playing very young as well.
I don't know why people think Xavi was discovered by Guardiola. I don't know why people.
The reason why they say that
Xavi was playing when
he changed his gameplay with
was playing already.
No, the way he played changed with Guardiola.
And you got to remember too, they had Ronaldinho
appearance already.
Iniesta played in Barca since 14 or 13. It's not.
He started at 2002 playing for Barcelona.
I'm also looking at another formation where I don't see them starting.
Where is Guardiola? Why Guardiola is bragging about? I don't know. What is bragging about? He didn't even change the formation with the 4-3.
The-
It was
No,
played
it was
until
because
it was
from
the tiki
right
taka.
you got to
to
remember they
Cruyff.
had Ronaldinho and Deco in that midfield.
They
Ronaldinho
didn't play
made
a
everyone
possession.
disappear.
No, but didn't play also a possession type of football. Their football
Yeah,
was based on the
they were keeping the
individuals
possession.
creating. Not as much with Guardiola. Guardiola pushed it to the
Yeah.
limit.
Guardiola
guys,
definitely
of
made
course,
them play
He
differently.
perfected the system of Barca tiki taka. What tiki taka is all about. You don't get to touch the ball. You don't touch it the whole game. And even if you do, they press you so high, so bad that you have to lose it very quickly.
and it was an ugly kind of football, to be honest. I've never liked tiki taka.
No, it was a nightmare watching that football. If you're not a Barca fan, it's a
Exactly.
nightmare watching that.
It was boring games, passes for fucking 70 minutes. Fucking hell. And then
Yeah, Puyol and PK have 200 passes each.
exactly,
Why?
crazy shit. Boring.
But he managed to get the results. He dominated Europe that season, that one season. But also, do not forget, he had probably the two best midfielders in the world. He had Messi, which is unbelievable, and having those two with Messi, that can get you a lot of trophies. The rest of the team, Eto'o, Henry, all of these players are really good. Only Eto'o is really good. Like, don't even think about Eto'o and Henry.
Henry didn't really have a good, like.
No, but just as a defensive line playing against a three like this, you get
crazy.
You have to think about so many scenarios.
Yeah.
Will Messi dribble the whole defense and shoot? Will he pass? Will he play 1-2? Will Eto'o play 1-2 with Henry? Will Eto'o actually dribble and shoot? Will Henry do that? All of them can do all of these things. Like that's how good it is. When you have the. Sorry, go ahead.
That team was super stacked. I 100% agree with you.
Yeah, same with Milan. Like when you used to play Milan, you don't know what to think about. Should I get everyone to focus on Kaká, or should I focus on Shevchenko, or should I focus on Kaká getting from the right? It's a lot of options.
I am a little bit salty. Like, while I respect Real Madrid, I'm a bit salty with Barcelona, man, because Barcelona now has this image of a superb, historically big team, but Barcelona is not a huge historical team by itself. Keep in mind, Barcelona.
I mean, in Spain, it is. Like, you can say the same about Juve.
Exactly. No, this is what I'm talking about. But Barcelona, for example, before this Rijkaard and Guardiola and the later Barcelona, which they won 4 Champions Leagues, before they only managed to win 1, and they got humiliated by us in the final, and we were the underdogs, by the way, because they had Cruyff, they were the Barcelona of the Cruyff, get it? And they got humiliated by us without having Van Basten, without having Costa.
John, I don't like Barca as much, but I have to give them credit is on the fact that yes, before Messi they did not win it a lot, but they used to qualify to semifinals, final. Like their print was there. Even in group stages, they would always finish first. Like they were this strong team like Inter, but they would not win it, and that's it. But still, their print was there.
Yes,
with Messi, he changed the whole picture. And honestly, watching 20 years of that guy, that makes up for 50 years not doing anything.
No, sure.
Yeah, but Messi is like winning the lottery, guys.
Yeah, exactly. You get it for free.
Imagine we have a Messi in our youth academy.
We actually have a very young, talented guy in the youth academy. He's 13.
I don't believe this thing.
No, I
the guy that scored a lot of goals. Yeah,
bro, those stats are weird. Like, what the fuck? When I do the maths, it's too much. How many goals does he score a game? Like 6,
he's scoring
7?
every 10 minutes. He's scoring.
Yeah, that's too much. But like Italy, I don't believe that Italian youth players like 13, 14 are that bad. I think they are okay because they become later the seniors. So if he's capable of doing that against them, maybe he can. He's not gonna do that when he's old. But if he only gets to the level of Robben or I don't know, like I don't even think about Messi at this point. I just want something less like, but still good. That would cut it for me because I know that landing on Messi like this, that's one in a lifetime. Even Madrid did not land on it. Like the most prestigious club. Everyone wants to play for that club, and they did not land on Messi. Never. They always bought their players, and even the ones they brought up, like Raul, they're not Messi.
It's crazy, man. Messi is like winning the lottery.
Like, take any team, any big team that I'm thinking of. No team had a player brought up from the youth academy like Messi.
But the thing is that Barca was actually lucky to discover Messi while they were on top, because had Messi
that whole generation, right, John, like all together in one, having them play since they're 10 or 11 until they're playing for the seniors. That's unbelievable. Like, I'm telling you that the youth of Milan, the 13 years old now, are gonna become the next Champions League winners in 10 years.
But
that's unbelievable as a thing to think of.
The point that I was trying to make was, if Barcelona had this same Messi, but 10 years before or in the 90s, he wouldn't be playing. He wouldn't be playing for Barcelona. He would come to Milan, to Inter.
No, he would play for Inter.
Football.
Exactly.
No,
he would play for Inter.
You know, at that time, the medicine he was taking was not that developed, so his body would not have developed.
Man, but I understand, but get the point. It's
I get your point, but at that point, he would probably go to Italy.
Exactly. So this is the thing. The thing is, you have to discover the talent, but you have to also be on top, so the talent stays. Right now, if we discover talent right now, he wouldn't stay at Milan. He wouldn't.
But Rejan, credits to Barcelona, because they went all the way to Argentina. There is a very small kid that everyone tells you this guy cannot play football later. He's gonna play now, but for sure he cannot compete with the seniors. Because he does not have the body for it.
Who knows?
This is the conclusion for everyone there. And then Barcelona comes there and tells him, you know what? We're going to pay for your medication. You're going to get proper development. And you go to Spain and you train there.
Who knows how many teams do that right now? But the players...
I think a lot of teams do that now because they saw the example on Messi.
No, even before Messi. Barcelona wasn't the first team in the world to do that. 10,000. A lot of other.
Give me another player like this where no one actually believed in the guy.
But you don't know the player because the player didn't become Messi.
All I'm saying is that like it's weird to find a guy who's actually physically impaired a little bit, and yet you believe in it. It takes guts to do that, right? No, not every team is gonna bet that way. They're gonna probably
listen. It takes It takes 30,000 euro, man.
It is. But most of the teams, even
it's not a massive bet.
Listen, Laird. All I'm saying is that when you are a scout, first thing, yes, you want to scout for these like 13, 14. You look at how they play, but you also look at the physique, because it's very important at that age. You tell yourself, is he gonna grow up? Can he actually withstand this? Can he actually play for?
I don't remember.
But not at Barcelona, man. No one is asking that at Barcelona. Small players play at Barcelona.
No, actually, Messi, when he was getting the treatment, he was not sure he can actually get there.
I think it was an Italian team that refused to pay for Messi.
Yeah. A lot of teams actually refused. Even Sevilla, at some point, they want to buy him.
It was a concrete Italian team that refused to pay that for Messi because they just didn't.
I don't know which team exactly, but I know for sure.
I can actually search for it.
Another Spanish team wanted to get Messi, and then they went to Argentina. They know about his case, and they decided to walk off because it's still money. Like you can, rather than invest that money on this guy, you can buy 10 other guys with that money. Like it's a choice for a scout. As a scout, it's hard to tell yourself this kid is gonna become the best footballer in history. It's a big bet. Like
I don't know, man.
More on a player that has the same quality as Messi at that age, probably.
Genoa
with a better physique.
The team was Genoa. Genoa refused to get Messi when he was 14 because he had that problem.
You know, Red John, I saw an interview of him, and for the first time, he spoke about growing up alone in Spain and stuff like that. And he said that every day he used to inject himself on his stomach with the hormones and everything every day since he's 13 or 12. That's and it's not one shot. It's I think 2 or 3 shots a day, and he does it by himself. And yet everyone there was laughing at him because he was too small. He's not growing up.
Okay, bro, but it's not as tragic as you're making it to be, bro. It's just an injection, and that's about
No,
it.
but still, like no, but Red John, if you're 13, you come from a poor family, you're in Argentina, now you have to travel and live by your own in a different country. You tell yourself, if I make it, I can actually make money for my whole. It's a big pressure on you.
Bro, he was living in Argentina. I would feel sorry for him if he was, I don't know, living in
No,
mid-Africa.
bro. To each their circumstances. I live in
Exactly.
Africa,
In
and
mid-Africa, I said.
yeah,
Middle of Africa.
but we cannot say just because this person is having it bad, then this person cannot have it bad.
No, but what I mean to say is that there are people with
Yeah,
a
I understand
lot
what you said. Like
more
in
problems.
Africa,
So,
there are worse cases. Even in
exactly,
Argentina, there are worse cases than Messi.
exactly.
But
Is
still,
a
to
guys?
go on
It's a
that
tough.
road alone, it's hard to do.
It's a tough story, but you guys need to understand that it's romanticized. I would say.
Exactly.
Regardless,
Yes.
yes, his family moved to Spain when only like 2 or 1 year later or 2 years later, before because they didn't get the visa as early as him. So
Have you watched a documentary lately about him?
no, I watched
'Cause-
the full episode on Amazon
oh
on
shit,
him.
man!
They
Hey,
they were they were
the-
doing the good part about this episode. They were showing the kids from La Masia in Barcelona how Messi was playing in the Clásico. The
but
first 20
hey,
minutes he was not running at all. He's
speaking
just
of
walking.
speaking of Amazon, do you guys know when All or Nothing for Juventus comes out?
He's already out
Are you sure?
in UK. Yes, I saw the trailer.
Wait,
Pirlo
what?
actually
No.
is a good manager, guys. Pirlo.
Who? Pirlo? Yeah, I think Pirlo was good last year.
Pirlo needs a second chance, and
Yeah.
I wouldn't
But
mind him coming to AC Milan after Pioli.
no, he left on
Larry,
bad terms.
is it out or you just saw a trailer? Because the trailer is one thing, but is the show out? Because the trailer has been out for 1 month.
He spoke a lot of nonsense after Milan.
I'll tell you one
That's my
second.
only
I'll check
problem
right
with
now.
Pirlo because for us as fans, we never hated on Pirlo. I was sorry that he left that way. I never wanted him to leave, and I was happy that he actually found a new offspring for himself at that age and won again and proved everyone wrong. But
In
the
Germany,
way
it's not
he
out.
treated the club afterwards, he was confusing between the ownership and the fans, and he should have separated the line between the two, like Seedorf did. Seedorf would always criticize the management, whatever this and that, but he will always say, "Milan is my club. I love this club to the heart." Same thing with Boban. I love this club, but I hate how this management is, this ownership is doing stuff. And it was a wake up call. I think Boban leaving, that was the wake up call because they were working behind doors. They were not telling Maldini the whole thing. They were trying to get him replaced. A lot of shady stuff. And Boban was, no, I'm not gonna work in this anymore because this is not how the club should be run. I respect him for that, for taking that position at that moment.
Boban or Pirlo, you mean?
No, I'm speaking about Boban in Milan.
Okay.
Because Boban in Milan, the way he left,
Yeah,
he left exactly when there was rumors about Ragnick and Maldini probably being sacked by the end of the season.
My back is fucking killing me.
But I remember, like, my point is that
Hey Siri, open
I think
Safari.
Boban leaving, it was the wake up call for the ownership. Let
Hey
Maldini
Siri,
work.
open Safari.
Sorry.
It's not out yet, and it doesn't say when it's gonna come out. That's weird.
Yeah, they just said it's gonna be out in November, but I don't know when.
Okay, so they want. By the way, guys, Ronaldo didn't play the last game against Bologna because the game was sold.
Really?
And Ronaldo knew that, and he didn't want to be part of it.
What are you talking about?
The last game Juventus played against Bologna, that they won 4-1. Basically, the game was rigged, was completely sold by Bologna.
Where do you know that from?
Well, I have my
Okay.
sources. I cannot say.
It's the same guys who told you about Sterling, right?
No, actually, if you go and check the game, if you can see the highlights of the goals, and you will be surprised. And that's why Ronaldo didn't play, stayed in the bench, because he knew, and he said, you know what, I don't want to be part of this, because I just don't want to play a game like this.
So they're still buying games.
Yeah. That was listen. If you watch the goals, if you watch the defenders of Bologna and everything, it's so clear.
You know, for me, it was against Inter, that penalty kick to Cuadrado.
Yeah.
That was way down. I couldn't even explain how.
Listen, the penalty against Inter was a big one, but the match against Bologna is bullshit. Come on,
man. Listen. Go and check the goals and tell me.
But you know who's to blame on all of this? I never blamed the refs. Last season, the only thing that I blamed was Napoli, because Napoli had every chance to just like in 9 years you're being beat down by Juve. Now you have the chance. You actually control their destiny.
So why Ronaldo didn't play that game?
No, I agree with you. Laird, I believe.
Come on,
I always believe that
Juve... the conspiracy theories, man.
It's not a conspiracy theory, man. You can check the play.
It's factual. Listen, conspiracy theory. It's exactly that. Saying something without having proof.
Actually, with Juve, historically, every time we have proof.
Guys,
that's the thing about them.
This Juve qualifying or not depended on Napoli. Did they also pay Napoli?
I agree with that, but I think they also bought the game to make sure they win it. They don't.
Come on, man! Come on! Stop this! It's not 2005.
Well, 2005, we still had human rights, so everything was the same.
No,
people still manage to do corruption. Like corruption can happen even in 3,000 and 4,000 and 5,000.
No, sure, but it's different because of that corruption there, Serie A is shit right now. Because of that corruption.
And it's still shit. I think it's still shit because of the corruption.
No, it's shit as a result of that. It's not so.
But John, why Ronaldo is not playing against Bologna when he can score 2 or 3 goals?
Man, Ronaldo is
top scorer.
Guys, finished top score 35. He's playing against Azerbaijan. He's playing against teams just to put numbers on that. Why he didn't play against Bologna? He was in the bench, and he didn't get in.
It doesn't matter because Juventus could win it without him.
No. Listen, I have to close the live anyway because I'm done with this. Sorry, guys. I have to go, and
I'll have to go as well.
Let's talk tomorrow again, guys. Let's do another live tomorrow.
Guys, when is the Milan game?
In 2 weeks.
Really?
Yeah,
something like that. Not this weekend, the other one. So you do the math.
How are we gonna miss me then?
We're gonna do another one anyway. We have a lot to talk. Some transfer market, some rumors.
There are rumors. Like you know what I've read today? The only rumors that I didn't like, rumors about Ancelotti being very likable of Diaz.
Why these rumors comes always when there is the national press?
Yes, because
that's where
because they don't know how to
make
sell
money.
Newspapers and get clickbait. This is called clickbait.
Yep.
That's it. Let's go to this. Good night, guys. Thank you for being part of the live. And Forza Milan, thank you, Anwar, Nathan, Vasily. I don't know if you're there. I hope you're still alive, by the way.
See you guys. Have a good one.
Thank you, Nathan. See you, man. Bye.
All right, guys. Take care. You.
Forza
Milan.